This is the final call for all players registered for the M1B. Please take your seats. The talk will begin in less than a minute. I'd like to welcome all players to the M1B. After the main event today, we are playing 10 60-minute levels with a 20-minute break every 2 levels, and there is an extended 60-minute break at the end on level 4. Complimentary food will be served between the end of level 3 and the start of level 4 while you are at your seats. You are permitted 2 entries into today's flight, 3 entries total per flight. We also have the turbo legs today at 9 PM. We might also have 3 entries if needed. Your fund today has been drawn to seat number 7. Dealers, please put your button into seat 7 now. Hello.
Morning, everybody. Morning, Tim. Welcome to day 1B. He's gone for the coffees. He's gone for the coffees. He's on his way in. Hope everybody is good. Welcome to day 1B, and this is the first GUKPT main event we've done in 2023, because we've done cash and high rollers and mystery bounties. And now we're on the main event. 206 so far in the main event. 71 in today. Good numbers yesterday. The turbo is on at 9 o'clock tonight, so there's plenty of chance to get in. Numbers will double and treble all day long. We'll show you chip counts from last night, because I got a message from Stevie Watts. Oh, Watto, who was playing yesterday, and he says, I think I was chip leader yesterday. Yeah. He says, does that mean I get a seat to commentary in the UK Poker Open? I went, yeah. He went, way! So Stevie Watts, chip leader overnight. We'll show you those very shortly. But in on our table, we have all 9 seats filled at this moment in time. It's just that the players have decided not to come. We've got a GDPR RS in seat number 1, Valentin Gioca in seat 2. There we go, Stevie Watts, 168. Joe Indri on 137, Krista Silva going along. Oh, John Eames, nice to see John Eames, and Carl Shaw as well. John McCann, wow, yeah, all these people we didn't see yesterday. Surprisingly, Matt Davenport's there. Norberto Korn, Tim Slater, not seen Tim for 10 years. And he makes day 2. Well, I'll see him tomorrow. Well done, Victor. Leon Lewitt, well done. Chris Whittaker. And Ben Roberts down at the bottom, 16.2. All making through. 125 entries. 37 making it through. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. The table, Ben Jackson in seat number 3. There he is. In the black jumper. In 4. Oh, excuse me. Is Marius Westland. Bella Wang is going to be in 5. Rob Duras with the hoodie on in 6. He finished 9th in the NPL last year. Got himself a hoodie and a £10,000 package. Devon Patel, David Bennett, and another GDPR IS will be in seat number 9. So all 9 seats are assigned to people. But as you can see, if you've pre-regged, you don't have to sit down straight away. If you're buying on the same day, your chips are in play from the start. Morning Susie, morning Rich T. Morning Mr. John Hare. Cheers Mick the Mod, good afternoon. And the technician on YouTube, good morning. Hope everybody is good. Plenty to give away today. I think we've got 3 or 4 £150 live tokens to give away for Coventry. Coventry is on the horizon. I'll show you Coventry's, there it is. The 19th of Feb is when all the satellites start. Cash out satellites. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Mystery Bounty satellite on the Thursday, which includes a mini main as well. The Mystery Bounty Day 1A is on Friday. We're down on Friday the 24th, and we're putting through a schedule for the live streaming. Are we starting with cash like we normally do? We'll be starting with cash on the 24th. Afternoon, Mr. Kebabs. So welcome one and all. $71 in the building so far.
72.
Oi, 72. Oh, Evan.
Nice.
Evan.
I had to go and forage to try seeds myself, Tower. That's why I'm a little.
So players coming in all the time. We do have a full table of 9 assigned to ours. So we're on it. Numbers increasing all the time. Already up to 78. Marius just sitting down. Yeah, it does look a bit like Dave Doherty in C6, doesn't he, Rob Duras? 9th in the league. There's Mr. Duras, so he got himself a package for last year. Heard Paul Fisher was teaching you to think and two last night.
Yeah, got taken to the cleaners.
He told me he's paid for his Malta trip already. Yeah, he says that Jay's got no idea what he's doing. Oh.
We had a row at one point about 4:30 in the morning.
No way. You had a row?
A rail.
Oh, a rail. I thought you said a row.
No, a rail.
A bit of Kaluki. Can't play with one deck, you have to play with 2, and then you had to stick jokers in as well. Madness, man.
Well, Paul sticks the jokers in. I don't really see any, to be fair. He seems to get all the time. So.
He knows which ones they are. Afternoon, Gary. The Preston Pixie. Are you ready for Jay Thinks?
Yeah, in about half hour. Get me coffee down me.
We'll do it about 1:45. The first about 2:15, just before the first break. That's what we'll do. If you are just joining us, these are the Chip Council last night. Stevie Watts getting himself a seat to the UK Poker Open as chip leader. 37 making it through. Some good names.
Yeah, Christopher Silva jumped straight from the bubble, the high roller, straight into the main and bagged up 3rd in chips. That's a good day at the office.
Yeah, Seb Young doing well again. He was on the stream last week, wasn't he? Pulled up the 10k in the mystery bounty. £10,000. New kid on the block there, 87,600.
Yeah,
Matt Davenport, new kid on the block. Good names. So around about 2:15 we'll be giving the first £150 live satellite.
2:15?
Yeah, just before the first break.
Okay. That sounds good. Give some time for the coffee to kick in.
It's all very steady. Early stages of any day one.
Yeah, cut-off versus button here. Rob 3-betting the suited wheel ace, fairly standard. Versus cut-off open, and just c-betting here with his top pair. And B how he gets out of the way.
All start with 20,000 and 200 big blinds. Well done to Mr. Trevor Aiden last night, winning the high roller. Chris Maguire was second. It was a great watch. And Trev back in the winners' enclosure after winning the main event last year. So he's won a main and he's won a high roller.
Blind on blind from Ben and Marius, just both checking their option at 100-100.
Not to do about nothing on this one.
Yeah, Ben just going to lead for a big with a gutter ball, and Marius just getting out of the way. Looks quite quiet in the room, so I mean, we have to start.
Yeah,
today.
there's 80 in the room.
Ah, that's alright, that's alright.
There's 80 in the room. I think the tables are spread. 82 in so far. And I've just heard the moans and groans on one of the outer tables. One of the outer tables has just had one of the sick hands you could start with. I got a text message from Wendy Watson.
Yeah.
You'll never guess what. On a board of Queen, I think it was to Queen Jack 7.
Yeah.
Set of queens, set of sevens, 7 turn.
Oh my god. I've been there before. Oh my god.
7 turn.
I had that in the Irish Open, exactly the same scenario. Back in the day one, all in on the flop, Queen Jack 7. I had the sevens against the Queen, 7 turn.
There you go, Mr. Ken Wong, how are you?
Exactly
Very
the
nice.
same.
This very nice biscuit, try for 01, okay?
Thank you.
Cheers, Ken.
Yeah. So we lost one. There's the board. Look at that. Ouch. Wendy Watson, she said, look at this. It's only 5 hands in.
Ill.
Absolutely. Absolutely lost one. But Wendy wasn't involved. She was sat there watching it. And unfortunately, the player that was eliminated was a GDPR, so we just got the initials of PX. PX. That's some name. So somebody sat with 40k.
Yeah.
In the early stages, 82 in so far. The room will fill, as it did yesterday. 125 was a good day one. So any questions about anything regarding any event that we're going to be doing in the next 12 months, give us a shout. Over the weekend we'll show you the Manchester schedule, because that's next for us. We've got a giveaway at 2:15 for a £150 seat into Coventry's satellites. They are live satellites.
Yeah, if I'm Marius here, I'm just going to be folding into this turn barrel here, tower with the 8s. I think fine's cool once on the flop, but faced with the turn barrel, I just think we're going to struggle to have the best hand here with the 8s. I guess B-How could be double barreling some ace king, ace queen.
Ace jack suited.
Oh, it might be a good call if B-How's going to check behind here. I know, just a double check of his whole cards. I'm just thinking of 4-bet coup here early on. B-How's just never going to have a bluff, and
is that all of it?
In.
Yep.
And Marius here going to have to let go of the 8s. I think we have to fold turn tower. These early stages, people are just so less inclined to just start running it 4-bet, bet as a bluff. I just think this is always going to be queens, kings, or aces for B-How. Maybe even jack some of the time, but I think Marius played it fine until turn. I think turn we just got to let it go early doors, because I think in these live fields people are very unlikely to be bluffing.
Marius.
And from B-How's perspective, it looks like maybe Marius has a jack, so trying to get the lot versus that part of his range. Can't see B-How's hand, but personally I just think this is a turn fold.
So it's all of it, 13 and a half. FPL says he's calling this a non-believer. Can only really be ace king suited if he's 4-betting and he's a non-believer.
Yeah, that's probably it. So spot on ace king, ace queen of diamonds, maybe the only two hands we might beat, but there is the fold.
Yeah, eventually it's out of the way. Unfortunately we don't see B-How's hand, but queens, kings, aces. Ace king suited. That's it. New deck please. Thank you. So they're the players that are assigned to the seats. We know some won't be in at the moment, but they are assigned. They are in down. Ravi in 1. Valentin in 2. Ben, Marius, B-How are sat there. Rob Duras as well. Devon and David in 8. Morning, Tom. Tom Avara. Well done again yesterday. Great to watch you. Hope you don't mind, but I did say this year.
Yeah, you're done for the year, Tom.
You're done. You might as well take up chess, because I've said live on stream you'll be in the top 3 of a live streamed event that we do this year. So I don't want to bock it, but I love watching you play.
Don't want to bock it as he bocks it.
Morning, Sarah. Sarah May says, hi, Mandy Lorraine. Who's Mandy Lorraine? Mandy, baby. Oh, that was Sandy, wasn't it? The movie. Afternoon YB. It's the Penglish.
So Rob just calling with the 9s here. A bit wary of Dave's under the gun open. Although we are 5-handed, I think obviously going to have a lot more free bets in a 5-handed coup. Not full ring at the moment, but Rob just happy to flat the 9s out of position. And Dave continuing small. It looks like he's going to double barrel here on this Jack of Diamonds turn. And personally, I think we're just going to be checking here. On this occasion, it's probably going to work in the short run. Rob going to have a tough time continuing with 9s versus half pot, just less than half. He's going to find the call once more. Non-believer, and it's right. Maybe Rob thinks he's protected on rivers because still can have King X himself, so maybe David less inclined to fire a third barrel once Rob calls twice.
Checking the check. Rob turns over 9s. Rob did ask 9th in the NPL last year. £10,000 package. Spend it where and when you want to.
Plus a hoodie. Don't forget the
Yes.
hoodie. Yeah, nice call from Rob on the turn.
Bobby Bull, FT again yesterday, an high roller sitting down, so too Danny Laidlaw. No rest. No rest for the boys. Afternoon, Jimmy. Jimmy Brown watching on Facey. Up the Blades. Playing tonight, Sheffield United. Rob Duras. Three bet to 1.5.
Yeah,
Rob.
pretty standard size. I know for the offer and open in the call out position here from Rob. 5x the original open. Marius here, toughy with King Queen. We're in a 5-handed situation, so might think about continuing this one. And is actually going to put in the light 4-bet to start the day. 4-bet in the King Queen to 4.6k. And Rob never folding here. I can't see him folding, although this is a fairly large 4-bet size from Marius, north of 3x with position on the 3-better. A few alarm bells may be going off in his head. But 5-handed here, ace king. Can't see Rob letting it go, and does just choose to move all in. Snap fold from Marius.
Yeah.
Don't mind it from Marius though. Don't have to take every single spot. This structure, this clock, how deep we are at the start. But King Queen cut off versus small as a 4-bet. Definitely going to be in there. King Queen off some of the time.
£86 in so far, £233,000 in the prize pool. That will get bigger and bigger. Any giveaways today? We've done it yet. We will be doing our first Tower or J thinks at 2:15. As we head to the first break of the day. Four bets, all ins, we've had it all. Lads are here to play. I know it's not 6 max, it's just that 3 of the players have decided that they've pre-regged and don't want to play the first level. We do have the names of the players that are missing, so it would have been a full ring. But players who pre-reg can decide when they want to turn up. If you're buying on the same day, your chips are in play straight away.
Yeah, Rob. No real equity here, just 2 overcards, but probably bottom of our range here. 10 high, no draw. I'm just going to check back and take a freebie jack of clubs on the river. And if David checks here, Rob might choose the fire tower. Probably one of the worst hands we're going to get to the river with here. The 10-9 suited, 8-9 suited kind of stuff. Maybe assumes that David's going to start leading like all his 6x, and maybe thinks best hand David's going to have here is a 4, maybe 3s, 5, something like that, and Rob does fire for 1k, half pot, nicely done sir. Finds the bluff. And expand already in the mix, blasted already.
Yeah. Did he play yesterday as well?
I don't think so. I haven't seen the old span all weekend.
We're sat on table 17 today. Seat 6, he'll give us a wave in 2 minutes. It's on the same table as Ken 1. Spandy, give us a wave. Spandy, Spandy, give us a wave. Yay!
They give you a wave?
Absolutely. He's got the Mexican wave going around table 17. Afternoon, Alan. Watching on YouTube.
Into the clubs for Rob raises to 300. Dave flats on the button. Mario scores in the big blind. I think Dave here wants to be free betting this one more often than not. Obviously, having some flats going to be fine, but versus Rob in the cut-off here, just going to be free betting this one relentlessly. Dave taking the more passive option, and actually going to work out for him on this occasion. Does flop top pair, top kick up. Fires for 500, half pot, and 10-7 at clubs here. Just nothing going on here for Rob. No back doors really, so out the way. Well timed check. David opening hijack with the king queen. B Howe defending the king 10 of clubs and does flop a flush draw.
Very active start. It's very...
Yeah, love this from David, to be fair, Tower. Checks the flop, delayed c-bets this brick on the turn, and then double barrels on this ace river. Very nice from him, just good understanding of how this river's a lot better for us than our opponent.
Like it indeed.
Does get it through with the king high, was the best hand, but still like the double barrel there from him. Nicely done. Morning, Sam. Hope you're both doing well. We're all good here.
We're all good. Morning, Mr. Jaguar. Morning, me handsomes. All right, Sam.
Here's our place in the main event. We've got on your level 100, 100 with 100 active, 100, 100 and 100 active.
Queen 10 for seat 5 and be out.
Yeah, never going anywhere here. Be out. Complete calls, the queen 10 suited.
Absolutely.
Rob just trying to use his king blocker to take it down pre.
Looks like a king flop. King 10 3.
Top pair for Rob, middle pair for B Howe here. And either or here for Rob, I think. I think checking this particular top pair candidate could be fine. But betting top pair never going to be a bad thing. So just comes out firing and B Howe with an easy check call.
Three of spades turn.
Right where we begin to check here as Rob, then potentially go for our value on the river if it bricks out and check 2. If he does elect to bet, going to be a small size tower. I don't think it's going to be too large here. As I say, that goes for 2/3.
Better 1.1.
It's a fairly draw-heavy board. Maybe just wanting to deny equity to some random straight draws, charge some club draws in there. Maybe thinks as well, if B Howe does have a King X holding, we're likely to be chopping. Maybe thinks that King Jack plus is going to raise pre.
Jack of Hearts river. Check from be out. Do you think Rob will slow down?
It's a tough one, Tower. It's a hand that, yeah, there we go, there's the check. Looks like a 2-street hand, and Rob just checking that one back on the river. Did get the value on the turn though. I think if he did check turn, it would have been a bet on the river. Just recognising very difficult to get 3 streets from worse for that particular holding. And then Ian Roberts, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Ian. Afternoon, munching biscuits. Oh, I could just eat an hobnob. These live satellites, £150 with Coventry into the main at 1500. How do they work? You win your starting stack for the main, then cash out. It's normally 10,000 to 100,000. Oh, we're just about to test the fire alarms.
Test the better mute the mic.
Aye, everybody will be up. Morning, Shazza. Watching on Facebook. How did you do at poker last night? Went to playing Cardiff. Any good? Afternoon, Mr. Richard Whitmore. Royal flush draw for Rob, middle pair, nut kick up. Oh, we're not going to get a chance. But a great start for Rob.
in there. Sorry, deuce X and 7X never going to be in there. So Ben going for value on the turn, fires for 4k, and expect ISIF to call.
Chop outs as well. It will be a call with the ace of diamonds from ISIF. Oh, they're in. The lot's in.
Wow, just shoves with the ace king, ace of diamonds. What a gross spot early on for Ben with the ladies here. I guess ace king of diamonds. That would probably not shove. Aces with a diamond, kings with a diamond that check twice. Yeah, really tough spot for Ben here early on, because if I'm him, I don't expect ISIF here to find many bluffs here on this particular board in a 4-bet pot. But ISIF's actually found a very nice candidate here. Guess we still have the aces of kings in our hand that want to check twice with a diamond perhaps, and then check raise all in, trying to get some value from 10s, jacks, queens, 9s, this kind of stuff. I guess the bluffs are going to be the ace king with a diamond, maybe ace queen if he chose to 4-bet that with a diamond.
I think he folds. What does everybody else think? I think he could consider calling with the queen of diamonds in his hand. I think he folds 2 black queens.
I'd like to a check twice span and a check shove with the SPR in question with aces and kings with a diamond. I think it'd be a pretty nice line. I think one I'd take myself for sure. Checking aces and kings twice on this board and check shoving, literally specifically trying to get called by 9s through queens. What it looks like Ben could have once he bets turn.
Would you jam with 7s?
7s shouldn't really be in there. You got to remember that ISIF 4-bet here and Ben does fold. The ladies gets out of the way, gives ISIF credit for it. Yeah, I think with that SPI it's a pretty nice line with aces and kings in the 4-bet pot. Got really nice stack size to check shove turn, or check shove flop potentially. So could definitely check twice. If we are up against like a Broadway holding, we got that drawing dead, because he's only going to peel the suited ones of those. I think with aces and kings out of position there as the 4-bet, I think if we have a diamond in our hand, it would be a very nice line to take. Check twice and check shove turn. Yeah, and a 4-bet coup, obviously 6-3-4, not really going to connect with either player, just basically the overpair advantage for both. And as the 4-better, we obviously have the strongest overpair, so expect some C-bets on the flop. But then saying that, I think if I've got aces, kings, queens with a diamond there, I think I'm going to check flop out of position, just the way I'd play the hand. Give our opponent a chance to bet, make it look like we can have some ace king, ace queen ourselves. Obviously protect our check range as well. The times that we do have ace king in that spot, I guess we need some overpairs in that. Oh, then Mark Pennington, good afternoon gents, looking forward to another dad poke up. Great commentary as usual. Cheers Mark.
Thanks a lot, Mark.
Good afternoon to Keith, tuned in on Facebook.
Afternoon, Keith. Watching on Facebook. Queen 9 flop, Queen Jack 5, rainbow. And a bet and a fold. Afternoon, Leonard. Leonard watching on Facebook. Great final table last night. It was. It was a good final. Well done to Trevor Reardon for winning the high roller. And a seat to the UK Poker Open. Mr. BRM, there's a giveaway at 2:15 and there's plenty of giveaways over the course of the weekend. You've missed a couple, but nothing drastic. We had 2 Tower Thinks and J Thinks yesterday. I think we've given away 3 so far.
3 and a 30.
3 of the 30?
3 and a £30 token.
Oh, I thought you said 3 out of the 3 of the 30. Why, I was thinking who you'll be talking to. Nines against Ace King this time with 3-bet. It's all happening in this first level.
There have been some hands out, especially that we've been 5-6 handed for first hour coming up to.
A flopped set. A flopped set.
Rob running pretty well to start the day. Had some hands and now middle set here in a 3-bet coup. Going to get ISIF putting money in, drawing to runners. Ace or a king. He thinks he wants to see one, but he definitely does not. Well,
oh, the back door clubs are there as well.
He's been here before, 2 overs and a flush draw tower with Ace King, Mr. ISIF. I doubt he's going to be check raising this spot though, as the original 3-better. I think he's just going to proceed with a check call most of the time. Like in this 3-bet coup as well, I think Rob doesn't expect ISIF to have too many flushes here. Probably makes the assumption all his flush draws are going to be continuing flop. So still fairly confident that our set's going to be the best hand. Queen Jack, another hand that's probably happy to just continue flop. So set of 9s here, almost always still going to be the best hand. And ISIF calling once more, faced with the second barrel from Rob. It's the Queen of Hearts on the river, so things getting a little bit dicey here for Rob the Rass. And are we ever getting value from worse here? We might just choose to check this back with 60 bigs in the middle. But it was a snap check from ISIF, and like in these live fields and live situations, Rob might read into that if he has rivered a straight here, he might at least take a second to think about leading, and that what might be going through Rob's head here, and is going to find a thin value bet on the river here on a 4-liner to a straight. And I think that might be to do with the speed that ISIF checked there on the river. Like imagine you sat there and you river a straight here, you might at least take 5 seconds and not snap check over to Rob. Think about leading there and
fire alarm check. Afternoon, Melvin. Enjoyed the coverage yesterday, looking forward to the same today. Tower, my boys are playing your team on Saturday. Good luck. We'll need it. Watford -1 would be the bet for me on Saturday, whatever price that would be. Seems though we got a winner in yesterday. Manchester City -1. Never in doubt. Afternoon, Nigel Brampton watching on YouTube. Early stages, it's been pretty active.
Yeah, it has.
$8.96.
Yeah, complete whiff for everyone and David here.
First bet will win.
Yeah, I like David's decision to check this one behind with his gut shot 2 over cards on the board, meant to be better for the big blind.
Off it goes. It is only a test, ladies and gentlemen. It is only a test.
Yeah, and turning double gut shot here, so Jack or a 7 would make us a straight and folding, getting 3 to 1 with double gut shot and overcard. Surprised to see that from David.
Ryan Frond has been eliminated. Good old Ryan. Whether he gets back in or not, not too sure, but he has been eliminated. So just 2 eliminations so far. One was flop set, turn quads. Out we go.
Well,
Warden.
I've just had a message
Oh, here we go.
from Mr. Tom Hudson,
All right, okay.
and apparently
Yeah.
we've got £500 worth of closer seats to give away as well.
What? Flipping heck.
Where's all this money coming from, Tower?
Somebody must have won pulls.
It's going to be a stream of giveaways, just throwing money away. So what we might do for the first Tower Thinks of the day, we might give a 150 live sat seat for first and a 110 closer seat for the second place guess.
Or we could just double the amount of questions for the day.
Yeah, we could do that if you wanted to.
I tell you what, if
It's
we
a
get
day one, isn't it? Actually, it's a day one, so things are fairly quiet.
if we get 2 of the same and 2 of the correct answers, they can both have one.
Yeah.
Not first and second.
Okay. Tower's putting the rules down.
Yes.
Not making it that
two,
easy.
If 2 people get exactly the same correct answer, then that's what will happen. There's far too many giveaways. Far too many for you guys.
Yeah, plenty going on online as well, guys. £20k GUKPT closer on Monday at 7. MPL final chance online playoff Monday at 8 PM.
Oh, that is,
Yeah.
is that you? Oh no, you've got a package.
48 players invited. The top. This is the top 100 from the MPL 2022 who haven't already won a package.
Yeah, so everybody who lost last week
One 5k package.
has another chance.
Winner takes all up for grabs in that. We've got live event credit satellites. Tickets won in the live event credit. Online satellites can be used to enter any MPL tournament in the UK. And live credit satellites run every night of the week with varying buy-ins and prizes with feeders from as little as £1. We've got the book back on day 3 as well. So going to run the sports book as well as a live stream free roll. And then the road to Vegas Tower, 25 4k packages guaranteed. 1 times 4k package will also be added into the UK Open Mystery Bounty tournament.
I'm sure they need a vlogger.
Yeah, this is what
I'm
I'm saying.
pretty sure they need a vlogger.
Join Team Grosvenor from 30th of June to the 7th of July. And they kick off on March, guys.
I think I'm available
March,
June
on
30th as well. I
Yeah.
must admit, I think I'm readily available. The road to Vegas. And there's a sports book. What are we giving you £2 on? Mad Turk.
Yeah.
Mehmet will say Mad Turk. When are you going on online? Plenty. Afternoon, Karen. If it's Tower thinks the answer's never going to be correct. That's true.
How we doing, Jake? Jason Shellham. Afternoon.
Where is he? I can't see him. Can't see him anymore. There's 14 stone 8 missing of him.
Cheers, Jimmy. Nice to play on the stream as well. And B-How, lovely one to open on the button, pocket jacks.
Oh.
Is that big TR standing up?
No way.
Trevor Reardon?
No, he must be getting himself comfortable.
B-How makes it 300 and Rob free betting in the small with the King Queen to 1.2k. And B-How just going to flat with position. Looks like there's paint there for Rob.
Queen out flop, Queen 6-5.
Yeah, and just the 1 over card to B-How's jack, so going to be calling once at the very least with position here.
9 of spades turn.
This is still top pair, decent kicker here for Rob. Might be happy to go for another street value here. He's going to mix in a check here with top pair. And a quick check behind from B-How with the jacks. An ace of diamonds on the river. Neither player's going to like seeing that. And 3-bet coup here could potentially see this go check check. The thing is though, is B-How peeling much ace-X versus our C-betters Rob here. Ace-X of clubs, maybe some like ace-X of diamonds with decent backdoors, ace-7, 8-8 of diamonds, something like that. Well, actually that's not even the thing with the ace of diamonds on the river, so not actually too many ace-X other than ace-X of clubs or river 2 pair here for B-How, and I think Rob's just recognised that and gone for value here with his king-queen, and B-How going to turn his jacks into a bluff here. Makes it 4k on this ace river. What's we've trying to rep here, Mr. B-How? What have we got? Like, we're not going to check back turn with a strong hand here in this 3-bet coup, I don't think. So, like, I guess we're just representing aces up on this river here. Maybe ace 9 suited, ace 5, ace 6 suited, something like that. But not really too much else. Does he ever raise a hand like ace jack here for value with a club that's floated flop with position, trying to get showdown, checks back turn, and Rob does let the king queen go. Nicely done from B-How there. Turns the jacks into the bluff and gets Rob off the best hand.
Very nice indeed.
Thought river was just going to go check check tower, but Rob led, opened up a chance of getting bluffed, and B-How found the race.
Plays to 3. Scotty says he's just finished watching the bounty coverage. Wonder how many pints of Guinness Gerald gets through. Depends how many times he's all in and stands up and pushes his chair in.
Four-way action here after Ben opens the ace-king, calling 3 spots. Rob flops best with top pair, however Ben with the second nut flush draw and 2 overcards is equity favourite. Yeah, this is not good from Osif Tower. What is this? Just what on earth is this? So we've gone 4-way here. It's come 4, 7, 8, all hearts, and I guess there's some hands that we can lead here. As I said, from the big blind is supposed to be up wall. We're going to have more flushes, more 2 pairs. We'll have the 5, 6 as well. But Queen 10 off is just so optimistic here. No heart in our hand. Like I wouldn't mind it if we had a heart in our hand, but just no draw. 2 overcards on this mono board, just donking into the whole field when we go 4-way. Now fires the second streak. And I always think in these spots, Dad, what must be going through someone's head? What are they thinking? What are they trying to accomplish with the vet on the flop and now the double barrel on the turn? I understand maybe what he's thinking in terms of range. This is supposed to be our board, but like we're just going to be burning chips in the long run. And that occasion does get Ben off the ace height. Need to be choosing much better candidates if we're going to want to donk that board. At least a heart in our hand at the very least, not just a random 2 overcards, no draw. And giveaway going to be coming up, guys, at
Soon.
2:15.
Yes.
We're going to have one every session at least today.
It's going to be great.
But look at this, blind on blind, 9-3 versus 9-4, and it's the 9-7-4 flop. that Paul Maguire? I don't know, I can't see the end at the moment. No. It looks...
No.
Nope.
No, it's not.
We're going to chop this one up. How we doing, Gerald Ringe? 3 or 4 Guinnesses. I'm not there today as I have a bit of a man flu. So sell your Guinness shares.
We love it. Always good to see you on the feature and in the room. Tony's not travelling about nowhere near as much as he used to.
You're in the lab getting the toughest Tower / J Finks question.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We might go back into the history books for some £110 closer tokens.
He's king out again, this time for Behow, and Marius here, line on blind, after raising, not folding the king 10 of spades, as he shouldn't be, wants to call this one, and does flop gut shot backdoor flush draw. But Behow with top pair, top kick up, so 3-bet coup here, expect the small size in from Behow, don't think we should be going larger than 800 here. Just around third, does go for third. And Marius here just got an easy check call for king 10 of spades. Looking for a jack or a spade on the turn for improvement. Queen of clubs, not the best. And one that Behow may start checking here. Marius going to have a lot more queen X than us being the 3-better here, and love this decision from Behow. 5 of hearts on the river. We can also induce some bluffs from our opponent. The times we check back, Marius checking once more. Now Behow, easy value bet with the ace king. Hope that Marius has an ace X as well. We just got him out kicked.
Check, check. Yes, king. And we out. Decides to check the river.
That was a latte, Tower.
Well, very nice.
Yeah?
Very nice indeed. You did well.
It's hard to find them tri-seeds.
Waitrose. Do every seed you could think of if you want to eat healthily.
B Hal checks his option with the 10-4, and Rob going to check behind with the Queen 8, blind on blind. King 10-3. The B Hal flop best with middle pair, starts with a check. Queen 8 for Rob, looks like it's going to fire for one big blind. Queen high will be the best hand. It's more often than not here, blind on blind in a check coup. So then, Steve, afternoon to you. And Rob now turning second pair and gonna go for some value. B Hal not going to be folding, makes the call. And the Jack of Hearts on the river. And this is just always going to go check, check, never getting value from worse here. As Rob, I think we're essentially turning our queen into a bluff if we do elect to bet the river. Queen 8 going to be good. Thank you. Afternoon, Smiter. Hope all is good. B Hal with kings here. 3-bet into 1.2k. Maybe a bit on the big size here from B Hal. Maybe sizing a little bit too large. Want to be choosing smaller size here with position. I think 4x. It's a little bit too large, and we lose Marius from the pot. Going to prefer to see around 900. Adding an extra 3 big blinds on, maybe because of the strength of his hand. Hello, 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 how are you? Early stages London, day 1B. At this moment in time, 109. Sat plate, 109. Yeah, that will pick up after the dinner break.
And we've lost 3. Cyprian, Geramescu, Ryan Fronda, and PX. They've been eliminated. 109. all day to buy in, re-enter, late reg. Day 2s to buy into as well. So numbers will near double.
I got a question for you already as well.
Oh no. Already? For 2:15?
Yeah, ready for 2:15.
Oh my
Prepared.
goodness. No way, man. No way. Show you the rest of the festival right now. There we go. GUKPT Cup tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. It's a 2-dayer. £550 in. That's starting at 2:30 tomorrow. And then the side events on Sunday, a little bit different. GUKPT Day 2, that's the cup. We've got the main event Day 3, which we'll be covering. The seniors is on from 1 o'clock, and then a 4-5-6 PLO bounty with a big blind ante.
That's going to be carnage.
With a big blind ante. You don't normally have antes in PLO, do you?
No.
So why is there one in that one?
I don't know. Maybe they've just put it in. To be fair, they did have the WSOP events last year. They had the big blind ante involved in the PLO event. So maybe it's just coming in. But used to playing tournaments PLO with no ante.
Yeah. So the GUKPT Cups. Karen can't play the seniors. And then the PLO at 4-5-6 if you fancy it.
Hopefully we get done before 5:15 Tower. Straight in that.
Hopefully we get done for 5:15. Hopefully we get to a final table before 5:15. Is that what you meant? Far too young, Karen. Far too young.
Yeah, always on Sunday, the FT Schlevland Poker. We've got David here turning for a pair, nut flush draw, beat Howe, still out in the lead with the 8. Checks through. And second nuts on the river, or third nuts actually. That is the nut flush for David. I think 8-9 of clubs and 4-5 of clubs just not going to be a thing. Would have heard about them on the turn, so happy to go for value. It doesn't get any action.
We need a 30s to 49 comp.
I can play that next year.
Can you?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Well, late next year, but yeah, I'm 28 at the moment, but got a while yet, over a year and a half, but I can play it next year if there was a 30 to 49 comp.
I can play Wednesdays next month at our local golf course.
What do you mean you play Wednesdays?
It's up for over 55s.
Over 55, what, Swindle?
That's what it is. Huh? Never been able to play it. Ever.
Playing off 8? I bet you'd be one of the higher handicappers. The lower handicappers.
Till February. Able to join in. I might play my first one on the Wednesday. In fact, it's 2 days before we go to Coventry.
Yeah.
The first one I'm eligible to play. I'm in it. I'll be in. Get in. Come on, son. Walking down the old Dodderers. Afternoon, Angela. Up the Owls. Nice one, Fletch. Hope you guys in the White Line had a good time watching Chris Maguire yesterday in the High Roller. Hope it was busy.
3x pot here from Rob on the river. Just 4 high, playing the board. Maybe targeting specifically this ace high type holding. But then back to Marius, maybe thinking, why would you go so large here? It looks like I've got ace high, surely you want to get paid. So why are you going so big, sir? And maybe a bit of meta here in Marius's head. Thinking, why on earth would you go 3x pot if you wanted to get paid? When it looks like I don't have much after I've checked back turn and flop. But Rob does get it through. 4 high. Good enough for him.
Schedule for Cov. The Monday, the main event cash out.
Yes.
Is correct.
Yes.
The £75.
Okay.
It's for the locals.
Yeah.
But it has to be 20x.
It's the 20x
Yeah.
one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, been confirmed. So the main event cash out satellite is 4 seats into the main event, but it's going to be 20x. They wanted to drop it down for the locals that play in Coventry on a regular basis. So the £75 you can play. Plenty of satellites. Wednesday the 22nd of February will be the first seniors golf tournament for the Tower. We're back. Got me back. Oh, and we'll be there on the Friday, set it up, and we'll be live streaming from Friday all the way through till we crown a champion of the very first £1 million guarantee UK Poker Open.
And then Paul Fletcher. With pure theatre in the White Line last night, gutted for Chris coming so close, no complaints, he had more bullets than Alec Baldwin allegedly. Well played Trevor, always welcome at the White Line as well. Cheers Paul. Jerry says, what do you think of the 3x river bet with the 4-3 suited? I think it's just a pure exploit there from Rob. I think he just knows that Marius can't really have too much once he checks back twice. I think he thinks Marius is just going to always be betting a king on the turn, so it looks like he's going to have ace high at best, maybe like a small pair, so I guess it was just exploitative sizing, going really big so we don't get heroes from these hands. I think that's what might have been going through Rob's head. I think it was just exploit. Went for the 3x pot, just meaning that ace highs can't call versus that size.
Bian gets rid of the best hand after Marius bets 3k. Over 100 in so far. Will nearly double, if not double itself by the time we finish tonight. It's live streaming all the way through. Oh, it's 2 o'clock. Oh, it's getting close.
Yeah, it's getting close.
We have a tower thinks at 2:15. During the day, I'm going to be running through the archives of the GUKPT, and we're going to give away a couple of £110 tokens today, going through the archives. So if you're good at researching and you are pretty clued up as to when events took place, you might have a chance of winning some £110 closer tokens that's on Monday.
We're going to Nuremberg again. Was it Nuremberg?
Blankenberg.
Blankenberg, there we go.
Blankenberg in Belgium. The question is, how many drinks did PK have from the top shelf in the first pub we went to in Blankenberg? There was a drink, there actually was a drink that we had, and we got told we couldn't drink 3 of them because it was that strong.
Yeah.
And this guy said, you can have any one of them, but you can't drink 3 of them, I'm telling you. And we're like, yeah, whatever. We couldn't drink 3 of them. We could not drink 3 of them. It was like treacle. I can't remember, was it Duval? Something like that. Oh my days, it was strong. Yeah, Blankenberg was great. So if you're good at the archives of a GUKPT and you know your knowledge of events that have happened and people that have played it and anything like that, and you're good with research, there'll be a couple of tokens today given away on GUKPT history, as well as Tower and J Thinks. Because we're getting close to the first one giveaway of Friday Day 1B. And they are live satellites. You do have to play in Coventry. You can transfer it to somebody else, but you have to do it. But it is not transferable to anything else. If you don't use it in Cov, we lose it. Then it goes back in the pot. Tony Cascarino's played a bit of cash. Good number 9, Tony Cascarino. I think he played for Millwall, didn't he? Millwall.
Don't look at me.
And Chelsea. Millwall.
King Queen for Bihal raises to 300. I sit here with the ace deuce suited in the small, just call him. Could definitely free bet this one from time to time. Just going to proceed with a flat on this occasion.
Ten flop, 10-5-2.
And one I thought we might see Bihal continue on the 10 high rainbow board, the 2 over cards, but decides to check it behind.
There's dealers in the main event after the hand progress on a 20-minute break. That's 20-minute break. There's dealers in the main event.
Check river. Yusuf. On their side, taking it. Not a fan, says Ricky. Relegated us with a hat-trick in 1988 when playing for Gillingham. It's a long time to bear a grudge on a footballer, that, isn't it? 34, 35 years. Oof. That's a long time. 1-2 GUKPTs, Tony Castle. Oh, I've got the first entry away. Hiya, Wendy. I'm only kidding. Hiya, Wendy. How many millions have you got? 32,000. Thanks for the picture.
My percentage is looking
like
good.
it?
What about that? Queens against quads.
I couldn't resist sending it.
Wow. Amazing.
I mean, that was just unbelievable hand in the first 10 minutes or so. Sadly,
Oh, we had the quads. Did we have the quads?
No, Wendy wasn't involved.
I was next to it.
Should have said, give me them.
Queens against sevens, set over set.
That's good.
And then,
Alright.
Remember, I only want money when you've got $1 million ready for me. And
Alright,
then,
so just keep
yeah,
padding it.
keep rolling it over
Okay.
until we got the mill ball, and then
I
I'll
don't
cash
flag
out.
it through today. I just don't flag it.
You'll be fine, Wendy. You'll
good
be
luck.
fine.
Good start. Wendy's on 32,000 at the break. Well done, Wendy.
I had a little piece of her in one of the Nottingham events.
Yeah.
And she cashed in.
I think 80 or 85 other people had 2% as well.
She comes up to me and goes, you got this much to come back. She goes, what would you like me to do with it? I go, I'll tell you what, Wendy, we'll just keep rolling it over. I said, and then you pay me when we got $1 million in the pot, and then we'll stop there.
Love it.
I think we're going to see a lot more Wendy this year.
Yes, definitely.
Travelling, supporting the tour. So 30 minutes, we are going to be heading out on the first break of the day, but in 10 minutes, we're going to be giving away the first £150 live satellite seat of the day. There's a pen tower.
Thanks.
You got some paper.
Thanks.
I've got a very nice one for you. No, this is very friendly.
Okay.
It is a very friendly question.
We will see.
So King 10 for Rob raises to 3 into the big blind of Ben. Marius, sorry. Ben was in the small out of the way, and Marius going to defend the 8-9 suited. $6-5-5 rainbow. Fairly dry board texture here. Rob might be happy to continue. And Marius got a nice little candidate to potentially check raise here. 2 over cards, backdoor flush draw and gut shot. As well as that, we're in the big blind and we're going to have a lot more 5x than Rob as the defender. So this could be a nice little candidate to check raise here as Marius. Whether he'll take it, I'm not sure, but there we go. Does take it. Very nice indeed. I like it a lot from him. Just understanding this is a board that is supposed to be a lot better for us as the big blind caller, rather than Rob as the EP opener, who is going to have a lot of those high cards in his range. Yes, he will have some strong hands like over pairs, but we're going to have the strongest hands on these boards, and Rob just gets out of the way with the King 10. Nicely done from Marius there. Very nice hand selection, like the sizing choice as well. Gets it through.
Level 2 of the day. Can I just ask, is the question on 1985 pop music?
It's not.
Well, I won't know the answer then.
It is on.
Oh no. Yeah.
No, I won't tell you. I won't tell. It's on poker. There we go. Poker.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh my days. Do you know the answer, or have you had to Google it?
I know the answer. I knew the answer roughly.
Yeah, but you're a genius.
Roughly. When I say roughly, I was about $1 million out. I'm joking.
The next giveaway, Dan, is in 10 minutes. That is Dan, isn't it?
I think so.
From Leeds.
Records. Valet
The
from
Penglish. Not there anymore, unfortunately. What are you doing now, anyway, Mr. YB? And why is it YB Records? What are you doing now? You've got to be in the hospitality industry because you're great. The next giveaway is at 2:15.
King, Queen of Hearts with David. Should be opening this one. Closes to 300 and folding around to the button. And Marius going to come along for the ride with the ace jack. Brings Behow in the small blind and Rob in the big queen 6 off here. 5.5 to 1 on the call, but not defending that one. Ace king 4 rainbow board. And David, in terms of range, going to be our board here, so happy to continue. In terms of hand, could have been a decent check back candidate, middle pair, but firing on this occasion.
Turns to pair, David. There was a 10 of clubs. So the jack with Broadway gets there. Manius will stick in. I reckon he'll go 2.5k. Let's go just over half. Well, pot size, just about. And a call. Snap call to see the bad news.
Yeah, I think we might be able to
Didn't
fold
think
this river
about it
tower.
then, did David?
Like, what are the bluffs here on ace king queen once he calls twice? Like, very difficult to find a bluff here as Marius. Like, even backdoor clubs completing as well. King X of clubs, ace X of clubs, this kind of stuff. It's just very, very difficult for him to ever have a bluff there. Like, unless he's got like a suited will ace that's called twice with top pair and now wants to bluff river. I think it's very, very likely that that's just always value there from our opponent. But David didn't really have a think, just snapped it off.
Snapped it. Couple of more hands to go, and the first £150 seat token will be given away to one lucky person in the chat box. Do you have to be in the UK to enter?
You have to be in Coventry
You
to
have
enter.
to be in Coventry. You don't have to be in Coventry to enter the competition, but you have to be in Coventry to play the tournament. So El Sabat, I don't know where you are in the world, but you won't be, if you're not in the UK, you can't play on Grosvenor Poker. But that's for the £110 tokens. But the live satellites are there. And they are going to be in Coventry at the RBS Arena.
RBS?
CBS. CBR, CRS, CBD. What is it?
CBS.
CBS. 3 letters, I know that. ABC Arena. So yeah, the live satellites are in Coventry.
Here, raising the king 10 of hearts and Behow king 7 suited. You're gonna put in a free bet here on the button. You notice with Behow, when he had jacks, he made it the full 4x. When he's got a free bet bluff here, he's made it slightly smaller. Maybe something could read into, very small sample size of course, but may have a little look out for that. Seems like he's going big up with his free bets with his value and smaller with his bluffs.
Are we ready?
We are ready.
Are we ready?
Should we go? quick rundown of the rules?
Go on then. Tell them what they can't do.
Right, what you can't do, guys, is double guess. This is going to be Tower Thinks today, so basically I'm going to ask Tower a question, he's going to write it down on this piece of paper. Closest to Tower's answer is going to win themselves a live 150 satellite seat for the UK Open in Coventry. We've got 7 days to pick from, so plenty of choice to play if you are lucky enough to win. No double guesses or you will be disqualified.
Do I need to work it out paper? Oh no!
Sorry, wrong button. So, there we go.
We need working out paper. Flipping heck.
No, you don't.
How long have I got? An hour?
Nice easy one for your Tower to kick off today. So, all I want to know...
Don't guess until I've told you to. Because I've got the paper.
He's got some paper.
I've got paper and I've got a working out paper. Me working out paper's here. My pen's here. Working out paper. I'm ready.
So guys, the question is, don't put your guesses in until Towers wrote his on the piece of paper.
How long have I got?
You only need 10 seconds for this one. It's not a hard one.
Go on,
so
then.
all I want to know, Tower, on the Hendon Mob database,
Yeah.
in dollars, what is down as the biggest live cash ever? So one result, what is down as the biggest live cash ever? So the most any single person has cashed for in one tournament. Get your answer on the piece of paper, in dollars as well. Towers in.
I'm in.
Get your guesses in. Let's go.
Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. All your guesses, ladies and gentlemen, get them in. Don't forget, you are only allowed one guess. You're only allowed one guess.
And it's what Tower thinks, not the correct answer.
Yeah. And that could be absolutely anything.
I don't think anyone's ever won the giveaway with the correct answer in this competition.
No. No. Right, you'll get checking that chat box.
I will. We got the Span coming on after the break. Just been given the featured table. Tony Kelly, Span, Kem Wong is going to be back. Big TR, Trevor Reardon, fresh off of his high roller victory. I told you it was a nice easy one, Tower.
Well, I don't know if it's right or wrong. I've no idea. It's 9 for Iosif. Get your guesses in, ladies and gentlemen. Get your guesses in. How much in dollars is the biggest cash?
And we'll reveal the winner just before we head out on the first break
shortly.
of the day.
Break shortly.
I can see a lot of people have Googled the right answer, or
they?
maybe they might have known it because it was quite an easy one.
Was it? Was it easy? No way was it easy. Oh my days.
That's the thing. That's what I say. You
either know it or don't.
No.
You know the $1 million question on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Or the £1 million? You either know it or you don't.
But we probably had about 50 plus giveaways now. Maybe more actually. Maybe more. Maybe closer to 100. And no one's ever won themselves a token with the actual answer.
Yep. The biggest ever win. on the end of mob. You only give me 10 seconds.
You want what Tower thinks.
That is true. Robin with a flush. You want to get that? Oi, oi, oi! So get your guests in, ladies and gentlemen. Get your guests in.
And Bihal paying that one off versus the flush on the river there. And we are going to reveal. We'll reveal the correct answers in 6 minutes time.
How long?
6 minutes time.
6 minutes.
And then we'll reveal the winner just
Get your
before
guesses
the break.
in. Get your guesses in for the £150 live satellite. So if what's that? Get your guesses in. Who won the last? Who won the biggest? Who was it? No, you can't tell me.
I'll tell you at 25 past.
Okay. We're scrolling. There's plenty of answers. There's plenty of guesses, let me tell you. These £150 tokens. Have you got the names of anybody that's close?
Yep, I'm writing them down now, Tower.
Awesome. and don't forget, if we...
Players in the main event, you have 1 minute remaining on your break. This is your final call. Should we take your seats?
Nope.
That's final call.
Players going back, so we're on the break live. We're on the break on the stream in 10 minutes. Rob Duras has got the boots. We have the boots. It's the boots. Afternoon, Jim. Jim Marlowe tuning in. Looks like you've joined at the right time. You are not wrong.
Oh wow, look at this flop for Bihal here.
Ace Jack against Rob's 4-bet aces. Wow. The Hollywood's in. Loving it. Loving it.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Rob here. And Bihal going to check raise right off the bat, and it's been a very good session for Rob so far, but that could all come crumbling down here. Last hand of the session. Bihal check raising here in the 4-bet coup to 5k. And quick check of his suits here, Rob. Ace Jack of spades, not a thing, so only really worried about the Ace Jack suited combo. I don't think we're going to see Bihal peel the 4-bet out of position with the offsuit Ace Jack. So only really suited Jack X that we're worried about here in Rob's shoes. It's going to call and see a turn. Imagine an ace.
Or an art. Will keep me involved as well. Well, it's not. It's like a 9 of spades. It is the 9 of spades. All in. Now then, Rob. Are we a non-believer? We are.
Well, I don't think Rob expects Bihal to be playing a jack in this manner.
Yeah.
I think he thinks he might slow play it more often than not, flat the flop, maybe not choose this over pot sizing on turn in a 4-bet coup. So Rob does pay it off, and Bihal, very, very lucky man on the flop, just fading the one outer, and does
indeed. One of the guesses on Facebook's coming from Villa Bonita Sol Holiday Villa. Can we come and deliver the ticket if you're correct? Oh, love it.
Yeah, I personally would as well. I think with the ace jack on this flop, just smashed the life out of it. Probably just happy to just flat, but B how maybe thought Rob was weighted towards an overpair and just wanted to get the money in as quickly as possible. Didn't want any action killers to roll off. So guys, we will reveal the correct answer. So,
Yes.
the correct answer was 18.35 million. 18.35 million.
Was it?
Yep.
Was it?
Yeah. 18.35. Well, it's Antonio Esfiandari in the one drop.
When the one drop, 18 point. Oh.
And there we go. That's the correct answer. We're going to reveal the right answer in 2 hands, we'll say.
2
just
hands,
before we
ladies
go
and
on
gentlemen.
break.
2 hands. Final guesses. Don't forget, only 1 guess each. The correct answer is 18 point what?
18.35 million.
Highest stripes, see? The question is, how much does Tower thinks is the highest single entry in dollars on the Hendon Mob? And there are plenty of guesses.
Yeah, King, Queen, 3, 2 diamond board here. And ISIF is the opener. Going to be continuing here. Bottom of range. Backdoor hearts, King high.
We find out my answer in 2 minutes' time. Get your guesses in, ladies and gentlemen, for a £150 live satellite ticket in Coventry.
And 2 of spades on the turn. Marius deciding to call once, and ISIF just double barreling here with 8 high on a board that is supposed to be better for us. I think okay to check though. Prefer the double barrel with a hand that at least has an overcard or some sort of equity, even a gut shot in that, but just no equity. Double barrel working on that occasion.
After this hand. Oh, Bryn Kenny. There's a steward's coming in. Doesn't really matter, to be fair. Doesn't really matter because it's what Tower thinks. But apparently Bryn Kenny chopped it for 20.5 million in the Triton. Super high roller. What was the buying? 5 mil? Triton Super High Roller, Bryn Kenny won 20.5 mil, Stevie W. Triton Super High Roller, yeah, but that was in Hong Kong dollars. Or was it in normal dollars? Anyway, it's not what they get, it's what I thought. Shall we give him the answer? He's only got 3 minutes till the break. Shall we do it?
Yeah, let's do it. That's not what Google says, believe it or not. Google
Yeah.
says Antonio Esfiandari, but when you go on Hendon and obviously search,
Absolutely, Bryn Kenny, 20.5 million. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Because
matter.
it's what I thought.
Means nothing.
And I thought it was Jerry Yang.
Sorry?
I'm only saying. So, lost one of them. Lost another one of them. They'll be on the floor somewhere. I need to find it. Otherwise I won't be able to use them, but I'll find it very shortly. Anyway, so I thought it was Tower back in 1997 when he won a 3-card poker. No. I actually thought it was Antonio Esfandiari.
Yep, so did I.
But I knew it wasn't exactly 18 mil. But I couldn't work it out. So I went. Are you ready? I went. You see it?
Yep.
I went 18.5.
18.5 million.
I think that's the closest I'm ever going to get ever.
Not far off at all, Tower, only.
18.5 mil. That's what I guessed.
So, guys, we have 3 people across 3 chat boxes that have all guessed 18.5 million.
Wait a minute then.
But we're not going to do a draw like we usually do. What we're going to do, we're going to do fastest finger first between David Cranage, Connor Reid and Gully Math. Gully Math and Connor Reid on Twitch and David Cranage on YouTube. You were the 3 that guessed it exactly right. And after this hand, I'm going to ask you guys a question. And fastest finger first out of the 3 of you will win yourself a £150 live satellite seat for Coventry.
What about the other 2?
After this hand, the other 2,
£30?
as always, next session.
£30?
Yeah, we'll give them £30.
If it had been 2 of you, we said really got £100 seat. But as soon as there's 3 of you, you get £30. The other 2 get £30. So between
Gully Math, Connor Reid and David Cranage on YouTube.
Get ready.
I've got a question for you related to the question we just
as soon as
had.
the dealer shuffles the cards, we'll ask the question.
And it should be one that you know as well.
Well, I didn't know that one. A rap battle for the ticket. I love it. You know, like if Adam Neal was in. Right then.
So guys,
Question.
nice easy one. Fastest finger first between David Cranage, Connor Reid and Gully Math for the £150 live satellite seat. If you do come second or third, I will throw you a £30 ticket anyway for the online. So guys, nice easy one. I thought it was Antonio Esfiandari, so did Tower. But what I want to know is who did Antonio defeat heads up in that one drop when he won 18.35 million? Who did he defeat heads up?
Connor Reid.
Connor Reid is in. Sam Trickett straight away.
Gully Math said
Gully Math. That close behind. He was half a second out.
Well done, Connor.
Connor Reid, you are the winner of the live £150 seat. Gully Math and David Cranage, if you want to drop your alias into the chat box, I'll get you a £30 token sent for Monday.
Yeah, the 230s are for Grosvenor Poker. Connor, we need your name, if it is Connor Reid, and date of birth for the £150 live satellite ticket.
Yeah, just if you don't want people knowing your full name, date of birth, Connor, just drop me a whisper on Twitch. I'll get you on the spreadsheet. But well done, guys.
Well done, well done, well done, everybody. Well done, one and all. Oh, we're so close, man. Closest I've ever been.
I said it was an easy one.
You did. And you were right. It was. For me.
Cheers, Gully. Got that.
Nice one, Gully.
What you lost, Tower?
I've lost my end to my headphones, my earphones. The rubber bits fell off and it's gone wandering down the street and I can't find it.
Cheers, Connor, I got that. And you can play any one of them 7 satellites live in Coventry. Connor, we've got the schedule up, so you can choose whatever day you fancy. But we've got another giveaway next session, guys. More tokens, more tickets.
Well done, Connor. Fabulous. As you can see, guys, we are now on a break. We will see you back at 10 to 3 with updates from around the room and a new feature table.
And David Cranage, if you're still watching, need your alias on YouTube. Just type it in the chat box if you want your £30 token on Monday.
Yeah, that's for Grosvenor Poker.
See you in 20 minutes, guys.
20.
More giveaways.
Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moorman 1, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding 2 of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter. Because for an hour with the Tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Bill.
Oh, man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh, well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid. And I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January. And then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So, yeah, I was kind of lucky that, I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with. And, yeah, no complaints, really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot. Like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then we at university, I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year, and I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships, and we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my 4 flatmates went on Yahoo because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat. But still, $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the number one, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is 5th for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly? This is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It's quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player, played a few tournaments on the side. And I was like, okay, I'm going to have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But yeah, so I was like, okay, I can't play on, you know, like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up. And I didn't really know much how to, you know, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, you know, can't take a week off poker. You know, I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. I played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites, because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came 5th, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale, because, you know, with cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, you know, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, you know, levels of. I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, you know, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like, also I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like I just would put different tournaments on, you know, I had like 2 screens, and I'd put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that, and I played, you know, would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger. Yeah.
So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was the career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like, or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No. Well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career, because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and, you know, catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence, really. So I went into the I went into the like dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and I kind of was my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone. And I knew my parents wouldn't, you know, probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, you know, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded. Stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I kind of I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which but I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible, so they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job, so I had to tell them, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans, so obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he wrote down every sort of all the money I had in every poker site, had all my bank account details, everything. And he gave me 6 months to see how much, essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, at the time, I guess I was 20, 21 years old. And I was just all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just I've got to stay in and play poker. I have to play every day to just, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for the my first ever World Series at that point, got smoked there. So that was a bad start because obviously, Vegas always gets you do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And that 6 months went well, and just kind of went from there really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until 2 or 3 years ago. So I had to break the news just before the book came out. But luckily, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Ending Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it good at Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that that's my first tournament cash, but I'd played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. As I said, I'd gone to I think it was the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one.
Yeah, 2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online. And if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it. Even the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And I think in 2011 I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online, and then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well with 17 left. I started his career for sure. And it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool. and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linden. And yeah, then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you're actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now. But then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set. And Sam shoved all into me, and in my head, I was like, you know, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff. And I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't, like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-betting. Maybe live poker, you know, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop. So I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked. And, you know, there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so, yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he's turning like a 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack. And I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, oh, Chris Moore has called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, needle as well as I'm walking up. But yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy, he did indeed.
Yeah, I used my chips wisely.
But in 2008, he wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, oh, it meant everything to me.
Oh, we're back. I've just been told off.
Why?
By one of the valets, Michaela.
What?
She says, "You bad person." I says, "Why? What have I done?" She went laughing at Richard falling off his chair. I says, "You couldn't do anything else but laugh." She says, "You laugh too hard." Oh, brilliant. If you've not seen it, it's on social media. Richard in seat 9 on the cash. Oh, he fell off his chair in seat 9 and we laughed a bit too hard. Oh dear. What's happening, people? What's happening? Session 2 of the day.
Yeah, it's a new feature table coming up for the next 2 hours. In 1 we got Tony Kelly, there's Phil Tate in 2, Jimmy Kebe in 3, Ken Wong in 4, Trevor Reardon in 5, The Span, Andy Back in 6, Darry Lee in 7, Kieran McCulloch in 8, and Dori Jakob is in 9. And Phil opens the ace queen, raises to 5, and Ken with the 10s, Hill's in the cutoff. And Darry gonna defend the king 9 in the big. Yeah, got it, Mick. Cheers for that. Darry flops best here. I feel going to continue here. Don't mind continue here with this particular ace-queen combo. Ace of clubs in there. With the opener still going to have strongest hands here on the king high board. And Ken with just the one overcard going to call, and Darry going to overcall here with a king 9 with his top pair. Now Phil has to check, aware of that. Ken can definitely have plenty of king X pills in the cut-off, as well as the big blind as well, can still have some kings here. Now Ken going to take the initiative with his pocket tens. Small bet to check back river, assuming that our opponents are playing in float. Goes for 1.3, so third pot choice. And I'm guessing this is just a small bet here to get himself a free showdown. Still will have some king X himself here, king queen, king jack, king 10, all going to pill from the cut-off, so like the decision from Darry, just a flat here. And the ace of spades on the river, and this should just be check, check, tower.
Darry with the check mark. Ken Wong being on the circuit as long as we've been doing the streams. Span stack is 4.8, not 26. Yeah, I think it got realised at some point. Maybe hopefully change the stack very soon. The action tracker Mike did tell us that the stack was wrong. Don't know how he got to be wrong, but he has only got 4.8 as spanned and not 26.
Ace queen for Darry. Going to be opening this one from under the gun. Raises to 500. Tony going to call. Saw Tony on our first stream of the year on Friday night last week in the PLO game. Phil comes along with a jack 10. Ken's out the way, and Big TR fresh off of his high roller victory. Three bets to 1.9 with the queen 10 off. This looks so strong from Trev Tower. I know we can see he's at it here, but under the gun open, +1 flat, +2 flat, and then we squeeze to just south of 4x. It just looks so nutted. But Trev actually with a bluff on this occasion. And Darry here with the ace queen, working with just shy of 40 bigs, moves them all into the middle. And now Trev going to have to let this go. But sometimes when you just had a big score, sometimes you do fancy a gamble, or maybe more inclined to call off light. There is the call from Trev with a queen 10.
Darry ace queen, 75% chance of doubling.
Oh
wow.
no!
Wow!
When you're on form, Tower, you're on form. 10 on the flop, so Darry down to an ace to hit. I think there's only 2 left in the deck, Tower, so are going to be losing Darry.
Unlucky Darry.
And TR continues the form up to 31.5k.
He's just explaining I won 60 last night.
Spad's like a bit of
I spent 20 at the bar and I've still got change. When you're on form, you're on form. sometimes you just don't think you're going to lose.
Yeah, so just losing Dori Jakob before that. Just
Go on, who
before the
else we
break.
lost? You have a rundown.
We lost KK, Barry Watkins, Andrew Seddon, Cyprian Geramescu, Ryan Fronda that you mentioned, Tower, and PX, which was the unfortunate nut boat over quads.
Ryan's back in, actually. I saw Ryan sitting right down again. Long time ago since we met Ryan Fronda for the first time.
Oh my word.
Kings for Tony, who 3 bets to 3.6. Sevens get out of the way. Aces are not going anywhere. It's been an action day so far today.
It has. I love this from Barry Tower. With position here, Tony the 4-better, just flattening the aces and keeping our range a little bit wider here. Still looks strong, obviously, but doesn't want to turn his hand face up, if you like. Maybe a bit worried about the lady on board there. Queen's definitely going to be in the range of Tony as the 4-better, but from both players' perspective, we're happy with this board, both with an overpair and a club. It's really small bet here from Tony Tower, especially with a club in our hand. 4-bet coup, 2k, something like that, quarter pot, what I'd like to see. Yeah, it goes 4.5. This is too big in a 4-bet coup. We can still plausibly shove turns with SPR, but with our hand on this board, still want to get called from a wide part of Durry's range here. 4.5 into 7.9, 60%, just north of. A bit too big of a c-bet size in their 4-bet pot, but either way it's a call up and likely to get stacked here, Tony, unless he can find a king. Well, lady on the turn.
I think he moves in. And then a bit of a decision for Downey. So we do end up all in the middle. Tony sees the bad news. And it's a 4 on the river, no luck for Tony. Kings into aces. Tony Kelly departs. Tell you, when things drop on the floor around here, they disappeared into the abyss. They've gone.
Did you find what you was looking for?
Yes. Yes, I did. I found what I'm looking for. Yeah, I did. Because my love for you. Bit of Bowie on. $142 in the mix so far. 142.
8s for Trev. And Kieran. Thank you. 7, 10, 7. 2 pair for Kieran. Kieran calls the 500 after a bet from Trev with the 8s. Jack of diamonds turn. Trev has the 8 of diamonds. And now a gut shot as well. So the river after it goes check, check. Is that a diamond? Is that the 3 of diamonds? Trev's bet out. What's the river? It's the ace of diamonds. It's the ace of diamonds. So 2 pair for Kieran. Bigger 2 pair than he had. But the 4th diamond on the board, and Trevor just can't stop hitting. Kieran calls it off as well, and a big smile from Tricky Trev. So day 1B, 142 in the mix. We have another giveaway this session. Okay, stay tuned. Eliminations. Tony Kelly we saw. Dory Yakub. KK. Barry Watkins just before the break. So 1, 2, 3, 4 eliminated. BL eliminated as well. 145 in the mix. Players coming in all the time. Nearly 300,000 in the prize pool already. Turbo is at 9 o'clock. That'll get 80 or 90 runners. Spanned doesn't have 27,000, he has 4.8 or 4.6 as it was. That'll get changed very soon.
The blind at 1-2. Span makes it 400. Andy back. 3-bet AJ. So with his stack, this is probably going in. In fact, it is. It's all in. All of it. So I'm just going to change it. As you see there, the graphics have disappeared, so we'll change the all in. He's all in for 4.2 total. 10s against ace queen. Andy's still got a smile on his face, because that's how he plays the game. Does he stay in front? Yes, at the moment. Yep, still clean. It's great when you get a double up when you're short stacked. Up to 9,000. No dramas, he says. Still the short stack on the table, but back up to 40 weeks plus, and they'll know how to play it properly. Yeah, cracky win for Big Trev yesterday, wasn't it? The gas man. Four, 5, 6, 7, 9. Phil checked the flop with the queens. Ken bet with a set of 5s. Check on the turn. Phil checks the river with the queens, and he calls a bet from Ken, and he's going to show him a set of 5s. Afternoon, Apocalypse. Afternoon, Bob. Bob's still guessing away at the question. The first £150 token was how much is the highest single entry in dollars on the Hendon Bob? That was given away. Tower guessed 18.5 million because I thought it was Antonio's win in the one drop, but it wasn't. Triton Poker and Bryn Kenny had the biggest one. There'll be a question. There'll be another one at 4 o'clock. The next one is at 4 o'clock, and I've got a belter for Jay. Just got out of the gym, I like it. Charles Bass. I don't know if that's a guess for the next one or a guess from the last one. 34 mil. Are you trying to preempt what my question is going to be? Sighting seat number 5, Trevor Reardon. He won the high roller last night. 57,000 and a seat to the UK Poker Open. They both flop second pair. Phil takes in seat 2. How are we doing?
All good, all good.
All good.
You thought of your question yet?
Got it. It's amazing.
Great.
It's very relative at 4 o'clock.
It's relative at 4 o'clock.
Well, it will be. Fingers crossed.
What's happening at 4 on a Friday?
That's when the next question is going to be.
I thought it had something to do with the time 4 o'clock. That's what I
Oh
thought.
no,
Okay.
no, nothing to do with the time. I've got 2 questions.
Oh, 2 questions.
One might not be able to be asked, so the second one is a backup. We've already given one away, and we're doing another at 4 o'clock because we can.
Going to be chopping this up. Trev thinking about going for value here perhaps, but thinks better of it and checks behind and going to be chopped up here.
Chop it up. Everybody loves a chop up.
Pocket fives to Jimmy. And raises to 400, and Ken going to flat the 9-8 suited. Trev's in as well in the hijack with the pocket sixes. Ace 3 board, not much going on for anyone here. Trev actually out in front with the sixes. Jimmy pocket fives here. Might think about one C-bet here. Still will have the best hand very often if there isn't an ace-x out there. So 400 here, 20% small size and choice on the ace-ace board as the opener. Like the size and choice. Going to get looked up from Trev here. Now Ben not going to overcall with a 7-3 of clubs. Nine of clubs on the turn. And Trev can definitely still have some ace-x here, so expect Jimmy to slow down now with the fives and check over to Trev. And Trev just probably happy to get to showdown himself with the sixes. It looks like he's counting out a bet here. And does actually have the best hand. And Jimmy going to have a tough time continuing here with fives though. Guess we do beat some front door diamond draws. But other than that, not too much else. And even if we are up against, say for example, like a queen jack of diamonds, 2 overcards and flush draw, they're going to have 18 outs to get there. So best case scenario here for Jimmy, going to have no more than 60%, and then the times we're up against an ace-x going to be drawing to 5%. Wow, goes for the check raise. And gets Trev off the best hand. Just maybe trying to say, I've got the stronger ace-x here.
So Dan's on his way down tomorrow. Bacon Waffles on his way for tomorrow. Don't know if it's a day 2 buying or it'll be playing at the £500 GUKPT Cup. Either way, we'll see you tomorrow. Da, 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 da. Phil gets out of the way. So too Jimmy. Jimmy!
Alright, going to open this one. King Jack suited. Ben calling in the small and AJ calling with the same hand in the big blind.
Flop time. Queen 8-4.
Come on, Darry might check back here.
Yep, all three check. Turn.
Oh, is that a jack?
That's a king, I think.
It is a king.
King of clubs. So Ben's got a redraw with the flush and a gut shot. AJ's got the gut shot. Top pair for Darry. Span on 37 big, he's got a double up. The 10s against ace queen. Steady start to level number 3, 142 the last time we saw. Already up to 155. Very nice indeed.
Jimmy makes it 400. Trev calling from +2 with the jack 10.
Spans off for water. So, give us some water.
AJ squeezing it up with the ladies. Big squeeze, 6.5x. Won't mind it for a little bit too large and a little bit too small.
Look at that, delivering waters to the table. How good is Spanned?
So we're just joining in back after the break, guys. Run you through the table. Again, we got Phil Tate in 2, Jimmy Keb 8 in 3, Ken Wong in 4, TR in 5, Span in 6, Darry Illy in 7, Kieran McCullough in 8, and Dory Jakob is in the 9 seat.
AJ's in C1. And our high roller champion, Trevor Aiden's in 5. Good watch yesterday.
Yeah,
Hope we enjoyed the live stream. Dragomir Florin watching on Facebook. Password? We don't have passwords. We don't know what tournament you're trying to play, but we don't have any passwords to give out. And Mikhail Sazelt says, good stream. Thanks for another great stream. All the best from Doncaster. Have a good weekend and we'll see you in Manchester very soon. Nice one, Michael. From Donny. Had a good few nights out in Donny, I'll tell you. Oh, back in the 80s. Flipping heck. They got messy.
Nine high board here. Rainbow button versus big. AJ happy to continue, but Jimmy not going to be going anywhere here. Up and down straight draw for him. Thinking about a check raise perhaps. Fold out some queen highs, king highs, ace highs, these type of holdings. And it's going to go for the check raise. Thing is, on this board it's hard to represent too much. I guess button versus big, we will have some 9x single pair that raise for value, some of the stronger 9x in here, and then I guess some 9-5, 9-4 suited, 5-4 suited, 5-4 off probably going to be in there as well. So making it 1.6 to go with our up and down straight draw. And AJ going to find the float here, and surprised to see that, maybe just because doesn't think that Jimmy's going to be raising strong hands on this board. Fairly dry paw texture, maybe thinking that 2 pair plus is just going to flat button versus big here. Maybe with AJ plans to take this away on a later street perhaps. And ace of clubs on the turn, so if there's ever a card to do it on, this is probably the best in the deck.
AJ with the king, queen. After a check from Jimmy. 2.2.
Yeah, no, Jimmy just letting the up and down go.
Did I drink in the White Swan in Donny? No, I just went out for nights out from Rotherham. There used to be a bus, and then you used to have to get a taxi home if you were late, or you used to get the last bus, which was like 12:30.
That's got to be the most popular pub name, isn't it? The White Swan?
No. Do you know the most popular pub name in the country?
I don't.
Oh, I should have done it.
Should have done it.
Red Lion.
The Red Lion
Is the most
not
popular,
the White Lion.
Is the most popular pub name in the country.
Yeah, I've got one for
Or
you.
it was, but now obviously a lot of pubs have closed down in the last few years.
What is the most common street name in the country?
Ooh. Main Street.
This is a good one. This is a good one.
Main Street.
Not Main Street. It's when you think about it, it's a really easy question.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was Main Street. 7th Heaven in Donny. Ho ho ho.
Not First Street. There we are. Ricky Kebab straight in.
High Street.
High Street.
Oh.
Everywhere's got a High Street.
I'll see. You never see Low Street. High Street. Oh, Main Street was a good guess.
Ricky Kebabs always gets the questions right when there's no giveaway.
High Street.
So Phil has called the Jack 8 of hearts here. Action is on Jimmy. Looks like going to be squeezing with the ace 4 of clubs.
It might work.
Fine tower. Sizing's fine. Hand selection, think's fine as well. Ace blocker in there, suited wheel ace. And all these dead chips out here, so much out there to win for Jimmy. Really nice from him, this. Size and choice, I think, spot on. If we are going to 3-bet squeeze, this is the remit we want to be in. And then if we are going to have a bluff, nice to have that ace blocker in there, nice to be a suited wheel ace as well. So everything looks really good here from Jimmy, and I think he's going to get this one through.
Neil Wolford says, are you planning on playing outside of Vegas if you have an ITIN number? You need an ITIN number for Vegas.
Yeah, but basically, Neil, when I cashed in Vegas, they basically wanted to take like 30% of my winnings at the cage. They said you need an ITIN number. If you haven't got one, we can withhold your money and come back and collect your old winnings when you've got your ITIN number. So that's basically it. I didn't want to just get a like 8k cash and leave 2.4k, just write it off. So I said just leave it out there, ready for me in Vegas when I go this year. Got my ITIN number now, so can collect in full.
Lovely.
Yeah, if you are going there, guys, WSOP, I suggest getting that sorted before you go.
Did tell you?
Yeah.
And you just thought, I'll get one and then we get there, and I'll get one when I get there, and then it were like, whoa, takes 6 months.
Yeah, 6 months took for mine.
Some places do it for you, don't they?
Well, yeah, that's what happened. The first event I played was the Summer Classic at the Win.
Yeah.
Ended up cashing it and gone, obviously, with me payout to the desk, and they give me a form. They're like, you got an ITIN number? I go, no. And then they pointed me in the direction of some guy who was really helpful, sat down with him, went through all the paperwork, and he said, I'll send it off for you, and should be a few months, he said. And then 6 months later, I got it through.
Well done.
King 10 of hearts for Kieran, should be opening this one. Ben choosing to take this ace 10 and 3-bet to 1.2. Nice from Ben. We'll have some 3-bets here with this hand. Ace 10 off. Nice one to have in that. Big TR defending. No. 6-3 of clubs. Kieran has to call now. And does. And Trev. Cold call in the 3-bet with 6-3 suited here, wants to get involved.
He's on form. 5, King 9, 2 downs.
Yeah, so board expects Ben when check 2 to continue fairly frequently here. Ace of diamonds in there as well. But choosing to check behind. Well, actually a well-timed check from him, because Kieran would have been calling with the King 10. And we got Trev here turning double gut shot, 6-3 suited, bottom of range. Looks like he's thinking about firing. It starts with a check. And Kieran checking once more, and now delayed C-bet here from Ben. Thought this might go bet from Kieran, but mixing in a check again with the top pair. Ben now firing for 2.5k, and if we're cold calling a 3-bet with 6-3 suited as Trev, flop checks through and then we turn a double gut shot. Highly doubt that we're ever going to fold here as TR.
Going for the 4 of spades.
Or the 8. Or the 8.
Or the 8.
Double gutted. 4 or an 8.
Kieran, top pair, bit of a decision. Only got 7.8 behind the line.
It's a tricky spot for Kieran because now that Trev's called, obviously a bit wary about his range, but once flops check through and then Trev checks turn and we also check turn, like Ben might do this tower with 10s, jacks, queens, something like this, maybe a 9x type holding. Let's see, ace of clubs on the river, so Ben does get there and should be checked over to him. And now we're going to go for value after finding this 3-outer on the end. And now Kieran going to have to call this off for his tournament life. But how often do we expect Ben to be delayed c-betting his ace-x, ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10, this type of stuff? Remember, it's a 3-bet pot as well. We've gone 3-way and a 3-bet coup. Ben checking back flop, surely. Ace-king plus, like ace-king, king-queen. I'm going to be c-betting fairly frequently, so that might be going through Kieran's head that Ben didn't have much on the flop, but how often is he delayed c-betting here with some ace-highs? It's a question he's got to ask himself. It makes it discipline and laid out.
Connery says, do all payouts in America require an ITIN or is it over a certain amount?
It's over 5k. Yeah, had a couple of smaller cashes which managed to get the money there and then, but I think it's anything over 5k, Connor.
Yep. There's Claret G. Telling us it's over 5. Right, it's cup of tea time. I'm getting in preparation for the question. Anything?
I'll have a cup of tea, Tower.
Paul?
Never go wrong with a cuppa.
No, never go wrong with a cuppa.
I'm really confused. I'm trying to find a schedule for a GUKPT that all says December. Is this actually live? Yes, this is live. We're at the Vic Daniel on Edgware Road, Grosvenor Casino. This is day 1B of the main event.
Where are you trying to find the schedule? Ask him that.
So, loose limp here from Ben and Phil. Loose ISO, and then Jimmy just with the punishment. Going to get this through. 6-4 off for Phil Tate. Is this right? I'll put a schedule up for the year after this hand, Daniel. Yeah, it wouldn't be on the Vic site, the schedule. It'd be on the GUKPT site if you want the full schedule, but I'll throw it up for you anyway. What's happening all year long after this hand, as Phil here may be turning a wheel draw and 6 high flush draw, but I'm not sure if this is the hand that Phil's got here. This is a 3-bet pot opening 6-4 off and calling a 3-bet out of position. Seems a bit optimistic, so we will see if we get to showdown. Ace diamonds on the river. Going to like to see that from Jimmy's perspective here, making it less likely that Phil does hold an ace in his hand. Also got the jack of hearts as well, blocking some of the plausible flush draws here. And looks like 4.5 on the end here from Phil. So fairly hefty ties in, over half, 60%. And Jimmy with the jacks, tough spot here. But I think against Phil is probably more than capable. I might be paying this one off. For sure he could rock up with it. Ace-X suited, going to be in there. Ace-Jack probably plus. I don't think this 6-4 off is correct. Jimmy does fold, so we'll never know. So here it is. This is the schedule we have got for the year. Somewhere. Nope. Where's it gone? Oh, just taking it out for this. Manchester. That's where we're off to next.
Oh, have you got an exclusive?
Yeah, kind of an exclusive. I was looking for something, so I just pressed this button instead.
You got an exclusive? What did you?
A new button appeared.
Broke my knuckle. I'm here. What happened there?
There's the Manchester schedule.
Oh, we haven't had anything like that in the chat for about 6 months. Spamming comes along, here we go. What's happening in Manchester?
There's
Things.
Mystery Bounty.
Mystery Bounty mini satellites, they're ever so popular.
So we start work on the 8th, that's when we'll start streaming. Cash game on the 8th. So what, we finish on the 22nd.
22nd?
No, 22nd here.
Alright, you're working out days?
2 weeks off.
So you what?
It's like a proper full-time job, this tower.
2 weeks and 3 days off. When it's like a full-time job.
Yeah.
So you get 2 weeks off every time. You go and ask these. Go and ask old Zoltan behind the bar if he works for GUKPT and then gets 15 days off. Go and ask him. Full-time job.
It's as close as it's going to get to one. And there's the Manchester schedule, guys. If you want to screenshot that, you
Are
can.
you going early or are you turning up Wednesday?
I think I'm probably going to go late, a bit later for that one. I might go down early for the mystery. We'll see. I've just got to.
Will you turn up Wednesday early for the setting of the rig, or is it Wednesday evening ready for comms?
Wednesday night I've got the afternoon tickets to Chris Maguire's show. Yeah, so I've got to go and watch that on Wednesday, unfortunately. But
See you Wednesday tea time.
Yeah, Wednesday tea time when the show's finished. I'll give you a call during the interval, see how the rig's going.
Thanks. Thanks for that. Schedule for Manchester.
And 15 minutes, guys. Another giveaway. There is going to be a lot today. We might even throw random ones out every now and again. Suited for Spand, raises to 400, and the Barry here just going to be free betting this one. Tower, I think versus Spand here, I'm happy to free bet call off here, even for 34 big blinds. I'm just going to be making this like 1600. Spam button open. It's going to be, I think, significantly wider than most. Ace Jack just well ahead of the range that Span should be opening on the button here. And there is the 3-bet from Durry, makes it 1.3k. Goes for a small in size in choice than what I expected, and we've got Kieran here. Gold 4-bet rip potentially for 24. Button versus small versus big, ace 10 off here in the big. Can't blame him for thinking about this one, Tower. I would be thinking about taking this myself, especially if Durry's aware of Spand and who he is, knows that Spand's going to open so wide on the button, so then Durry's going to 3-bet lighter and 3-bet more hands from the small, and then this ace 10 becomes a nice little 4-bet bluff candidate to potentially rip in for 24 bigs. However, what I will say, Kieran, how often does he think Durry's going to fold once he's then getting a decent price to call if we do elect to shoves, but still going to take the spot? So does 4-bet rip here for 5.1. And don't mind it all, Tower, as I said, button versus small, we're in the big here, ace 10. I think more than the viable candidate to send into the middle. And Durry with the ace jack here. I'm loving life. You can see getting just south of 2-1 on the call. And he's going to pay it off. And Kieran knows already. Slight grimace there. He's going to need some help. Ace 10 for him. And ace jack for Durry.
Queen 4-3, no help for the ace 10.
Well,
Hearts are now playing.
So these are heart or a 10 to survive, and it's a lady.
The jack will play. Unlucky Kieran. Kieran eliminated. Chris Tennant just going into the booth just to final check the answer.
Oh. Seven, 4 of clubs. So Trev, good enough for him. Raises to 5. And then in the big blind, ace 9 suited. 3 betting to 1.5, and Trev gonna come along for the ride. Don't mind a 3 bet here from Ben. Love the 3 bet now on ace 9-8. Rainbow board, and a snap check from Ben, trying to induce something from Trev, and Trev does pick up cut shot and club draw on the turn. Now Ben firing for 2.5, big sizing, 2.5 into 3.2, so 80% pop on the turn from Ben, and 7 of hearts on the river. 4.5k size of choice. Trent Con hero here with a 7. Is he thinking about the raise here? Trying to rep a 10.
Go.
Might be going for it here, Trev, once he deliberates for this long. Never hero calling this spot in a 3 bet coup, even lose to some bluffs potentially, so thinking about the raise, but lets it go, thinks better of it. And Ben with the ace 9, pot going to go his way. Cheers, John Perkins.
Hi JP.
We rode our luck a bit the first session on string, and then we had enough chips to basically just fold for the rest of the day. Had to get one shove through before that.
Alright, bit of fools coming out.
Are you ready, Tower? You look ready.
Do I look ready? Don't know what you mean. We're going to be giving away another £150 token at 4 o'clock. Get yourselves ready, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute beauty. Oh, you love it. You love it.
Can't wait.
To be fair, John, I could have blinded away to half a big blind, me. Like Jay said, he just needed that one double up to make him a little bit more secure. I would have had to play something myself.
It does help when you flop top 2 versus top pair, top kicker, Tower, and all the money goes in.
Yeah, the Jack King was cool. Also helps the guy just flat in pre with,
Yeah,
with
I
the
know,
ace
yeah.
king.
Yeah. A lot of things had to go right for me that hand for me to get the not double but close to double. I think I'm going to be spending my first part of it next week.
Are you?
In Coventry.
Oh, are you going down, are you?
I think I am.
The 25.50.
It's a 25.50, so it's a bit bigger one, isn't it? So I think I'm going to venture down to Coventry.
Nice.
And play the 25.50. I might just go on the Sunday, play the turbo in the morning, hopefully make day 2 and be there all day.
Nice one. Should be some beauties around there. Coventry, Liverpool, Glasgow, Reading and Sheffield have a deep stack.
And if you want one there, I can pull some chairs and tables apart, so when you're there next month, just you've got a head start with setting up the rig if you want, Tower. I'll move some stuff around, make some room. So there's the 25s and 25.50s and deep stacks we've got throughout the season. Potential action here because we've got Darry with the ace king and Ken Wong with the 10s. Going to be a free bet from Darry. Oh wow, someone acted out of turn behind him. He's got a free bet behind him. I'm just flatted now, Tower. Just have to, right? You have to just call the 700, then back raise once it comes back to us. And there is the call from Darry. So the action of Ali is going to stand.
Whoa.
And Ali does actually have the goods here with the ladies. And Ken here, going to just call with the 10s, I expect. I'd be wary of Darry as well. Darry seems like he knows what he's up to at the table, and once he's seen this free bet out of position, he's not going to call with a hand that's not going to at least continue to the free bet. Like if he had like ace 10 off here, how he just passed because he knows he's not going to continue that hand to the free bet. So once he flats, knowing the action already behind him, like Ken's just aware of that. On the ball, Ken with the 10s there, just folding the 10s to a single free bet, and it has to be to do with the fact that Darry here has just called his open, although he knew that Ali had free bet out of turn behind him. And here comes the back raise that we were expecting. There it is from Darry.
Ken's now thinking it was the right thing to do.
It's annoying, Tower. You've just come to the table, you got your receipt still in your hand, you got your fresh 20k stack, you sit down, you get dealt Queen's first hand, and now you're faced with a 4-bet. And this does look super strong from Darry. It's just the flat when we've acted out of turn and then he's ready to back raise here. It does look really nutted, but Queen's here for Ali. can't see him folding. Might be the first hand factor. I've literally just sat down. I don't want to bust first hand.
Makes the call.
Maybe looking for a board that doesn't contain an ace or a king, but there is an ace. Things you love to see from Darry's perspective. Ace of diamonds is a bit of backup as well. 4-bet coup here, tower, ace high board. Going to be really small size and choice from Darry if he does choose to bet, and it looks like a check.
Yeah, he did check.
So mixing in a check here with this ace king.
Does Ali fall into the trap?
No, he's just got an easy check behind here, tower. Doesn't really need protection or hand other than from a king, so we have an easy check as Ali, as he does. And after this hand, guys, we're going to have the giveaway.
Are we?
Apparently so.
Yes. Baby. Yes. Here comes
Yeah, delay C-bet now.
the C-bet.
And the thing is, if I'm Ali here, I'm probably just happy to fold. Like, I don't think Darry ever has a bluff pre-flop after we, like, you'd be some sort of sicko to see the 3-bet behind you and then just flat so we can back raise as a 4-bet. You'd have to be a sick guy to be able to pull that off. So I just think this is never going to be a bluff from Darry pre. So we don't really beat anything. Literally, 10s isn't going to be in there. Jacks we're now behind to as well. And a very good fold serve from Ali. Didn't get attached to the ladies. Didn't put in a street post flop. So, Tower, we ready?
Show me, old cocker.
Got my paper.
Have that ready.
It's empty.
It doesn't need to be that big.
It does need to be that good.
It does not need to be that big.
Is it a single digit?
No.
Oh.
No. But, question,
Yes.
very relative to this table.
Okay. Quick rundown on the rules, guys, because we might have a few that have just tuned in for the first time. You're looking for my answer, not the correct answer. You can't Google it. 2 guesses, you will be disqualified. You can't win a penny. Winner of this is going to win themselves £150 live satellite seat for the UK Open in Coventry next month.
I'm coming up with some bonzers this week.
Oh.
I must admit I'm on fire.
Can't wait. What we got?
C3.
Yep.
Jimmy Kebe
Yep.
is a footballer.
Yes.
He's just retired.
Yes.
How many games did he play in his career?
How many games did he play in
Yes.
his career?
Jimmy Kebe, C3, is a former footballer. He is a retired right winger. How many games did he play in his career? What a great question relative to this table, because C3 is a Togger player.
I'm in.
He's in. So
I
now you
am
can
in.
start guessing.
Good luck, everyone. We'll reveal it about 1:15. Get your guesses in. How
Get your
many
guesses in?
appearances for that man in seat 3?
In his career, he played for Reading, Crystal Palace, Leeds United. He played in France because he's French. Jimmy Kebe, seat 3. How many did he play in his career? Get your guesses in, 1 guess per person. We do check. We have a double guesser corrector connected to our chat boxes. Jimmy Kebe is all in actually with Ace Queen, and unfortunately Tricky Trev has got the boots. I asked the question at the right time because you never know, he might not be at the table in 5 minutes. What a time to ask a question about Jimmy Kebe. How many career games did Jimmy have? How many? So Trev's and Jimmy is gone in bang to rights. Ace Queen for Jimmy. He can't lose. Jimmy Kebby can't lose.
Not while the giveaways
Not
on.
while the giveaway's on. Oh, here we go. Here we go. There's no way he's losing. We've got a question about him. He can't lose. Oh, boom, Jimmy.
Towers called it.
Sorry, Trevor.
You won 60 bag last night, Trevor. You treated the boys to a few pints, and this is what you get. Tower rooting for you against your aces. Unbelievable.
Oh, dear.
So Jimmy does double with the ace queen suited. Cracks the aces.
There he goes. So how many career games did Jimmy Kebby have? And he played 4. Lawns. He went on loan to Charleroi and Bologna, and then he came to England to play for Reading, Palace, and he had I think he had a month's spell at Leeds.
What, you #1 Jimmy Kebby fan in the world?
I'm the man. I tell you what, I'm the man. Let me tell you.
Charleroi. What league are they in, Tower? The old Charleroi.
I think I went to that match. France League 2, I think.
Look at this.
What are they in?
France League 2.
There you go.
Unbelievable. Have you been all out reading facts on Jimmy Kebby?
Well, luckily he came to the table for the second session.
A6 for Ben in the hijack. Raises the 7, and AJ here in the cut-off. Going to 3-bet the ace queen fairly often here. May flat some of the time, but versus LP, I think this is just going to be a 3-bet. He's going to mix in a flat on this occasion, and that's going to bring Phil into the pot with the 4s. Jimmy might come along now with a 9-7 suited. Just keep guesses coming in. How many appearances in his football career did that man have there? Jimmy Kebby in seat 3 is the question Tower's got for us. You want my answer, not the correct answer. We'll reveal the right answer around 15:15. Plenty of guesses coming in, so much participation from you guys. Good to see.
Loving it, loving it, loving it.
Well, Jimmy's going to take the aggressive route here, not going to pill, going to take the squeeze option, bumps it up to 4.2k. The right answer 10 past will give the correct answer at 15:15. As if I'm AJ here, I'm probably not going to be folding ace queen. We're pretty under repped ourselves, just flatted the hijack open originally.
This is a J thinks, not a Tower thinks. We'll give you the right answer straight after this hand. The correct answer.
How are you doing, Barry Neville? Good afternoon.
All right, Buzzer.
And AJ actually goes for the 4-bet back raise there. And snap fold from Jimmy. AJ takes a nice one without seeing a flop.
So there we go. Great question, because seat 3 doubles up with ace queen of clubs. and was lucky mascot. We asked how many career games did Jimmy Kebe have. He moved over from France, and in total he played 281. There's no giveaway there. You can tell he plays poker for a living. Nothing. If you got hooked out of that, good luck. 281 was the correct answer, but that's not the answer we want. We want what's inside this nugget up here. And we'll give you another 3 minutes.
Wendy's always trying to win extra tokens from the table.
Unbelievable.
Wins a 5k package last week, and this year's trying to take our lovely viewers £150 live satellite tickets away from
She
them.
takes 2.5% off you.
I know, unbelievable. Good luck, Wendy.
Good luck. Mickey Spillane's in the building. How are we doing, Mickey? Hello, Pete. Pete's going to ask for what scores on the doors and what's the question. Guaranteed. The question is for the final minute. How many games in his football career did Seat 3 Jimmy Kebe play? And it's what Jay thinks, not the correct answer, because the correct answer is 281. He was a right winger. Well, Julie, you never know. Jay might have gone way too high as well. He was quick. He was quick.
Oh my word. Trev raises and Ben just 3-bet rips the King 7. And Trev snaps it off with Ace Queen.
I ain't surprised. Now then, Ben. Needs a 7 or a King to survive. Well, Trev is going to get back to starting stack. Apart from poker, what does Jimmy do now? It says he's a professional poker player on his page. The Queen is no good. So Trev doubles back to starting. So then, guys, we asked, you've got 30 seconds. We asked, seat number 3, very relative to the game, to the question. Seat 3, footballer, just retired. How many games in his career? And then went all in with Ace Queen. We thought we were going to lose him, and then busted aces. Dazan San, 1991 is the last guess. You've got 10 seconds. There we go. The last couple of guesses coming in. Finn has guessed 399. Jay Ware has guessed 341. Any more? Any more? Any more? Darren Hughes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hush! That is it. Simone has just had last guess. Josie on 377 is the final guess. So we went for Jimmy Kebe because he's sat in seat number 3. Have you heard of Jimmy Kebe, the footballer?
Yeah.
Did you ever see him play?
Yeah. Well, not go and watch him physically, but like on the telly. Yeah.
So he had a decent career.
Yep.
281 in total. How did you come up with your answer?
I just
No more guesses now, ladies and gentlemen. No more guesses.
I literally just went for footballer. I average 15 seasons as a footballer.
15?
Yeah.
Is it?
18 to 33, like usually for an outfield player, isn't it? Obviously, assuming you break into the first team at that age. But I went for 15 seasons, around 40 games a season with cup and everything. So I'm way off the actual answer.
So Rachel Riley over here came up with
just under 600. I went for 582.
582.
And we had someone who actually got it 2 off on YouTube.
2 away.
2 away. I'm still scrolling.
There
Where are
you
they?
go.
Yogboat on YouTube.
Yes, 584.
So let us know you're there, Yogboat. We need a claim. And then I will need your full name and your date of birth. If you don't want to post it in the chat box for people to see, then you can private message me on Twitter, as it is activated for GUKPTs.
So there we go. Yogboat's here.
There we go.
Well done, Yogboat. Real name and your date of birth. If you don't want to post it in the chat, stick it in a message to Jay and he'll stick it down. And you'll be playing in Coventry, trying to get a seat into the millions.
Ben raising to 600 here with aces. God, we've seen some hands to start the day, Tal. The first couple of sessions have just been hands everywhere. And AJ with tens.
Yeah, I saw that, Kev. 572.
One of the first answers as well, Kev. You used the first name down on the piece of paper I used to write who's winning at the moment. You were on my paper for a bit, Kev. A good 15 seconds, I reckon.
You did, John. John was one away.
John was there as well. John was 3 away. 585. John Perkins guessed.
Scores on the door says Peter, 169 are playing, 131 are left. Several butchers that people have eliminated in the last half an hour. Damien Pilkington Lewis, Cyprian Gerastamescu, Paul Linton, Andy Seddon, Osman Hassan, Martin Helmuth, Gabriel Paoli, and Wadey. All busting out. As we look back at the board to see what tens are doing.
Yeah, we're going to peel the 4-bet here with position.
Yep.
Like Ben's sizing choice here, really nice size to use as a 4-bet.
3-10-3.
Oh my word.
Wowzers, we flop it.
And
we flop the world.
Just loves to see that flop in the nut boat. 582 was my guess, Ben. Only thing I will say, Tal, this is way too large from Ben here. 4-bet coup, 10k in the pot. Like, could go as small as like 1.5, 2k, but goes for the 5k sizing. And it's a 9 on the turn. And I'm guessing this is just going to be an all-in and a snap. Shows the tens, shows the aces. And Ben going to be drawing to 2 outs to stay alive.
And doesn't. It's a queen on the river. So Ben, in seat number 9, has to depart. He doesn't want to. Slowly gets out of the seat and thinks, "Toof."
And still waiting for a message, Yogboat. Still awaiting a message.
Yogboat. Give us a message. Real name, date of birth. Quick, quick.
How are you? All good. Good, good.
For tens, back-to-back tens for AJ. Span been pretty card dead this session, not seen much of him, been short as well. Sometimes all you can do is fold. That's been the case for Andy Back. Cameron fives makes it 700.
So we're up to date with eliminations for Pete Whitehouse. We know that there's 169 playing the event, and in half an hour's time we'll be going on a break. I think it's 60 minutes today. John Lowe. I don't remember that name winning yesterday. Did you get your date of birth yesterday and take it down to a satellite county to claim? What's your real name, John? I know it's not John Lowe.
Twitter handle is at the bottom of the screen.
Yes, Daryl. Got you.
Yep, you just turn up, Daryl. We got everything.
We'll pass all the relevant information on.
You are on an extended 60-minute break.
We'll pass all the relevant information on when we leave and go into the office on Monday.
Yeah, so GUKPT, just drop me a direct message on that, and I'll put you on the spreadsheet. Just need date of birth and full name, and then you turn up to Coventry, and you play whatever satellite you want to play. So Ali makes it 800 with the nines, and AJ suited king here. Looks like he's free betting. Don't mind the free bet here. Suited king blocker in here, but sizing's way too small here from AJ. Need to go at least 3k here at the very minimum. 3.2 is probably the minimum I'd choose, but 2k is just way too small from AJ to be free betting from the small. Now been met with a 4-bet from Ali with the pocket nines, and on this occasion it's actually going to save us some chips as AJ, because now we can just get out of the way. And players are on dinner break live, so we're going to be on dinner break in half hour's time.
We are indeed, and it is 60 minutes. Anyway, thanks for asking, Pete. Yeah, we're all alright, thank you. Won't be Wednesday, but I'm alright now.
I'm Will.
So just got a bit noisy behind us. The guys are leaving for their 60-minute break. They're led out downstairs. They've been fed at the tables, as you know. 6'3", Mr. Bridger. 6'3". Not as towering as some people. Ewan McNicholas.
The guy that won the grand final, can't remember his name, Dan Bedson.
Dan Bedson was about 6'19".
That was
Right, yeah.
6'19".
He was enormous.
Like the great Carly.
He could have been a prop forward. The great Carly. He was awesome, wasn't he? He was great when he came in. Yeah, Simon. I think Simon's 6'5" as well. The one of the floor staff. We'll let you know after the dinner break. We'll let you know. Probably about 7. Not a chance. I love my face. Shall we do a charity boxing match? I don't think of anything worse. A, getting fit, and B, having somebody plaster me snotter all over me cake. No, thank you. It looks like a king of hearts on the river. It is indeed. So we're not seeing what Jimmy has. We called a pre-flop raise. Check called the flop. Check the turn. I don't think he'll have a king. Jimmy bets 1,000.
Yeah, this just looks like always value tower. Queen X. Be surprised if it's not a queen. Well, Jimmy's called flop actually. I was just saying a king deuce deuce flop. Check call. Maybe a deuce. Might even do this with ace high himself. But I just think this is never a bluff, and AJ agrees. What's Jimmy's poker resume like? Let's have a look. He's been playing a while. All the way back in 2014. This is his first cash. Comes second in the WSOP circuit event in Marrakesh. Nearly got a WSOP ring.
Wowzers.
Lost heads up in 2019.
100,000. These drugs that Pete's taking are working. Can you balance a ping pong ball on your nose? No. can anybody? It'd be quite hard, that, wouldn't it? Jack 4, all quiet in the poker room now, everybody's left. Day 1B, the GUKPT main event, first main event of 2023. Check. Can you Tower, says Roy Cyphers, can you confirm the CAF Cup pretty much kicks off the Blackpool GUKPT in March? Thinking of a couple of days instead of just the one. Yeah, I think it starts on the 6th. I'm going to say the 16th. With the... Let me have a quick... See if it's on the app. Fingers crossed it's on the app. I'm having a quick check. No, it's not on the app just at the moment. So, I'm guessing... yeah, Blackpool is... We'll have a quick check of the... Oh, they've gone. Damn. We'll put Manchester there. Blackpool CAF Cup Charity Day is March the 18th. And I'm pretty sure it starts on the 16th, but CAF Cup will start at 12. Get all the preliminaries out of the way and we'll start singing and dancing from 12 o'clock. The Mystery Bounty starts at 8. So the music will stop at 8, and then they have the live music in the club as well from 9 anyway. So that's what we intend to do. 18th for the CAF Cup. I'm pretty sure it starts on the 16th till the 26th. But Saturday afternoon is the charity event. It is the CAF Cup. It is a little bit like Joker's Wild. If you've been to the one in Coventry, or the Stockton Teesside charity night we have in between Christmas and New Year. So that's what that is, but we're definitely on the CAF Cup. It starts at 12, and I think, well, I'm pretty sure the live music finishes at 8 because the Mystery Bounty starts at 8, and obviously that's a serious comp. So we'll have had a lot of fun, we'll have raised a lot of money for charity, and we'll all have a bevy or two, and then we'll go and watch the live band if you're not playing the Mystery Bounty. Queen's for Derek. All falling around to the big blind, who is Andy back. And what we're doing, will he defend with Jack 5 or the suited?
Yeah, we'll Vic and defend here, Tower. Any suited really at this stage. We're happy to defend when it's heads up versus a min click.
King 7-6 rainbow. There's nothing for spanned. Should be a check, bet, fault. Should be. Oh no. You've got a check. Now Span's got the backdoor diamonds.
Span's turned a bit of equity. He is going to pounce on it, Tower. There we go. 1.1k, so 2/3 on the turn. Perhaps setting up a river jam as a bluff hit.
Well, Span leads out. That's 1.1. The Queen's call. 3 of hearts. And just 4k behind the line for Spand. And they're in. All of them.
And we said
on a stone cold.
said that it's probably going to be a double barrel, once barrel in turn here. And Span knows that Durry here, probably the best hand he is going to show up with is a hand like Queens. Once he checks back flop, Span expecting King X just to be firing, so just going after all the 8s through Queens and ace high holdings of our opponent.
What have you got, man? Oh, he's looking at Span, he's trying to talk to him.
Yeah, he won't get nothing off Span, he'll just be there like a statue.
Is he going to make the Queen's fold? Alright, he's getting nothing off the Span. He calls, and that's it for Span, unfortunately, and he shows him nothing. And he shows him. So he makes a call in the end, Darry. Span busting out. May return, or may play the turbo. Off he trots, unlucky Span.
Table 20, seat 6.
Nice one, Pete. We'll catch you later. We're off in 15 minutes as well. For an hour. Span on Twitch says he'll have another go in the main flight with the blinds being relatively small. 1-3 at the minute. Still 60 bigs if you're buying now. Come back after the break, it's 50 bigs at 200, 400. Fantastic structure. 50 bigs at 60-minute levels. Massive.
Yeah.
So Jimmy with the threes. Going to be raising up. Which he does. Makes it 500. You can't make it 500. Not at 1-3. So that's wrong. Don't know what the min raise was too. Oh, sorry, he's bet the flop. I was wondering why he'd bet 300. It was just a min raise pre. And then a call. The bet 500 on the flop of King Jack 7 with pocket threes. Ali has got second pair. King on the river, pairs it up. 2 pair for Ali. Jimmy checks. So heading to the break, 10 minutes to go until the session is over, and a 60-minute break. So we'll be back at 5:50.
And a quick one for the chat box tower, as we got 10 minutes before the break. If you're still tuned in,
what are you doing?
We're just going to throw a quick closer seat at everyone. Just a bit of trivia, and it's something that's going to be pretty difficult to Google.
Is it?
It's going to be...
Are we going to be done in 10 minutes?
Yeah.
You can stay.
Okay, I'll stay, that's fine.
You can stay. There's no correct answer.
So, it's a fastest finger first, guys.
Didn't even know this happening.
And I would like to know, who is the youngest player ever to win a GUKPT main event? So I'm looking for the youngest player ever to win a GUKPT main event. Go. One guess per person as well.
One guess per person.
Jerome Bradpiece.
That was Walsall, 2007.
How old was he?
8. Wasn't Jerome? One guess each.
He was 20 years old, I can tell you that much, when he shipped the GUKPT.
Was he? Jack Oliver's never won one. I don't know the answer, I think.
Mikey Clark was 22. There we go. It's just come in. Who was that?
Who's that?
Hodge Bodkins. Hodge Bodkins.
Whoa, I didn't know that.
Is in.
Charlie Carroll.
Charlie Carroll, back in 2014, when he was only 20 years old, was the Grand Final winner.
Only 20?
Only 20. Shipped the Grand Final.
I remember
for
all the hair.
Ever. Yeah.
All the hair.
Yeah, all the hair. Remember the trousers he couldn't get in with either?
Yeah,
he couldn't get in with his multicoloured trousers.
Hodge Bodkins.
Hodge Bodkins was first in. Just a quick one. We're going to throw a few of them out today, guys, because we've got so much to give away. So it's important you stay tuned, because every now and again we're just going to throw one of them on a random giveaway, random closer seat. Hodge Bodkins, if you can just drop me your alias on Twitch, that would be great. Ricky's got a Stewards inquiry from Ricky.
Why is that? Why is that? Stewards inquiry. Stewards. I'll go back to the board. You have a look at that.
I'm looking.
Question again, it froze.
Tommy Lee. Who is Tommy Lee?
Edinburgh winner.
Edinburgh winner.
Maybe when you pull up these questions, maybe you should know the answer.
I just went through every single final table.
Did you?
From the last 15 years, guys.
Okay.
I went through every single one, and Tommy Lee. That's actually he did look young when he won it. He did look young when he won it. But I'm just having a look at some.
2016 he won. As we go back to the board, as I love it. Charlie Carroll, brilliant. 108,000 he won. Charlie in the GUKPT Grand Final.
Yeah, heads up versus Paul Vaz Nunes.
It was. Anyway, you'll get back to the
Right.
stewards. Stewards.
Yep, stewards is been confirmed from Ricky. I'm going to have to throw another one away now. Oh no. Oh no.
There's no wonder you got
I
the
was
budget. You don't know the
I
answers.
was scrolling through everyone. I was like, he's not.
Oh dear.
I just spent 15 minutes doing that question and it was wrong.
Did anybody guess Tommy Lee? That's the
Yeah, Ricky Kebabs did.
well, there you go then. You have to swap it over, and you have to get Odd Bodkins a 30 because it's an error.
Oh God, Hot Bodkins has just put Tommy Lee. Mike T's put 431.
Oh.
The greatest moment in GUKPT televised history when Everton scored on the live stream. What a time.
Hey.
Calvert, how you doing, mate?
How are you doing, Chris? There was no celebrations from the dealer, was there? So, put the £110 for Tommy Lee.
Tommy, Ricky Kebabs, drop me your alias on Twitch. We'll get you.
Unbelievable techers.
We'll get you that sent. And Hodge Bodkins, I'm gonna do a
forfeit. Dennis Shaw says 18.5 mil. Oh dear. Brilliant.
Is that with a space? I take it. Ricky.
Whose alias was that? On Grosvenor?
Keith Laird.
Keith Laird.
Keith.
Just remember, kids. Keith Laird. I love it. Oh, Phoenix Nights. I might have to watch all 6 of them tonight before I go to sleep. Keith Laird. Absolute classic.
And Hodge Bodkins, your alias as well. We'll throw you a 30, mate.
Sorry,
there's plenty to go.
Well, I'm not sorry. Jay's completely.
There's plenty going on. There's plenty going on this weekend in terms of giveaways.
There is.
You'll have another chance, and you got a 30 coming your way anyway. Yeah, that's my own fault. That's my own fault.
Brilliant. Hodge Bodkins gets himself a token. Oh dear, brilliant. Tommy Lee 18, eh? Remember when Annette won it at 18 as well?
Annette Oberstad, yeah.
Yeah.
What happened to Annette?
No, absolutely no idea. Won a bracelet at 18 in London. Can't do it in Vegas, obviously, because you have to be 21.
Yep.
Yeah, I said, how old was Tony Phillips, Dowie, when the question came out? Tony was relatively young.
Yeah, Carl John's got a good point. He says it's not the right answer, it's Jay's answer. So we've got 5 minutes to go, guys, before dinner break.
I know the oldest.
Who's the oldest, Tower?
Ali Malou.
Ali Malou.
And Dave Smith won Brighton. He was an elderly gentleman.
Annette does makeup videos on YouTube now.
What?
YouTuber.
She's a YouTuber. Well, there you go. Did she? Do you think she packed up because she admitted that she started playing online poker when she was 15? And they might have come after her? Because as in it's illegal.
Play money?
It certainly wasn't play money. Because that was a handle, wasn't it? An at 15 online. I don't know. She burst onto the scene and then disappeared. Two minutes to go until the end of this session. 60-minute break on its way. We are off very shortly.
King Deuce Rainbow. And Barry continuing and Phil just out there.
Trev went for an early lunch. His chips are there. He has gone for an early lunch. I think he went out with Ewan actually. His stack's there. Julie Jules, Jimmy Kebe. K-E-B-E. Jimmy Kebe, ex-footballer. Players are standing up. This could well be the final hand. At the break, 170 are playing. 127 are still in. Lost a few.
At least we're up over 300 now. I reckon that will be 400 at the end of today with tomorrow's buy-ins.
Oliver White, Ariane Akan Kashani, Sandy Corsa, Brad Harwood and Spanders Resort. Tan Lee, Paul Linton busted out. Jake Cody was the youngest person to win the Triple Crown, wasn't he?
Yes. Who was second?
I don't know. I don't know.
I know this one. That, they can't have a stewards on this one.
Who was second?
Neil Farrell.
Was he? Farrell. Good lad.
I only know that because I follow him on Twitter, and if you read his Twitter bio, it goes second fastest player to the Triple Crown, and then in brackets it says "F.U. Jake Cody."
So this is the final hand of the session. Quizmaster's got the sack.
Yep, I've got the sack.
He's off.
I thought, you know what, I'm going to give something away. I'll be nice. I'll make sure I went through everything, looking at all the FTs, everyone who was won it. I was like, no, he's old, he's young, it could be him. And I was wrong anyway. But well done to Ricky Kebabs and Hob Bodkins, 110 and £30 token for you each. We are on an hour break, guys. Going to be back at 10 to 6. New featured table as well. More giveaways, throwing money away today. We will see you in a couple of hours' time. See you soon.
Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moorman 1, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding 2 of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter. Because for an hour with the Tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Phil.
Oh, man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the you know the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid. and I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker, and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot, like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then we at university I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year, and I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships, and we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my like 4 flatmates went on Yahoo, because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat, but still $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run, or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the number one, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah. A lot.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is 5th for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly, this is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It's quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player, played a few tournaments on the side. And I was like, okay, I'm going to have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But so I was like, okay, I can't play on, like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up. And I didn't really know much how to, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, can't take a week off poker. I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. Played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites, because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments than the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came 5th, I think, or something like that in the big full tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale, because, you know, cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, you know, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, you know, levels of. I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, you know, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like, also I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like I just would put different tournaments on, you know, I had like 2 screens, and I'd put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that, and I played, you know, would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger.
Yeah. So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was the career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like, or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No, no. Well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career, because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and, you know, catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence, really. So I went into the I went into the like dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and I kind of was my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone, and I knew my parents wouldn't you know, probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, you know, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded, stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which, but I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible. So they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job. So I had to tell them, you know, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans. So obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he like wrote down every sort of, all the money I had in every poker site, like had all my bank account details, everything. And he gave me 6 months to see how much, you know, essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, you know, at the time, I guess I was like 20, 21 years old. And I was just like, all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just like, I've got to stay in and play poker. Like I have to play every day to just, you know, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And yeah, luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for the my first ever World Series at that point, got smoked there. So that was a bad start because obviously, you know, Vegas always gets you, do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And yeah, that 6 months went well and just kind of went from there, really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I like kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until like 2 or 3 years ago. So yeah, I had to break the news just before the book came out. But luckily, yeah, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Ending Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it good at Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that, like, you know, that's my first tournament cash, but I'd played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. Yeah, as I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one.
Yeah, 2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online, and if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just like dealing, you know, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it. Even like the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, like compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and like just perseverance. And then, you know, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but you know, I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And yeah, I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online, and then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So yeah, it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. And it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linden. And yeah, then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you're actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now. But then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set. And Sam shoved all into me, and in my head, I was like, you know, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff. And I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like it was back in the day when people didn't really call free bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or four betting. Maybe live poker, you know, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop. So I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked, and you know there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had two queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a not six, sevens, eights, nines, tens, all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, oh, Chris Moorman's called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, needle as well as I'm walking up. But yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy, he did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, oh, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long, you know, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't a job. I was just doing what I love doing. So, but yeah, once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and he gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, you know, like making #1, we always thought, oh, wow, maybe, you know, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, you know, suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, you know. And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, you know, it was like to get #1, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroyd.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from #1, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And you know, it was weird. Like even though you sort of didn't know each other that well, like you kind of if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like I met a few of even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who are like in my groomsmen party. I met them through, you know, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why are you
Manchester? This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till I guess I got back from Australia in like March. So it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh, it's gone now. You missed it. Blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And then I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna he was playing a bit of poker, just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino. So a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. But I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We both play the tournament and go up, have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both played the tournament. This was at the stage as well where still dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And so I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing that he's sort of followed online because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trig, a few of the other boys. And on first break, we were all chatting, you know, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this chip stack or whatever. And he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like, you've got some chips now. Play patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks. And yeah, after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like, we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting like two mates kind of thing, adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two. And then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to rail my dad because he was still in. And you know, at first he just wanted to make the money, he had a decent stack. And then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong because he started changing his game, and he played too tight, and he was blinding out, and he got down short. And I tried to tell him on the break, okay, if you get anything, you're going to be big blind after the break. If you get anything in the big blind, just go with it. You know, you're only down to like 8 big blinds or something like that, I think. Yeah, so it's like anything half decent, king 9, whatever, go with it if it's a late position open. And folded to the legend of UK poker, Surinder Sarnar, on the button, and he was chip leader at the time, so he was playing very aggressive, like raising every hand. No one was really playing back at him, and he's 3.5x'd it on the button like everyone did back then. And my dad was in the big blind. He pushed all his chips in like Phil Helmer style. I was like, okay, I'm on the round, like saying, no, he's got a good one here. That's good, yes. And then Surinder's in the tank because, you know, he's probably pot committed at this stage, made it 3.5 big blinds. My dad only had like 8 big blinds, but obviously he's not got a good hand by the way he's tanking. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be in good shape here. And he finally calls, and they flip over the cards. And Surinder had like Jack 5 off, and I was like, oh wow, hopefully my dad's got like him dominated, like jacks, queens, like ace jack, something like that. Yeah. And my dad just proudly flipped over his 10-6 offsuit. I was just like, what the fuck? And then before I knew it, they just dealt the flop, and it came 7-8-9. He just flopped the straight. And he was like, yeah, I told you, I knew. He's like, and then he doubled up there, and he just like turned into a new person. He just like went back to his old self, just going like playing every hand, and got to the final table, and everyone else was trying to ladder up, play ICM, and my dad was just going for it, putting them in a coffin, and ended up getting heads up, and yeah, the rest is history. Like, it was crazy because I was watching. It was so weird watching on the rail because it was out of my control. I couldn't, it was down to him, and I was so nervous for him. But yeah, for him to get the win was just really a fairy tale. And then it kind of like the reality sunk in, because then he started giving me shit for having a bigger cash for the next year of my life. I had to like focus more on live poker because I was like, I can't have this for forever. Everyone in me is to tell them that I was a professional poker player, but he had a bigger cash than me. So, yeah.
Well, he finished 13th in the Champion of the Champions as well, and that's his only 2 Ender mob. Like, that's the only 2 cash he's got on the Ender mob. The Champion of Champions are winning the GUKPT.
No, he always says, I've probably got one of the highest ROIs in live poker, like, because you know, he didn't really start playing much. He played like one World Series poker event, like a 1500. He got some of the boys to buy a piece of him when he came over to see me in Vegas one year. And I think that's about it, really. So he's played like 3 or 4 live tournaments ever, cashed 2 of them and won one. I was like, must be nice. And then he always tells me whenever I go and see him, I go to his house to play online or whatever, and he's playing online as well. And he'll be moaning about all these bad beats he's getting. He's saying, I'm the unluckiest poker player ever. And I'm just like, you do realize how good you ran to win that tournament. Like the tournament was like 100 times him, but yeah.
Brilliant! It was a fantastic story, and something we have actually mentioned it quite a few times. Whenever you do pop up, we're on the live stream, and we do mention yourself, and you've won something big, and we just have to quickly mention that the story of your dad is just, to me, it is one of the nicest and best stories of while we've done the GUKPTs. It really is.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, even, you know, all the highs and lows that I've had in poker, like, it's still like my most memorable moment. It wasn't even involving me directly. Like, it was just surreal. It was, yeah, such a great day.
You touched on Australia. The Aussie Millions in 2011, 721 entries, final table, 7th for 173k. Were you a bit disappointed, or pretty pleased that you finished 7th out of such a massive field?
Mainly happy, because like that was the first time I've ever at that point made a big live final table, so it's such a buzz. And also, like, I was free rolling anyway, because on day one I was chatting with Toby Lewis, and he was kind of mugging off my live game, and I asked him to put his money where his mouth is, so he gave me 5-2, I think, on making day 2 of the tournament, because in that tournament it's quite hard to make day 2. It's a long day 1. But I was like, okay, I'm going to do good in this 20. He was like, no, you're not. I'm not swapping you or whatever. And I was like, what the, you know? So we had a bet. So I was like, what's your max amount? And he said 5k. So I bet max amount 5k at 5-2 that I make day 2, and made day 2 of a good stack. Actually, it was kind of stupid of me. Like, you know, most people, if they got that much money running on it, more than the buying of the tournament, would sort of, you know, play tight near the end of the day. But I was telling my whole table that I had this bet. So then I was just pretending I had basically had the nuts every hand and just re-raising them and going crazy. Even on the last hand of the day, John Eames was on my table, and he knew about the bet, and he raised under the gun. And, you know, we always give John shit for being a tight player. He's raised under the gun. He's the only person who covers me at the table. I've locked it up. There's no need to get involved. And I just see King 4 suited in the calf, and I had to free bet him and, you know, start barreling away, but he folded on the turn. So I was like, but I had absolutely nothing as well. So I showed him there, and he was just like, you're an idiot. But yeah, so I won the bet, and then made a deep run in the tournament. It was really fun. That tournament goes 6 max as well, which is my favorite game, with like on the final couple of days. So yeah, it was really cool. There was made the final table actually with James Keys, like well-known, yeah, blast from the past, and Patrick Antonius is on the final table as well, and I tried to bluff him. That was my big downfall. Tried to fight. To be fair, he tanked for a couple of minutes with trips, so it couldn't have been that bad a bluff. So I was trying to get him to fold a little bit of a worse hand than that. But yeah, so it was believable. But yeah, that was where it all started going wrong for me. And like, but you know, like, still, it was a great score and an amazing experience. And you know, my friends were there watching and stuff, so it gave me the live poker bug and made me want to play more.
You said 2011 was probably the breakout year for yourselves. When you go to the World Series, you've just said that 6 max is probably your best game. 3rd out of 1,378 for 271, and also cashed in the 5k 6 max, finishing 11th. Incredible scores. And then 12 days later, so these 3 events are just going on and on and on. You just missed out on a bracelet. 2nd out of 474 in the 6 max 10k. 3 massive scores, but obviously the bracelet and the runner-up. Was that a highlight low at the time?
No, definitely a highlight. Like, the bracelet didn't, like, obviously it would have been nice, but it didn't mean as much to me then as it would a couple of years later kind of thing. Like, I was just happy to finally, you know, I've been going every year and sort of losing money and then having to get it back online afterwards. And now like have, you know, like the buzz of the final table, all your friends watching, all the British Rail chanting. It was just, I just wanted to do well and not go out, you know, first on the final table, make it deep. And the first one, you know, the 2.5K 6 Mets came third, was just that was, I think, like one of the first rails where everyone was doing shoe bombs and just drinking, which, like, to anyone who doesn't know, is drinking beer.
There.
Yeah, drinking beer out their shoe and going crazy. And I remember actually had like kind of fucked me over on one hand because we were 3 left, and I played this hand where I was in the 9 seat and the guy I was playing was in the 1 seat. I don't know why we didn't all move around. But I couldn't really see him in the hand, so which didn't really bother me because, like, live poker, I kind of wanted to hide anyway. Still at this stage, I wasn't looking for reads on my opponents. And I've opened ace-2 blind on blind, and he's called, and I was kind of short step, and it came king 5-4, and so I got gut shot, and I bet, and he raised. And to me at the time as well, it didn't really make much sense. I felt like he was weak, and I was like, okay, whatever. If he's got king, he's got king. I got an ace or 3 to hit. So I shoved all in, and he tanked for ages. So I'm like, okay, he would have called already if he had a king. So I thought it was going to fold for sure. And like the rails chanting, and then like out of nowhere, there's like a big cheer. So I wasn't even looking. I was just staring at the felt, just doing my thing that I did every time. And I just assumed that he'd folded because they were like cheering that I was chipped the pot. And someone said, show the deuce. And I was like, wow, there's not very often you get the chance to do this. So I just sort of looked across and flipped over the deuce. And then as I'm flipping over, I realized he still had cards. And then now there was another, I'm like, oh no, now what the hell? Like, what's going on here? And then he tanked for another minute, and then he called me with ace deuce. So then we chopped the hand. But like, obviously, I don't know what was going on in the whole hand, to be honest. But yeah, we ended up chopping that hand, but obviously it could have all been different. But no, overall, I was really happy with the results. Like, tough tournaments as well. The 10K 6 Mets was a very tough tournament. I got heads up against the player. I played online a lot at the time, so it wasn't someone that I felt like I had a big edge against. And we played a marathon match, had to come back the next day and finish it off. But yeah, it just didn't work out for me in either of those at the end. But I was still really happy just to be cashing and making runs and final tables. It just felt unreal, you know. It was almost like back to when I first started playing online and started winning. It was back to that feeling because it had been so long in live poker that I'd been playing and not really doing anything. So to finally start making runs was just an amazing feeling. It was kind of better than if I'd have just come straight into live poker and started winning instantly. It wouldn't have been nearly the same rush.
Well, you obviously 2011, and it is just such a fantastic year for yourself, and it'll always be etched in the memory. But it was the first time that the World Series Poker Europe wasn't in London. It moved to Cannes in France. And second again.
Yeah, I work on a heads up game. Nah, this was crazy as well because I kind of felt like I had massive unfinished business in this tournament because when it was at the Empire Casino in London, one of my first big live poker runs, like, it was a really long tournament as well. We were on, I think it was day 4, and we still weren't in the money. But I had a big stack on the bubble, and I was feeling really good, really confident. And even like one of the guys at my table went to the bar just so they could cash. So, you know, there was a weird dynamic where we're just, you know, that blind sitting out. So me and Johnny Lodden had big chips, and we were both taking it in turns. Kind of, there was a mutual agreement almost, but hadn't really clashed yet. But we were both the most aggressive players at the table, building up our stacks. And I was basically, you know, like 99 times out of 100, I'm going to cash in this spot, and let alone, like, I felt like over 50% of the time I'm going to final table because only 27 people cash. So once you're in the money, you know, you got a real shot at making it, especially because I had over 100 big blinds. And we go on dinner break, like free off the money. A bunch of my friends came down, just sort of sweat the tournament. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to cash for at least, I think min cash was real decent, like maybe like £30,000. So it was huge. And I was like, okay, I'll just shout everyone a steak dinner. So we go for a nice steak dinner on dinner break, like 10 of us. Buy everyone dinner, no big deal. I'm going to cash for 30K. Come back. I get kings on the big blind. Kings when the guy in the big blind's not even there. And Johnny Lawton raises, and I'm like, wow, this is going to look bullshit from me, especially like with our history. So he's raised, I've re-raised, he's re-raised. I'm just like, you know, so happy. Not even a thought in the world that I could ever be beat. We end up getting in. He just had aces, and my heart sunk. And I actually had him covered by about 20 big blinds. So I still had, you know, still hopefully I can cash and, you know, maybe I can run it back up. But like, obviously I'm a bit demoralized and a bit shook up. And I played this hand where this guy 3x'd it under the gun, this Scandinavian guy, but everyone 3x back then. And I pocket nines, and he'd been in enough hands, and I decided, I'm not going to fold the cash. I'm going to go for it here, and I'll just go all in. But in my head, I was like, okay, I'm just going to re-raise half my stack because it will look stronger than going all in. I don't know. Weird theory back then. And I've misclicked. So I've re-raised him. And he's like, how much more? And like, you know, he's made 10K and they're like 6K more. So I was like, oh my God. Just kind of trying to keep a straight face. And he like tanks for a bit and then he calls. I'm like, okay, just come a low flop. Just comes ace, king, queen. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. But like, obviously, you know, I got to still try and win it a bit. So I fired out a bet and he tanked for ages and someone called the clock on him. I'm like, okay, he's going to fold. And I'm trying to like project that I've got trip aces here to him, you know, like stay away. And then anyway, after like max time bank, he shoves all in. So then I have to fold that and I'm down to 10 big blinds, find a pair, shove, get called by ace king, lose the flip, and I'm out one off the money. And, you know, trying to avoid the cameras or trying to do an interview, make out the back exit out the Empire, managed to avoid that. But yeah, I was kind of gutted, you know, I almost wanted to burst into tears. It was like one of the lowest moments in poker. At that time, I think that was 2007, I think is the one. John Joanda one. So like, yeah, you know, this was, or maybe it's 2008, but I'd never had a live cash over 10K.
And that won in 2007.
Okay, yeah, so it's 2008. So literally, like you said, my first cash was 2008, and so now this would have been like my third cash. I could have won the tournament for over, you know, like 1.5 million or whatever it was for first. I don't even know, but yeah, I ended up playing for 4 days and got nothing. And then there was EPT London the next week. I was so over it, I wasn't even going to play though, so I didn't plan on playing that. And I've actually woke up on the day, and I've woke up at 9 a.m., which I never did because, you know, I was always playing online all through the night. I woke up randomly at 9 a.m., took it as a sign to go and play that tournament because I was like, I'm never normally up at this time. So I went and got on the waiting list, played the tournament, bubbled that one as well. And that was when I actually, me and All In Stevie and Paul Fulton, we all went to, I told them, all right, I don't want to play online poker for a while, no poker. So we went to Ayia Napa and had like a 3-week holiday there. Didn't even take my laptop. And that's like basically the longest break I ever took from poker. But yeah, I was on life tilt after those 2 tournaments. So especially the first one, it was the worst. So I always thought like I had unfinished business in the Europe main event. Like the actual WSOP main event just seems so unattainable because you have to beat thousands of players. Whereas this one, you know, the field size is a lot smaller, like 500 normally. But, you know, it's a much tougher tournament. But I felt like this one was more winnable and a great structure. And I just was like, every year I was pumped for the tournament. So, yeah, it was to make a run at it was really cool.
$2.3 million live in 2011, and you were still number 1 online.
Yeah,
how do we even juggle these two to stay ahead of the game while you were number 1 online? Because that was just a fantastic year for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't do a lot other than play poker. Like, actually, it was the start of 2012 that I realized that, you know, I needed a bit more life balance, and I sort of New Year's resolutions. I hit up Jason Kuhn in Facebook chat, and I'd sort of just been eating really bad, put on a ton of weight, like just through poker, and I was feeling bad about myself. Like even though I was doing amazing at poker online and live, feeling really good about that, I just wasn't feeling great about life outside of poker. So that's, I think, like why I kind of almost dived into poker even more, because that was the only thing that was giving me happiness. So I kind of, start of the year, you know, everyone gets New Year's resolutions. I was like, okay, I need to make some changes here. So I kind of, on a whim, hit him up and said, oh, I was living in Cyprus with some of my horses after Black Friday at that point. And I was like, well, do you fancy coming to Cyprus? And I'll back you for some EPTs and stuff. And if you'll sort of be my personal trainer and chef, it's like kind of like a trade-off, because I knew he was like the healthiest guy in poker. And so I kind of just, at the time in my head, I did it to like make myself, at least I'm trying. I didn't think he'd jump at the idea or anything. I just thought, at least I can tell myself that I'm trying to make a change. And then he was like straight away, he was like, okay, I booked the flight. I'm then in 3 days' time. I was like, oh shit. And then, at the deep end, I went from like not going to the gym for sort of 10 years to going like pretty much every day, and not, he was cooking clean food. And I had like 2012, I think in the first 6 months, I ended up losing like 50 pounds or something. So it was a big change and something that I really needed, because it was getting, it was one of those things that I had let it slip so much that it seemed like it was unattainable, and I was never going to do it myself. So I needed to kick up the backside kind of thing. So yeah. That's
awesome. We've got 30 online Triple Crowns. Now, for people out there that don't know what an online Triple Crown is, just tell them how good you actually are. What is the Triple Crown?
It's pretty easy, really. You just have to win three tournaments with a 10K prize pool, and you have to have over 100 people in them. But in a week, but they have to be all on different sites as well. So that's the harder part. Is if you're playing every day, you play a lot of tournaments, so you can win 3 tournaments in a week. Not too, it's not too out of the ordinary, but winning 3 on different sites, a lot of time you get the first 2, like PokerStars, pretty easy one to get because you're playing a lot of volume on there, and then you get the first 2, and then it would be really hard to win the third one because you'd only have a couple of options to win the third one. But yeah, once I was kind of, that always inspired me to, because like week to week the grind can become a bit monotonous. But say I won 2 tournaments on 2 different sites on the Monday and the Tuesday, I'm like, okay, now I've got 5 days to win. So I was like, okay, I've got to be in every day, otherwise I can't win it. So I got hooked on winning them, and you don't get any, there's no real other incentive for it, but it was definitely like something I strive to do, and like I wanted to be the leader. And once I got in the lead, I didn't want anyone catching me, so I kept grinding them hard. But yeah, I always wanted the live one, but it's eluded me so far. I'm two-thirds of the legs through, but yeah, 30 online is not too bad.
We'll get there. 2007 your first online Triple Crown, and 2019 your last. That's incredible consistency over the years. Do you think 30 will ever be matched?
It's like weird, because it's much harder these days, because like people don't put their screen names out there on some of the sites, and back then there was more sites you could play on. You could play on PokerStars France, Winamax. I mean, now I think you have to have like a European bank account and stuff to play on Winamax. So there was a lot more options. Now now I live in the US, I only really get to play PokerStars and that when I'm in UK, or like travel for a series to Canada. So yeah, now it's pretty much impossible for me to do it. And other people it's not as easy with less sites. So who knows? I mean, so that's good. I know. Yeah, I'm sure someone will beat it one day, but it's fine.
Well, I was gonna say, do you think you'll ever get it back, or all the grinding days, the long nights, the long days, have they just gone now? Is it the last time you were number 1 was 2014?
Yeah.
So and you've just more or less said that grinding nowadays like that is just a thing in the past. Is that number 1 slot gone forever?
Yeah, I'm sad to say it, but yeah, I don't think I'll ever put in the volume to get it back. Like, I'd have to, like what I'd have to do is like, win one of the huge tournaments where it's like 2 or 3 million for first kind of thing that they have once a year, and then and then still have the sort of heart to want to get it after that, because you get a lot of points for that. So you could if you put the volume in for a couple of months after that, you could theoretically do it. But then if you just won 2 million, are you really gonna want to play poker every day? But like in my head, if I did that, maybe I would try and get it back then. But yeah, realistically, been there, done that. But yeah.
Being the best in the world is never something bad to be said about anybody, and you've done it on more than one occasion. So it's always in the bank. It's always there. But one of the reasons why you lost the #1 spot is because you went on and won a WPT. Just the LA Poker Classic, 534 runners and just over $1 million. Is it a big relief having a WPT?
Huh?
Was it a big relief at the time, getting yourself that WPT?
I mean, it was just a big relief finally winning heads up, to be honest. I was like, oh, you know, Dempsey was always giving me shit for losing heads up. So I was like, if I lose this one, he's going to have a field day. So yeah, it was just nice. And also at the time, I'd actually been on pretty much my biggest ever downswing. I had to get the backing of horses has gone really bad. I'd had to get rid of everyone. I'd actually sort of, even though I'd won all those tournaments before, I'd not been smart with the money, and I had to pretty much start all over again. I was down playing low stakes, $10 rebuys, like the lot online. I still enjoyed doing that anyway, but now I actually needed to like build my bankroll back. So I hadn't really been playing any live poker for sort of a year. I'd just been taking a break and playing online, trying to build back to bread and butter, build sort of my roll back. And I've been in quite a negative place as well. You know, I've been that guy who's sort of been seeing other people winning and moaning about it and saying, oh, I'm better than them. Why that, you know, just like the guy you don't want to be really. And I started working with well, not through choice. Like my wife basically had enough of me being like negative. So she sort of put me in contact with this mind coach guy, Stephen Simpson. And he'd worked with a couple of people that I knew, like Liv Barry and a few other people. So I gave him a shot. He actually flew to Vancouver. I was playing online in Vancouver at that time. And he flew to Vancouver on a whim, didn't offer him anything at the time. He just said he wanted to have a meeting. He'd obviously read up about me and knew that, you know, I had good potential as a client and stuff. And I met up with him. I came in pretty like, I just meet the guy, but like, nah, I'm not going to work with him. But I actually got a lot out of it and met with him a few times and went on a good online heater, enough that I was comfortable sort of buying into this 10K event and just selling a bit of action to a friend. And yeah, played the live tournament and just ended up winning it. It was surreal. It was crazy. Like, it still feels not real to me now because I've been in such a sort of bad place, not doing well, and in the space of a couple of months of talking to this guy, it sort of flipped my mindset completely. And I still work with him to this day, you know, like five plus years later, just check in with him once a month or whatever, and really recommend it. Like, but it's so, at the time I was completely against it. I was like, I can sort out my own problems, but really, you know, two heads is better than one, especially someone who knows what they're doing, you know. So yeah, like I came into the final table. The final table was one of those ones. The final table didn't even go to plan. I was chip leader with 4 left, and then I basically threw away a lot of my chips with some dodgy hands. Misread my hand on the final table, one hand where I thought I had a straight. I think the board was like 4, 5, 6, 7 queen. So pretty scary board. And I thought my opponent just had like a queen, so he wouldn't call that big of a bet. And I had Jack 3 of hearts in my eye, so I missed the flush draw on the flop, but I backdoored into like the low end of the straight. So I was in my head, I was like, okay, I don't think the guy's going to call more than like 50% pot here. So I bet 50% of pot on the river, and he's tanked for a couple of minutes and called. I'm like, okay, good, got max value. And I go flip over my hand to show the winning hand, and I actually had Jack 2 of hearts. So I didn't have the straight at all. And so like, obviously, and in my head, you know, if I had known I didn't have the straight, I would have, against this guy, I would have bet a bit bigger because I didn't think he would call a bigger bet. So yeah, I gone from that. So, you know, that's the swing of being chip leader to being last place. Like, you know, the stacks were that close. And somehow I ended up coming back and won a freeway all in with 3 left, which was just probably my most memorable hand of poker ever. To like get heads up, and then after doing that, I was like, I have to win heads up after, you know, being 1 card away from being eliminated, and now this time I have to win, and I did. So it was amazing sort of feeling.
And then 2017, we get the bracelet. We get the bracelet, the 3K6 match.
Finally, yeah.
Just short of 1,000 entries, and it's really weird because the video's been online in the last few days. Can you remember that rail? What's it like having a British rail, man?
Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, especially because like the last few years, like the World Series hadn't been that many final tables for British people, and so yeah, it was nice to sort of. I was telling everyone I just want to get a final table so we can have some positive sort of morale and have a British rail and layer up a few spots and yeah, and the final table was like one of those dreams that normally you wake up from and it's like you realize it was a dream, but like I just ran so hot on the final table. Against the other big stat, the other best player at the table, I had top set in a free bet pot against him and he had top 2 pair, for all the chips. So that basically allowed me to sort of bully the rest of the table. I get heads up with this Brazilian player, good online player, and then he makes a comeback, stalemate. We're playing heads up for like 3.5 hours or something crazy, And I was just like, oh my god, am I ever gonna win one of these things? And yeah, to finally get over the line was it was really really cool, and just have all your friends there cheering for you. It didn't finish till like 4 a.m. It was late finish, but we still went out afterwards. Yeah.
When you stood on the back rail and everybody's behind you and you're all looking up at the screen and you're waiting for the final card to come and then they just mobbed you. Just fabulous.
Yeah, I think I got in trouble for breaking the TV or something. Someone pushed me into it.
So we got 2 and 3 on the Triple Crown. The EPT has eluded you. Are we going to chase it? Will we wait for it when we come back to the live poker and the EPT comes back? And is it something you want to get the live Triple Crown, or is it just happens if I happen to be there?
Probably just happens if it happens, because like the thing is, I only really play. There's not even many like. That's definitely the hardest one of the 3 to win. If you just need a WPT or a World Series bracelet, there's so many events you can play, and even the WPTs, a lot of them are re-entry. So you can buy yourself a stack and stuff like that. But the EPTs are freeze out or 1 re-entry, some of them now. But there's only 4 or 5 of them a year, I think, and most of them I don't go to. Like the only ones I really ever go to, I always go to Barcelona. And that's about it, really. Like I used to go to the Caribbean one, and so yeah, no, realistically it's going to be tough, but obviously the funny thing was I actually had 29 Triple Crowns and I wanted the 30th one to be the live one, and
that would have been nice.
That year I was doing good. I was like chip leader on day 1 in EPT Barcelona, obviously so far to go, but I was in the money and I was actually feeling, oh my god, this could be it. Like even though there's still 100 and something players left at this point, I was like, you never know, this would be really cool just to finish it off in that, but unfortunately it didn't work out. But yeah, I had a few deep chances in EPTs. I think I final tabled EPT London. My mum came up to watch and she gave me the needle because she came, well, it's not even that far a journey. She lives in Essex, so it's like an hour on the train to come up to rail, and I came in only with 20 big blinds, so I reshoved 7s or something and got called by ace queen and lost the flip, and I'd like get away from the table and she's like, you done? I'm like, yeah. Yeah, like, I'm always wait for that. I was like, yeah. So, yeah. Another one. She always used to give me, like back in the day when I was doing bad at live poker as well, she'd always say that she'd watch some poker on the TV and they all wore sunglasses, and maybe that's what I needed to do because I was giving away tells and stuff. So I think actually one year I got to the stage where I was like, oh, fuck it, I'm going to do it. So it was like a 25k Bellagio big tournament, and I was on day 2 and I didn't know anyone on my table, so I was like, okay, I'm going to do it. So I went to day 2 and I put on the sunglasses indoors, felt like an idiot, made the most standard raise ever, like ace-5 suited or something, and everyone tanked a little bit before they folded. It was one of those weird ones where everyone maybe had like half a decision or was just still asleep because it was first hand of the day, and it wasn't even a big hand. I won the hand and I just felt so nervous, my heart was beating. I was just like, I was just like, I feel like an idiot wearing sunglasses indoors. So that was the one hand I ever played wearing sunglasses. So I got 100% record on it, but yeah, I just can't do it.
Obviously this year the World Series.
It'll be 2 hours. Maybe, depends. What time the guys are coming back. Yeah, not bad. Yesterday I wanted to complain. Today. I started at 2 and I finished after 12 hours and a half. 2 hours and a half.
Welcome back, everybody. We are just about to start the next session. Here he comes. Looks like he's been out in the snow. Is it snowing?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Cold, very cold.
Not yet. 2019, 2020, 2020, when we did the lockdown interviews, and that was a repeat of Mr. Chris Moorman. Hope you enjoyed it. He is a class fella. Saw him in Vegas the year after, and we had a chat about it. And he's just a great fella to chat to. Mad Turk looks like he's playing outside. Sat in seat 6.
It's cold. It's cold even in the room when I come out. It's a bit nippy.
Is it? Us Northerners.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Sit here naked if I could. We are just about to start the next set, Sion.
More giveaways coming up this session.
With the correct answers.
We're throwing them away. We've still got six live £150
I've got one for
satellites,
£110 token.
You got one.
I said I was going back into the archives of the GUKPT. You did.
Yep. I did. I was looking at it. I was like, I'm going to do that. That's a good one. I went through all the winners, and I thought Charlie was the youngest. Because I say you can't Google. You can't Google who is the youngest winner ever of a GUKPT.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a proper top bloke, Chris Moorman. Really enjoyed the hour. A really class fella, and hope to see him again when we go over to Vegas in the summer. If we go over, if it's cheap enough. If it's more than 1.2 for $1. If it's not $15 for a pint. You know what I'm saying? A lot of factors go to Vegas these days. So let's do it.
Okay, you can Google it.
So not only have you got the correct answer, you can Google the answer as well, which you didn't know there. Oh my days,
cheers,
man.
Ben. You're just making me look really stupid today. Thanks. First, I get the question wrong when I could have Googled it, and I was scrolling for 15 minutes for Random Mob, going through all the GUKPTs, looking at the winners, when I could have just typed in. Oh
God! If only somebody had leaned back on the chair and fall backwards and top it off. Oh dear. Brilliant. Well, we are going to go back into the archives of the GUKPT and hopefully get the £110 tokens given away. Yeah, the Mad Turk does look cold. Is that Nick? That's Tony Filoni. Oh, yeah, he's out in the feature. Got himself a 10k package last year. Tony Filoni in scene number 8. Down for day 1B, 193. There you go. There you go, 193. Give you the names of the players that are around the table.
Yeah, Jamie Holland in 1. JC in 2, Raymond Ford in 3, Mantas Palekas in 4, Rob Duras back at the feature in 5 on his second bullet, Mad Turk in 6, Cristiano Costin in 7, Tony Filoni in 8, and Jamie Garrity is in the 9 seat.
And Raymond Dara is on the final table in Cyprus, €180,000 up top. Very nice.
Yeah, good luck to Ryan Mandara as well on the final table with 180k up top. Went in 4 of 9. I think they're 8-handed now.
Yeah, the Mad Turkey in 7. 6, sorry. Tony's got his 3 bets in front of his cards.
Jackson Queen 9 suited. Fine to open this one from cut off once folded to. And 6-4 here this deep. Rob happy to defend.
Ace 10 Jack.
So up and down for Jackson here, ace high board as well.
Up and down.
Just going to be check bet fold, I think, here, Tower.
Yep.
Be surprised if we saw anything other than that.
Good luck to Ryan Mandara out in Cyprus. Cyprus seems to be getting busy for poker as well as Bratislava and all the places that start coming up now. I think Cyprus now got something like 5 events in the year.
It's becoming a bit of a hotspot for poker, Tower.
58 for Ray, 32 for Jackson. Mantis down there with 10k, with the blinds at 200, 300. Mr. Duras been on twice.
Yeah, losing aces versus ace jack suited in a 4-bet pot. As Cristiano opens under the gun and Jamie choosing to 3-bet the 10s here. I think flatting definitely going to be in there as well versus the gun open here. Not always going to 3-bet the 10s, we'll have some flats, but on this occasion he's going to 3-bet, and Cristiano going to pill the jack 10 off, opens under the gun, pills the 3-bet. Bit on the loose side, but wants to get involved.
Ten, 5, 3 flop.
Yeah, we're in case
10 brings action.
Cristiano with potential to get in trouble here. 3.
Well, that's it. Jamie H got the check at the side of his name. 10's full.
Yeah, and just going to be choosing a size here to get this in on the river. 2.1's perfect, leaves us with a pot size bet. The times that Cristiano does cause. And there is the call from Cristiano, so leaving just over pot size bet behind.
Ooh, nearly a 3.
So I think it's just always going to be jam here now for Jamie. Especially after getting called twice as well in a 3-bet pot. maybe thinks Kristen will weighted towards something like 7s, 8s, 9s here. Very unlikely. He's got a 10 from our perspective, holding one in our hand. So he has not set it in. He's gone for half pot instead. And that might be to do with what we said, that potentially going to be up against 6s through 9s here, having 2 10s in our hand. Very unlikely that our opponent does have top pair.
Chris whacks him in the middle.
Blind, please.
Got a night on in Manchester. You're producing Saturday the 4th of Feb during the GUKPT Festival. A few short plays raising money for charity. If anyone is around and wants to come, details on Danny Ryder's Facebook. Nice one, Danny. Ben's busy.
Ace Jack for Nick raises to 6.
And during the Manchester Festival as well, Chris McGuire's busy.
Jamie 4-3 off. Always wonder when with the 1 and 9 seat tower, when they turn up with a dubious holding, if something has happened regarding a card going across their box that was meant to be pitched to seat 2, for example, to Jackson here, and just slid across Jamie's box. Like, I think it's more likely he's got 4s or 3s here potentially.
Yeah.
I doubt he's ever peeling a gun open with 4-3 off, especially the way he just played them 10s. Seemed to play them pretty nicely. Sizing on each street seemed pretty good. So I'm going to say that probably hasn't got that hand, but we will see.
Span said he was flicking it back in. That's what he said.
Yeah, he's back in. I saw him just as I was walking to the comms booth. He walked past me with a receipt in his hand. So
there you go.
I think he's in on another bullet.
Six of diamonds turn on an ace queen 9 flop that was check called from Nick.
Yeah, going to be check calling again here.
Yep.
It's Nick Filoni. Especially once we decide to check flop as well. Tower is the original opener, mixing in a check here with top pair. Just not going to be going anywhere. Wow, he is. He is. So check calls the flop after originally opening the ace jack, then just check folds the turn, and may have something to do with Raymond's image. He would have been playing with him for the first few hours today, so maybe Raymond, every time he's got to showdown after betting twice, he's been near the top of his range. That could have had something to do with it. We don't ever get to see the dynamic of players, what's been occurring on outer tables. But that one was really, really snug from Tony Filoni. Could have definitely called again there. Maybe thought that he would have had to fold to a third river bet, so maybe just preserving his stack. But especially once we check flop tower, just thinking about it from that perspective, our opponent probably isn't going to think we got too strong a hand once we do check flop after being the original raiser. So if our opponent is thinking like that, even more reason to call. How much does one of them decks cost that you use for the featured table? It's about 1.5, 200, ain't it?
Yeah, getting close to, I think it's about 120.
120 quid a deck. And we go through them like hotcakes.
Yes, unfortunately.
Mantas King 10 raises to 7. King 4-3, all heart board here. So Mantas with the King 10. King high as the opener. Mono gonna have plenty of small bets on this one. See what size in here Lex for. Looks like 1200, so just south of half. And Nick Filoni does have a gut shot and a flush draw, however, obviously only the 7 of hearts there. Not always going to be good. How mad is the Mad Turk? Back in the day, he used to be mad, yeah.
Back in the day. Calm down a bit now, we reckon. Still likes to be called the Mad Turk.
Another one sporting the old Grosvenor hoodies.
Where did he finish? Top 10?
Yeah, something around there. Definitely got a automatic package, didn't play the playoff. Jamie wants to defend the 9-3 suited, so we're going to go 3-way, 4-3 off for the Mad Turk, getting involved in the cut-off.
6-5 Jack.
Yeah, and does flop up and down here. Yourself and Raymond here. Back round that Jack. Queen of Hearts, probably a nice C-bet candidate here, but is going to check. And Mad Turk here, bottom of range, up and down, 4 high. Should be betting if we are in the pot with this one. Fires for 1.1. Jamie here choosing to check raise the 9-3 suited from the big here. Not the worst candidate, I guess. We got some plausible backdoors, and I guess we will have all the 2 pairs. However, Mad Turk is going to be fairly Jack X heavy. I know we can see he's got 4-3 off, but peeling in the cut-off here, we'll have like all the Jack 8 suited, Jack 9 suited, probably Jack 10 off through Ace Jack as well. And Jamie just shutting down once our check raise does get called. And the Mad Turk with just 4 high. Is he going to pounce on this check? We'll know that he's never going to show down the winner. But it's going to take a freebie.
The river. Ace of Hearts.
I think this is just pure give up for Jamie. Once get called on the flop. I guess, yeah, I like the decision to give up here from Jamie and just check fold to a better than Mad Turk, or obviously if we show down, no good. And yourself here, just 4 high, has to bet surely.
$5.2. I'm giving you a gift if you made the flush.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Jamie hasn't folded tower. There we go. Would have been the best call we've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely. 9-9.
No, I don't think Chris is playing today, Andrew. I think he just come down for a single day for the high roll-up. Bought in day 2 and ended up finishing second.
He's got things on.
He's got a show to prepare for.
To produce.
Mad Turk. Bit of confidence after that hand. Going to decide to open the 6-7 off from the hijack. Kristen peels the 4-3 suited and Nick on the button with the Jack 7. Going to come along. And 8 deuce off for Jamie. Like, we need some folds in the big blind.
Yeah.
Can't just defend 100%. Like, when we're getting an attractive price, yes, obviously pot odds only X amount to win X amount, but we need to still have some folds, and obviously 8 deuce off, stone cold bottom, needs to be hitting the muck. And ace high here. And Kristen flops 2 pair and just starts with a bet, and that should be the end of that hand.
Should be.
It is the Mad Turk tower.
Absolutely.
He has a little look at Kristen stack.
So I've got backdoor straight draws here.
And he was the original opener. Wow, he is going to float the 7 high. So, was the original opener. And Turk may be thinking, I might check an ace here. So, I might play this as if I've got an ace. So, King of Clubs on the turn. So, it does actually bring in flush draw now for Kristen. And checks behind. And now Mad Turk has to lead river, right?
Yep.
Whatever the river may be, if we're floating with 7 high on the flop. Is he going to be back-to-back bluff shown as well? Here he goes. This will work as well. We can't call here as Kristen. We do not beat a thing. We literally only beat a float out of position that then leads river. It's all we beat tower. That is literally it. Like, even if Turk might turn 5s or 6s, something like that, into a bluff here, potentially, and just can't call on this board as Kristen and have to fold. Just don't beat anything other than specifically a float out of position. Just trying to take it away from us on a later street, and takes a brave man to float the ace-4 board with no draw, and the fold incoming here from Kristen. There we go. And is he going to show another one? No, this one into the muck. And then John Binns, good evening.
GUKPT London leg 1. Main event well underway. Have a look at the latest bust outs from around the room. There's 198 in the mix. Andy Mock's out. Ben Jackson, Angelos Nastos Migas, Phil Joyce, Lai Wank, Michael Howard, Mitch Johnson, all busting out in this session. 198, making a total of 332 with the turbo and late reg and re-entries all the way through the evening.
Yeah, and I think I'm just squeezing this almost always here as Jamie. Rob, a good player, not just going to open the right range from here. All this dead money in here as Jackson, just going to be bumping it up tower around 5k, something like that.
Makes it 33.3.
Yeah, a bit small, 4.5x after an open and 3 calls. I probably would have gone around the 7x remit. Now Rob's going to have to get out of there, and I expect the rest of the field too as well, Tower. But the Mad Turk, 5-3 of clubs, having none of it. And I think Nick here has to fold the ace-jack off. Much prefer to peel like a 10-9 suited here than ace-jack off. Less likely to be in a dominated spot, better playability. Ace-jack into the muck.
So the Turk involved again. 5-3. Flops a 3.
Yeah, flops the best of it. But good board for Jackson in terms of range here. This is meant to be our board as the 3-better. So just going to see a small c-bet here on the King 8-3, 2 spades. And it starts with 2.4 into 9. So between quarter and third, and the Mad Turk has a pair, so he's not going anywhere.
Nowhere. You're going nowhere. There's the king.
Yeah, and this is a difficult one for us here as Jackson with the ace queen of clubs versus the Mad Turk, who probably will pill any suited king pre-flop. So it's not just like he's only going to have the king queen suited, the king jack suited, the king 10 suited. He will probably have king deuce suited in there as well if he's peeling 5-3 of clubs. So it does become a dicey spot here, and as announced 5.
Yes. So they've took it as 500. I don't think anybody's betting 500 into 13.8, but
especially when he's got 500 denomination chips, Tower, and like he's put a 5k in.
Yeah, but if you just shout 5 and the blinds are smaller than the 5, then you can take it as a bet.
Yeah, it's really annoying for Jackson because like now we're going to struggle to fold out 8x, going to struggle to fold out some pocket pairs. We beat the spade draws, the backdoor diamond draws anyway with a nut high hand. So probably, okay, he is going to fire. He is going to fire. For 7k. I just think in these spots, maybe he's not aware of the Mad Turk, but the Mad Turk's not folding an 8x. He's not folding like 9s or 10s. So I guess we just go try and fold out 3x Tower. Yeah. And the thing is, we beat the spade draws anyway. We got the nut high hand. We beat the backdoor diamond draws, although unlikely Turk's going to have that unless he's floated like a 10 line of diamonds, something of that sort. So it's probably going to work specifically against the 3. But I think the Mad Turk here, if he has an 8, if he has 9s, if he has 10s, he's never folding this spot on the river. So maybe Jackson not aware of his opponent, which is always very important when you're playing pots. Always good to know who you're up against, what are their tendencies, how do they play. And the Mad Turk here.
Well, he's counting out. Calling chips.
And there we go. He's even called with a 3 tower. So the fact he's even called with a 3 there just shows us that should not be bluffing that particular river. As I said, there's no draw on the flop other than the spades, which we beat anyway, and the Mad Turk I didn't think would be folding an 8 or better, and in the case he's not folding a 3. Nice call there, Yusel. Got involved pre-flop with position, and very nice call on the river.
Made his day, but he put him on ace queen. No singing just yet. That'll be day 2 and day 3. You can dance. Man of straw, High J, who won the high roller?
High roller winner was Trevor Reardon.
TR, Mr. Big TR. Chris McGuire was second. Good FT. Really enjoyed it. Got himself £57,000 and a seat to the UK Poker Open.
Jamie choosing to limp in here, Tower, with the Queen Jack of clubs after a Mad Turk limp. Like Mad Turk, I think should open these. Jamie should ISO Mad Turk once Mad Turk limps, but once we go limp and Raymond squeezes over the limps from the big, neither of us are folding. So 3-way action here. A single raise pot, and everyone's got a really good looking hand. And look at this flop as well.
King 7 2 2 clubs.
So top pair, top kicker for Raymond. 1 overcard to the 9 to the Mad Turk, and Jamie flopping himself the second nut flush draw here. So Raymond 6.5 goes for the 2/3 here on King 7 deuce. I think we could definitely opt for a smaller sizing, but he's got a strong hand, so why not bet big? And Jamie calling as he should with his second nut flush draw, 3 of spades on the turn. Now just going to be an easy shove for Raymond, 2/3 SPR here. I think it's just going to be setting Jamie in, and Jamie going to be folding in the Queen Jack of clubs. We're not calling with a bare flush draw, no other outs with 1 card to come, so it should be in the bin here for Jamie in seat 1.
It's all into call. Chasing flushes.
Yeah, not calling Tower, or at least
Nope.
it shouldn't be. There we go, does get out of the way.
Street open 11. We just shouted. Street open 11. Majid Nadeem, Drayton Axiage and Stephen Smith all busting out of the main event. Now we've hit the 200 mark today. 200.
Someone's cleaning up.
Absolutely. I want to break free. I want to break free. I like it. Over in the tabletop.
Dan says, can we put it in on the flop facing that big C-bet size? Yeah, I think it's. I think it would be fine, but maybe, like I said, the same scenario that we saw Tony Filoni fold against Raymond. Like, these guys would have been on the same table together all day. Like, if Raymond has been someone that's got to showdown and he's only been betting the streets when he's got a strong hand, then maybe yes, we just want to call. So I think comes down to opponent. If we're just playing against a really good competent player, yeah, I think I'm going to rip. If I'm playing against someone who seems to be playing really tight and just betting their hands when they make them, then probably just going to flat, see if we make our flush on the turn, and then when we don't, we can just fold to that jam.
Instant service for Mantis on the turn. So it's going to stick it a little bit. Like to see just a call. No.
Oh, okay. He only had 8.3.
Yeah.
I thought he was just ripping in the lot there versus the Mad Turk.
8.3. Still can call.
Yeah, no, fine from him. I think we make the assumption as well, once Mad Turk double barrels turn, when we've got that stack, he's never folding to a shove. So, fine from Mantis there with the ace-9 of hearts. Mad Turk, bad timing from him. Good evening, Alex.
Evening,
just
Alex.
In on Twitch.
Nottingham Forest fan. They've pulled into a bit of form. Gas, why is your match off tomorrow? Why has that been postponed? Bristol Rovers against Wickham not on tomorrow. Why is that? Oh, we're going to stick Wickham in Towers treble.
When's your archive question coming? Because we still got to do a Tower Thinks this session, or Jay Thinks. Whose is it? Whoever's it is, we'll figure it out. But we've got 2 to give away this session. We've got 150 and we got your 110 archive Hendon Mob, whatever you said question. Make sure it's right though, because we had a situation earlier where someone had the wrong answer. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
That never happens.
When you could have just googled the correct answer. And I was scrolling through Hendon for 15 minutes. Jackson raises to 700 from the cut-off. Mantis in the small comes along, and Rob going to defend the Jack-8 off in the big blind 3-way action to the flop.
Eight flop, 8-5-4. 2 clubs, no flush draw for Mantis.
Yeah, we've got a bit of action, Tower. We've got top pair for Rob and Mantis with combo draw. Jackson just with wheel draw. And it's a board that Jackson shouldn't really be continuing on. And Rob's actually going to donk here on the 8-4-5 2 clubs with his top pair. Donks for 1k, so 40%. And this is like one of the boards, if we are going to implement a donk strategy into our game, we do want to have some donks on from the big blind. It's all over us in terms of range of hands we're meant to peel from the big.
but like we're not just going to start donking like our top pair. We need to have some bluffs in there as well, so we might also donk some like 9-6 of hearts, stuff like that, just to balance it out. And speak about donking a lot on the live stream. And if you are going to implement donks into your game, you need to make sure that you're balanced, because when you are coming up against very good opponents, they'll understand. Like, there's a lot of players I see on stream, every time there's a donk lead, it's just usually always one pair. There's obviously scenarios we've seen when that's not the case, but just from all the hands I've seen over the years on the stream, it's very regularly one pair holdings that are donking, and then if people are aware of that, you can get exploited down the streets. But definitely a board, if we are going to implement that strat, that we can be donking on as Rob. Like, we're never going to donk, for example, we defend ace-x off in the big blind and it comes ace-8-3 rainbow. Like, we just never ever want to donk that board. It's just going to be a pure check for us. Like, it's all about understanding what boards favour us rather than the original opener, and that's sort of where we build our strategy from and start implementing in some donks. But like I say, you'll need to have a lot of different hands in there. We can't just be doing it with one pair, which I see a lot on stream, and to be honest with you, a lot of the time it is from recreational players, not pros, and it can be a very, very well exploited if you're playing against people who are competent. Yeah, exactly, Ben. Like, you're going to need some really strong hands in there as well, like maybe even 6-7 on that occasion, like once in a while at small frequency. Probably not even small frequency, like 6-7 on the 8-4-5 freeway might be one that we're going to donk, simply because as well we know that the original opener is going to be checking back that board fairly often. Like, we'll need our nutted hands, we need our mediocre hands, and we'll need our worse hands in there as well. So it does become pretty complex. That's why a lot of players do just have checks to the aggressor and won't donk at all on any given texture.
Flop time, ace queen two, ace 9 for Jackson in seat 2, 4, 5, 7.
Yeah, exactly, but can't just have our one pairs in there. People understand the boards are better for them, but only bet their hands for protection and not the hands they want 3 streets of value with. Here he goes, giving away more money.
Who bubbled the first final table of the GUKPT era?
Is that the question?
Yeah.
Oh, they can't Google that. That won't be on End of Mob because they wouldn't have cashed.
Who bubbled the final table?
Oh, okay. I thought,
you know the FT.
Yeah. I know. I just heard bubble and I thought who? I thought he was like, who bubbled the first ever GUKPT? I thought no one's ever going to.
Who bubbled the first final table of the GUKPT era?
What's this for? 110 closer.
110.
Get your answers in, guys.
All you have to
Everyone's on Google right now.
All you have to do is answer it.
First answer in the chat box. We've got all 3 collated together.
We're going through the archives this week. We're going into the think tank and bringing out some decent questions for 5 online closer tokens that Tom's given us.
Who was the bubble boy? Is that right?
For the final table. Who was the first ever final table bubble of a GUKPT main event?
There's some guesses coming in now, and they're all different.
Not Ali Malou, not Barney Boatman, not Rich Kelly. Rich Kelly would have been about 12. Not Michael Greco, who won one in the first season. Toby Wilkins, nope. Joe Beavers, nope. Not the Devilfish.
Not the Devilfish.
Nope, not the Devilfish. Praz Banzi won it. That might give it away. Not Julian Few. Few. Not Julian. And certainly not the Mad Turk. One guess each. Not Carlo Citroni. Not Joe Gresh. Wasn't Carl. Carl was second. Not Mickey Wernick. Not Jay. Not Jeff Kimber.
Neil Channing.
Now, Mackham's rule has said Mick Persaud, and Ben has got the right answer. Nick Persaud.
Oh no!
So Mick Persaud is not the right answer.
The M's next to the N on the keyboard. It's obviously a typo.
Nick Persaud is, and he bubbled 3 in the same season and was known as the Bubble Boy for the full season. Nick Persaud is the correct answer. Oh, Mackham's rule. If only he didn't have fat fingers. Oh, it was Nick Persaud back in 2007. He finished 10th, and the final table was 9. Excuse me. Joe Gresh finishing 9th, all the way up to the first ever champion, which was Mr. Praz Banzi. Well done for checking out on that. Nick Persaud, who doesn't play GUKPTs anymore. He's
who won then, Tao? Are you going to tell us the winner, or are you just going to tell us
what do we do for Mick Persaud?
Your giveaway, mate. You decide.
Mick Persaud is not the right answer, unfortunately. But seeing as though we go over budget every week, and it's Jay that has to send the email off.
I'm sending it to PK this week. He could be the middleman.
We'll send Mackham's rule a £30.
Okay, Ben, what's your alias, please? And Mackham's
well done,
rule,
Ben.
what's your alias? £110. Close a seat for Ben Teague.
Nick Persaud was the Bubble Boy of the first final table of a GUKPT, and it wasn't Mick Persaud, but you got it close. Very, very close. Just one fat sausage finger away. Oh, brilliant. Where's Waltz? Got it as well. Well done to Where's Waltz. He got it, but just a little bit late. Ben coming in with the right answer. So you got yourself a 30. Mackham Mar, stick him a 30 down.
Is that a space in between that, Mackham?
Looks like it.
Well, everyone seems to put spaces, and I never
Mackham,
see.
or Mackham. He,
typo again.
Typo again. How many typos do you want? I think Ben will private message you, so nobody knows who it is online.
I will. I can broadcast it to the street. Mackham.
Well done. Well done. Well done for a bit of spot checking. First ever Bubble Boy.
You don't need to private message me, Ben. You can just send me a text message. I've sent him a few nice text messages before. Miss you, Ben. I'll be home soon, Ben.
Kiss, kiss. Oh, wrong person. Nick Persaud. Not seen him for a while, to be fair, I must admit.
There we are, Ben T. Text message.
There we go.
Oh,
love you, Jay.
Oh.
Love you, Jay. Kiss, kiss.
Miss you
See
too.
you later. Miss you. What's all that about?
That's the thing. I have no idea who anyone is on Grosvenor Poker.
No.
And a lot of people have an idea of who people are.
Do you know if you check the NPL during the year, it's got the name at the side of the person? Well, it used to have. I don't know if it does anymore. Ace 6-7 flop. Jackson with the jacks. Jackson definitely not improving.
It won't be.
All folding round to the Mad Turk. Raises to 800 with ace 5.
Jamie with ladies here. Makes it 3.3k.
Like it.
But yeah, off of this stack size, we can 3-bet smaller. Like if we do go 4k here after an open and a call, basically putting in near our not half our stack, just under. So
Chris will be doing the same, flinging in the muck very shortly.
Yeah, don't mind a slightly smaller sizing because of that.
Oh no!
Oh, no, Kristen was going to come along with the Jack 8 of diamonds.
There we go.
Oh my word!
You must have known.
Putting in a sneaky little check back here. I'm trying to underwrap his hand. And Jamie now just moves all in.
Yeah, they're in. Snap call.
Snap call. There we go.
Should be. Should be.
Just sees the bad news.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for Jamie.
We are going to need to see a queen. And it's a 6. So we lose Jamie in seat number 1. Unlucky set. What else we lost?
I'm going to have a look now, Tar.
Go on, man.
So, last out,
Last day.
we said George Pop, Josh Bolton, Mitch Johnson, Lee Wang, we said Andy Mott. So, since then, Majid Nadeem, Droyton Haxiaj, Stephen Smith, GDPR.
Oh.
Yeah, literally, Martin Helmuth, Jamie Holland, we just saw.
Yep.
And that brings us up to now.
Sweet.
Up to 342 entries. I think this one is going to get very close to the 400 mark. With the turbo flight still.
Yeah, it should smash the 400. Close to the 450.
The Quintet for Mantis here, happy to open even from +1. Crystal, after just winning a nice sized pot, next hand sees the aces. Goes fairly large, 2.2. Over 3.5x here. Jamie's now got a really easy fold, +1 open. We're faced with a 3-bet from the hijack. Sevens is just a muck now. Good to see. Jamie gets out the way. Crystal going for 3 in a row, 600 from low jack with the jack 10.
How big is he going to make it? 2,000?
Aces for Jackson now. Aces just flying about everywhere. And Crystal, we saw him peel the jack 8 suited to a 3-bet, but surely jack 8, jack 10 off got to go in the bin. Although less than 3.5x here, we do have position.
Small enough to call in my eyes.
70 big steep. That does.
And this one gets out of the way.
The blind's going up in 5 minutes time, take us to the halfway point of the day. Moving into level 6.
Evening rhythms.
Rhythms.
Hit me with your rhythm stick.
Yeah, and we'll probably do the 150 live giveaway, say 7:30. We'll do that at 7:30.
7:30?
So another 150 ticket given away at 7:30, guys. Throwing stuff away today. We have got so much to give away. And we still got the £1,500 UK Poker Open seat, and we need to come up with something.
King 7-8, 2 spades.
That's the top pair for Jackson. Likely to check it round to him here. Crystal, don't think going to be c-betting here in a 5-way coup. Yeah, we flopped the gut shot, king high board, good for our range, but with our particular hand, I think we're happy to just check a lot of the time. But he's going to fire into the whole field. Maybe. It's just so difficult for these to get through, guys, when you are c-betting 4 or 5-way. It's just so much out there. And more often than not, we are going to be going to a turn, just because just the likelihood that at least one player is connected enough to continue. I always say just lower that c-bet frequency. The more players that are in the pot, 6 of spades on the turn. So it doesn't change anything for either player. Well, it does bring in a flush draw for Jackson, I should say. But now, surely it has to be white flag territory for Crystal here. Just Jack 10 of clubs. Checking it over to Jackson. He hasn't got the worst candidate to check behind here. Once the spade's complete and Jack of spades in our hand for a bit of insurance. That is going to 5 for 2k, and that should be the end of the hand.
Proper golf question that, Tim. How many paintbrushes was used to paint the 4th bridge?
Is Crystal going to check raise? Oh, wow, just finds the check raise with Jack 10 of clubs. Gut shot on 3 to a flush board, no overcard. And just going after it here. I doubt Jackson was expected to get check raised on this texture. This 6 of spades, I guess, going to be a little bit better for us, although I guess we'll have suited ace-x that Crystal opens, all the ace-x of spades he'll have himself. But I guess we're going to have slightly more flushes peeling on the button, slightly more straights, more 2 pairs. But tricky spot now, because we could be drawing dead in this situation. If we are up against a nut flush or a queen high flush, although the only queen high flush should be queen 10 of spades, well, queen 9 of spades as well, queen 10, queen 9 of spades. So it does get out of the way, and credit to Crystal there, just going after it and gets it through with just Jack high. Gets Jackson off of a hand that had him crushed. And maybe that's one of the reasons as well, maybe why I don't mind choosing that particular king-jack combo to check back turn. We're in a horrible spot the times we do get check raised. How are we doing, Morris? Morris Wigham. Tower's just gone to get a cup of tea. Hiya, Jay. And Tower, hope you have had a lovely day in the booth while I've been out on the Atlantic watching pilot whales, dolphins, etc. while drinking ice cold beers off the coast of Tenerife. Must be nice. What a life, Morris. Enjoy, mate. As Mad Tout raises to 600 and Raymond going to peel the 8-9 off on the button, and easy squeeze here for Mantis in the small blind makes it 3.5k. Rob with the Jack 10 now can get out of there. Mad Turk won't be folding 8, so definitely going to peel this one. And then Raymond, who did make a loose peel in the first place, surely now will let his hand go. This is day 1A, JH, so lots of players left there. In the field at the moment, we have 144, 211 total entries today. Raymond, he's been so snug, and now he just wants to get involved with 9-8 off in a 3-bet coup. Must have known. Oh no, Turk's got a set, hasn't he? Turk's got a set, and Raymond here smashing this board. Oh, Mantis has to check here, surely. I see him reaching for chips, but This has to be a check here for us as Mantis. I think, yes, we've got the ace of hearts, but we've gone three-way in a 3-bet pot on a board that is a lot favourable for our opponents than it is for us. I think this one's just a clear check for Mantis, even with the ace of hearts in our hand, ace of hearts, king of spades. Maybe wanting to see a turn cheaply, perhaps, why choosing the 2.5k sizing, a quarter pot. But now, going to get the bad news. This is 1100 buy-in JH. Well, if you come down, Dirty Phoenix, there's a seat open on this table, so if you're lucky enough, you might get on it. And there's the raise from Raymond with the 8-9 off. It's a 9.5. Mantis will fold. Turk will probably shove them. And I'm guessing Raymond will call. Like Turk here, once Raymond raises here now. Obviously repping a very strong hand, or a hand that it doesn't look like he's ever going to be folding to a 3-bet. So if I'm Turkey, I'm probably just going to set this in, not necessarily because we're worried about getting outdrawn, but there's so many action killers that can roll off on the turn. There's 7x, there's 5x, there's 10x, potentially a heart as well. And being out of position, the times that these roll off, it's just going to go check a lot of the time, and then sometimes check on the river, and we don't get the value from our hand. But the heart draw has completed, king of hearts on the turn, and only a half pot bet behind now for Ucel, and goes for 6k, so 20% sizing thereabouts, and Raymond's still with 2 pair.
Are they going in the bin?
No, I don't think he's folding 8-9. You can't. You get 6-1 on a call here versus the Mad Turk. The Mad Turk could have like King 7 suited here, Tao, like King 7 of spades, something like that, and just turn to King. Or he could have like Ace 9, Ace of Hearts, something along those lines here. You just cannot fold this hand as Raymond getting this price. But what Raymond might think is, why Turk gone so small here? Like, may convince himself that Turk could have the nut flush here. Probably going to be six. It's always 6 figures here at the Vic JH. That's what will be up top. We have the prize pool at some point tomorrow. Yes, I think I will be there, Martin. I'm going to probably just go for the turbo, just a 1-day thing in Coventry for the 25.50. If I'm free another night, I might head down a day or two before. But if you're there on day 2 and I get through the turbo, I'll see you there. If I'm there already, I'll probably buy in day 2 anyway if I don't manage to bag the turbo. Got 5k to burn through this year in 25 buy-ins. So back to the action, because it is a big pot here. 120 bigs in the middle. Wow, he is just going to set him in. And after Turk takes that long, he's just never folding here. After Raymond takes that long, can't see how the Mad Turk's ever going to fold. 10k to win 50k, Tao. Like, let's say for example we were up against a flush here as the Mad Turk. We're getting 5-1 on the call here, so we literally need around 17% equity. So even if we were drawing to a boat, we'd still be getting well more than the right price to call here. So can't fold here as the Mad Turk, and says he's all in. Well, leaves a little bit behind because it was a raise to 15k, and it comes a deuce of hearts on the river.
That was a bit weird. I think he said call. He said call. He thought he was put all in, but it wasn't. So he had 1,000 chips left. So no betting on the river.
63k pot going to the Mad Turk, and Raymond there, 25k. He's done that hand tower over 80 big blind simply from peeling 9-8 off in a 3-bet coup. It all stemmed from that. I know it's a cold deck anyway on the flop, but we don't lose a big blind if we just fold our hand pre versus the open from early position. It was an under the gun open from the Mad Turk. 9-8 off on the button. I think should just be in the muck. Yeah, 20 bullets in Coventry coming up, Jim. It'll be some feats that you can only have 3 bullets per flight, can't you? Is it 3 bullets per flight?
10 max, isn't it? Flight A, B and turbo.
Yeah.
Is that right? Or is it A, B, C and turbo?
A, B, C. No,
turbo
is
day
C. Turbo is C. So
oh,
1A, 1B, 1C, and then day 2.
That's it. You play Coventry. If you don't win at Coventry, you can keep the next 10 bullets for the next one.
Ace 5 of diamonds for Raymond. This is one we can open, and Mantis here going to 3-bet the King Jack off. Perfectly fine from Mantis here. Sizing's good. King Jack off, definitely be in there. Cut off versus button, and Raymond not going anywhere with the Ace 5 suited. Could have even found a 4-bet there with that particular combo, but just choosing to call on this occasion.
6, King 6.
And driest the board textures here, paired, rainbow, no draw possibility, so going to have really small sizings here as Mantis. I could even go 1200 here, tower for 20%, 1700 fine, still on the small size, 17 into 51, so just over 30% from Mantis, good enough to take the pot. Did have the best hand.
Arsenal have signed that Trossard fella from Brighton.
Ash J, Spursman, Conte to go. To be honest with you, Ash, I've been saying it for years since Poch has gone. I don't think the problem's a manager. I don't even think the problem's are players. I think the problem's at the top. Like, we got the multi-billion-pound stadium now, and all this nice stuff, the training ground, everything's just immaculate, but it just seems like the board are trying to force things. As soon as give a manager a year and a bit, and if they're not doing anything, they're gone. And then get a new one in, give them a year and a bit, not doing anything, they're gone. I just think someone needs time. Like, you look, I hate to say it, but you look at Arsenal now, what a team they are. Look at Arsenal 3-4 years ago, they were absolute shambles, and now look at them. Arteta's been given some time, he's been able to work with the players, bring his own players through, and now they're flying, and that's what I think it's down to. I think
just become an Arsenal fan.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. But it's frustrating, obviously, for the fans and the supporters. But I just can't see how, in a football club as big as Spurs now, like, you can just keep sacking managers every between 12 and 18 months. Like, how is that manager then going to have the time to build a squad? Like, it's got to be a process. I think you need to give someone like 5 years.
Chris in 7's thinking about calling a 3-bet with Ace 7 off. Eventually decides against it.
Yeah, and button versus small here. This is just a send for Rob, especially versus the Matt Turk Tower. 31 big blinds. No, he hasn't. He hasn't 4-bet ripped this one. 12.4 against the Mad Turk. Maybe Rob thinking we have him dominated enough to just flat.
That'll do.
Or we're going to flop top pair, top kick up with the Ace of Hearts as backup. But for 30 BBs, I might just be a 4-bet send for me versus the Mad Turk once we open and he 3-bets to 3.5 bigs at 3k on the flop. But now once we get here to this flop, our hand just doesn't need protection. Only bad card for us here on the turn is a king, so keep some bluffs in of the Mad Turk and just make the call. Yep, like it. No need to raise. Got such a strong hand and potential for our opponent to
get stronger and stronger.
Bluff it off versus us. Yeah, turn a will draw. What's a free bet coup? Says Red 2 for Jim Marlow. Put Jay's Park Pigeon. It's an involuntary noise. And Rob fires turn once the Mad Turk checks. Actually worked well for Rob there, the flat, but against the Mad Turk off of 30 BBs, we open button, he free bet small. I'm probably just going to be sending it in there with the ace queen, but maybe Rob just thought that you felt likely to be very light, and we're likely to have him in the dominated spot, and we got position. Yeah, so basically Red Tooth is just a word I use for a pot. Free bet pot, free bet coup. For all the pigeons out there. 25 minutes time till the next giveaway. We've got a lot to get through today in terms of tokens. Yeah, I use a lot of words usually that aren't any technical terms, they're just my own lingo, to be fair. Rob opening cut off, Mad Turk flattened button, small blind coming along as well as Nick. Bit loose from Crystal, but seen already he likes to get involved. And off we go to the flop of King 3-4, 2 clubs. So Nick Filoni loves to see this, top and bottom. King of Spades on there for Rob. Could see him going either way here. He's going to go for the bet. I guess this is one of the better candidates if we are going to c-bet three-way here with the ace-10 suited, with the overcard and some nice backdoors, and still fairly good for our range. Like, we still will need some hands like this in the multi-way situations, as I say, lower the c-bet frequency, but we will still need some hands that aren't made hands, or even non-drawing hands, just to balance it out. And look at Crystal here, just check raises the Jack-8, no draw here, just going after it. We saw it earlier with the Jack-10, just a random check raise. Love to know what's going through his head, why he's elected to raise here. And now we've got Nick Filoni cold calling, and now Rob with the ace-10 suited. I'm just going to have to let this one go. Let it go. Obviously he's getting 5-1 on the call with some tasty backdoor equity, but can't see how we're going to continue here as Rob lets it go.
Three of Spades turn.
Yeah, and Nick Filoni loves to see that. And Crystal, it's got to be alarm bell central when there's a cold call here from the big blind. Like, he's not going to cold call like 4x. He's probably not even going to cold call some King X. So Nick just looks super strong here.
Eight of Spades river after it was checked.
Yeah, and maybe a river. Well, there's the all in and a snap call. Shows the Jack-8 off, and Nick shows the full house. And Rob would have made the nut flush on the end tower.
Yep. Nick Filoni has them all.
And just a random raise there with the Jack-8, and the whole table gets to see that one for Crystal, so maybe not going to get much respect in future. the times he does put in a raise will need to have that in the back of his head. Went all in, Dirty Phoenix from the Jack 8 of Crystal, and Tony Filoni snapped it off. Daft question, Juice is still learning poker, but why does the dealer tap the table before turning the card? So basically it's just in case they've missed something, say if like it's checked to the cut-off and the button's still to act and they don't realise, they tap the table, so like the button can be like, oh, I've still got to act yet. It's just in case something's missed. Like if someone's betting, it's gone cool and action's still on someone and they go to deal the turn, they tap the table and then the person can be, let them know that they're still left to act. It's just to prevent them exposing the next card when action hasn't closed yet. Mel, if that helps you out.
If you see the player tap the table and it's your turn to act, tap the table. So, whoa, 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 it's me.
Like, I'm sure you've had situations, Melissa, when you've played poker before, when like a flop's been dealt or a turn or a river, when someone hasn't acted yet, and like the dealer's just dealt it out, and it's just for the prevention of that. So Raymond here, ace-9, raises to 8. Nick calling in the small blind, and Jamie here just ripping this one for 31. Don't mind this at all here from Jamie. Like, I guess we're going to have some rips with stuff like 8s, 9s, ace king, ace queen, this type of stuff. So we're going to have some strong hands in there as well. So just an all in for 30 big blinds with the ladies over an open and a call, and this one should be getting through. And a few more bust outs to tell you out. We lost Maurizio Pius, Steve Game, Ali Chaban, Osman Hassan, Jamie Bott, Calegro Morial, and Andre Perka.
Calzo.
Maybe that 8-9 pot, Gully, is in the back of his head. Like, people like don't even realise they're doing it. Sometimes they lose a big pot and like subconsciously, like in the head, it's like, oh, I've lost a lot of chips, I need to get some back, and just start playing wider because of that. Could have something to do with the pot he lost versus the Mad Turk. Was a bit of a cold deck on the flop, but as we said, 3-bet pot should have just hit the muck. Mad Turk raises to 1k, and Jackson defending the Queen 9 of clubs.
Flop time. Jack 9 deuce, all rainbow.
Yeah, nice little bit of action for us, up and down from Mad Turk. Jackson with second pair and some nice backdoors. So just south of third for the Mad Turk, and Jackson makes the call. Queen would be an interesting turn, but it's the 3 of hearts. Like, versus big blind here, I wouldn't mind the double barrel from the Mad Turk, but he is going to take a freebie. Like, simply because Queen 10 here, blocking some of the stronger Jack X, Queen Jack and 10 Jack. He's still got really good equity with an overcard and up and down, and puts like some of the Deuce X, 9X in a tough spot. Like, potentially could have free barreled that spot as the Mad Turk. I might have gone for the free barrel there with the Queen 10. On that turn card and that particular river, but decided to check back and then just comfortably fold into the lead. Have I missed the giveaway? Yeah, there was one. Tower asked the question, who was the final table bubble boy of the first ever GUKPT, and the winner.
That was for a £110 online token. We do have another 150 giveaway. What are we going to do in Manchester?
I don't know.
Are we saving any of these tickets for Manchester?
I don't think so. We might.
Or are we giving them all away here?
I just made a phone call, Tower. Quick phone call.
Hang on a minute. Go on.
In Manchester. We'll do the same. Why not? We might as well do the same.
What have you been up for to?
No one's stopping me.
You said it.
We're going to give away 3k in Manchester as well. Why not?
If Jay's not here tomorrow, you'll know why. Doing the same in Manchester.
Yeah, why not? We'll give away £3 in Manchester as well.
I might sit in audience for Manchester. I might sit in audience and have a guess.
Yeah, so just been told, guys, in Manchester, going to have the same 10 live 150 satellite tokens and 1 UK poker open seat, as well as the 5 closer seats as well, probably, because they come from Tom for the online.
Yeah, Tom said £500 per leg going forward. Well, £500-ish is what he said, because he knows Jay goes over every week.
Yep.
That's what he said. That's exactly what it said on the message.
6 bag given away in 3 weeks now. 6 bag in 3 weeks.
Very nice. 7 if you include the closer tickets. Wow.
And in 15 minutes time we have got 1 more of those to give away. Another 150. As Kristen here going for the bluff, and already seen that he's capable of bluffing, and did check back turn as well, so that might be in the head of Raymond. It does make the fold, so Kristen getting that one through. Just the 8 height. Good evening, Mr. P-Man.
Hey, evening, P-Man. Shade over.
Shade open. Yes, Mr. P-Man, I think I am. Don't quote me on it, but I think I'm going to come just the Sunday for the turbo and day 2. So just the one day. There you go, like you. Or if something happens and I've got a free night, if I get a night off or something, I might go and play one of the normal flights. But
he's got the washing and the pots and the dishes to do, and all sorts. The ironing, the cooking and the cleaning.
Unbelievable, this place I've got, Tower, honestly. I went obviously last week, here for 3 days. I had loads of washing when I left. Come back, all folded, put away, everything. It was it's like I've got a homemade or something. I don't know how that happens. It's like a magic house. It's like just everything.
You throw your clothes on the floor and then all of a sudden they're clean, washed, ironed and put away.
Oh, she's not watching.
Amazing. Little bit cat.
Yeah, the cat. She's good to me. Very good to me. So the jack for Mantis, best hand. Oh, I forgot about that yacht boat. I did forget. Thank you for that. Lovely, thank you. So basically, Yogbo, all you've got to do is you've got to turn up at Coventry at one of these dates. We will throw them on. I'll quickly put you on the spreadsheet.
Satellites on the 19th, the 20th, the 21st, the 22nd, Mystery Bounty and Mini Main on the Tuesday and the Thursday. And then there's cash out satellites during Friday 25th, sorry, Friday 24th, all the way through until Tuesday. Cash out satellites every day. Get yourself in, and we'll see you in Coventry for the big one.
Yeah, we've got another one of those to give away in 10 minutes time, guys. Whose question is it? I've lost track, we've done so many.
I did 18.5 for Antonio as Family Ari, and you did 584 appearances for
Jimmy.
For Jimmy.
Yeah.
So it's me.
It's you. What, you to ask the question?
No.
You to guess it. Guess the answer. Okay. Okay.
I'll even it up about 10:30. Don't worry.
You're evening it up at 10:30. We've got another one next session, and another one next session after that. Give away every single session today, guys. And you can win more than one. No one's won 2 yet, but it is possible.
Heads up, King Jack 8. Bottom pair for Rob. Let us check. Good evening, Talia. Hope you're well.
How are we doing, Talia?
Good to see you yesterday.
There's dealers in the main event after the hand of progress from a 20-minute break. That's 20-minute break. There's dealers in the main event.
So half an hour to go until the end of this session with the blinds at 2-4. New table will be with us. And Chris, still doing Chris things. Six-5 in 2 spots. Ace 4 Queen Rainbow. Raymond cements his position.
Yeah.
With Ace 3, so he's going to lead out.
That will be that.
And that will be the end of that. As easy as that.
And then Ben James, let's hope we do get some juicy action tonight. We got action in the booth as well because we got plenty to give away. We got one more coming up in 7 minutes time, and boy is it a beauty, this one.
What? Don't laugh. You can't giggle when you tell me it's a beauty. There's no need for that. I've been ever so kind to you. I even did a question, were you in it?
I gave you probably the easiest question we've ever had on Tower Things. The biggest ever cash.
Yeah.
That was an easy one, to be fair.
To be fair, you're right.
We're just upping the difficulty on this one, Tower. That's all we're doing.
To be fair, you were right.
Ace King for Jackson going to be opening. Jackson raises to a 900, and Rob here with the freeze in the cut-off just chooses to let them go, assuming there's going to be a reshove stack behind Rob. No, Rob just with the tight laydown. Surprised to see him fold the freeze there in the cut-off.
Hit that perfect beat. 9-5 Jack. Second pair for Mad Turk. Little bets. Yes, King might call once. Maybe better just 1.5 from Turk. Which he does. 2 pair for Turk.
I might see Turk check behind now once getting called on the flop. Is going to go for a second street here. Sizes up 2/3.
The 3 of hearts after a bet of Mad Turk of 4k and a check call from Jackson, and then goes check. Turk up to 60,000.
Try not to make it too hard. He should get this one anyway.
Oh, here we go.
No.
Here we go. What's it? What is it on music from 1984?
Well, I'll tell you what. You said to me yesterday on stream,
right,
that you wish you'd stuck it out.
Eh?
You said to me yesterday on stream that you wish you'd stuck it out.
Right.
Yeah.
Can't remember. Which one?
Well,
that's what it's about.
That's what it's about. Yeah. What is it you said?
I've slept since then.
But we'll do it after this hand. We'll do it after
this hand.
After this hand. We said 7:30. There's Jackson with the ace jack.
I might get some paper. Do I need some working out paper?
You might do for this one.
No way, man.
We've got some paper.
No, that's no good. Hold on a minute. Yeah, I've got some paper.
No, you're going to need some A3 for this one.
What?
So Raymond Peels, the 5s from +1. Giveaway coming up after this hand, guys. Stay tuned. We got £150 live satellite seat for the UK Poker Open to give away as we go 3-weight to the flop here. James defending in the big blind with the King 3 suited. And it's ace, queen, 9, rainbow. Just to continue, and should be 2 folds. There we go. Right, so we were just having a chat yesterday. I'll run down the rules first, just in case we've got some new viewers. So giveaway time, guys. Same as always, if you played before, you want Tower's answer, not the correct answer. Closest to Tower's answer is going to get themselves £150 live satellite seat. Any double guesses, if you guess more than once, you can't win a thing. We've got some software now to disqualify people if you do have your username twice in the chat box that comes up. So, no cheating. So, Tower, yesterday, I don't know how it came up, but I remember you said to me about you wish you'd stuck out playing chess.
Oh, yeah, I did. I do.
So, all I want to know, nice and simple, after 6 moves in chess, so 3 for white, 3 for black, how many possible distinct positions are there after 6 moves in a game of chess? So how many distinct positions? So after 6 moves, how many possible different positions? So say we had a bird's eye view and we put every single permutation of positions after 6 moves in a game of chess. How many permutations or distinct positions, as it would be called in chess, would there be?
So basically, how many moves is there I can possibly do after 6 moves?
Not how. So how many different positions? So you could move your pawn to e4, and then they move theirs to wherever. It's all the different positions. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you took a bird's eye picture of a chessboard after 6 moves, it's every single possible position after 6 moves, all of them together. You understand?
Absolutely not.
Yeah. So.
I don't understand any of that.
So basically,
is it basically what can I do for my 7th move?
No, it's not what you can do for your 7th move. It's basically how many different positions can you have on the chessboard after 6 moves.
Right, got you.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
You get the question.
So
finally, it's gone in his head.
If you move your knight to h3 and then instead you move to h7,
yeah, that's a different position. But it's after 6 moves, not after 1 move.
You move your pawn to c4 instead of c3.
Yep.
Your pawn then becomes obsolete. Right, okay.
Yep. You understand?
No. That's the most complex question in the entire universe.
Well,
ever.
I said it was going to be something.
Not only do you ask a question and it's wrong, you now give me a question I don't understand. Flipping Nora.
No one put your answers in yet.
After 6 moves each.
Yep. How many possible positions? So. To give you an example, after 1 move, so just the white move, there's 400 distinct positions. That's after 1 move. So I want to know how many distinct positions are after 6 moves.
More than 400. Where have you got this from?
I don't know. It just come.
I've still got to think about it, and I apologise. And as you can tell, I've no idea what he's talking about.
I've got a better way to explain it. Remember, we done the Rubik's Cube question and asked you how many permutations on the Rubik's Cube. So
10.
all the different way that they can have different. It's the same in 6 moves in chess. Every single position that you could possibly do after 6 moves, all of those adding together. Get your answer down, please. We'll give him 30 seconds. No one put an answer in yet, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm going to give him 30.
I'd like to say sorry because I have no idea. Right, I'm just going to stick a number down.
Right, so Tower, get it.
Just watch how long I write for.
We'll take that off.
It might give you a clue. There can't be that many. There can't be that many, can there? So we'll go with. What, do
you want another clue? Do you want me to give you another clue?
It's a lot. Is it a lot? Right, I'm going to go with this. Got it.
Right, he's in. Tower is in. Get your guesses in, guys. He's got an answer down. And this is a great one because I don't think many people... He has no idea. So you've got to get what's on this piece of paper. We will give you...
If anybody is within 600 trillion, I'll give you a seat myself.
And we'll reveal the correct answer in 5 minutes' time. Get your guesses in, guys. Good luck. £150 live seat.
Literally, ladies and gentlemen, think of your favourite number and write it down. Because that was Madness. Right. I don't even want to know what the real answer is. I really don't. Because I've no idea. Anyway, let's get on to the chess. See if anybody can think like me, which is confused.com. Let's have a butchers. Who's confused? I know I am. There's no wonder I get up chess.
The question is, Skiffy, and
don't ask what the question is.
You want Tower's answer. It is, after 6 moves in a game of chess, how many distinct positions are there on the board? So basically, every possible position after 6 moves. So we're not playing like a strategy, we're basically playing every single possible position after 6 moves in a game of chess. And Tower's got his answer down, so the real answer doesn't mean a thing. You're looking at closest to Tower's answer. Good luck, guys.
You're absolutely good luck. It means good luck. So basically, I wrote a number down that I liked.
We basically should have played guess a number. That's what we should have played. Back to the action, because we got a free bet here from Jamie. Makes it 3.2.
Now I've thought about it.
You don't think there's that many?
No. I'm not changing my answer, but I don't think there's that many.
Okay, that's fine. Well, you're not allowed to change your answer anyway.
No, I know.
See, this is a lot harder for me in the chat box as well, because I'm so used to all the answers being similar, but like we've got 200 million here, we've got 20, then 60,000, 5,000.
I've really got no idea. So apologies for not understanding the question in the first place, and apologies for the answer. It stitched me up like a kipper.
This is a great one. Oh, I'm loving this one. All the guesses coming in.
Ash thinks it's 189 million. What have you done to me? What have you done to me? Just after 6 moves, I don't suppose you can move every piece still. Really? No.
Right. Right,
Still not
I'll break it down for you when we.
No,
when
it's
we,
all right.
I'll tell you what.
My number's in.
We'll do the correct answer after this hand. We'll reveal your answer at quarter 2.
My number's in.
Yep.
My number's in, and we've got the break to break it down to me because I still don't understand it.
I might need a pen and paper, Tal. I'll do a visual for you.
You might need to sit next to somebody with a brain. To be fair, there's no wonder I took up drinking instead of carrying on playing chess.
So after this hand, guys, stay tuned because this is going to be fun.
No, it's not. Not in the slightest is it ever going to be fun. There's going to be no fun about it. Not ever. But somebody's going to be playing an £150 live salad.
That's what matters.
And that's all I cared about because I love you all. I hope you all win.
So 3-bet coup here, and Mantis continuing with the 9s, and this is a big flop for Raymond, and with the stack sizes in question, may just choose to go with this here. Could just see a check shove from him.
So, are we after this hand now we're going to tell us the right answer?
Yep.
Because this is even Bousey won't understand it, and Bousey stood here and he's a physician and everything.
How many distinct positions, not total positions, after 6 moves in a game of chess? So how many possible permutations of actual positions which are possible on the board after 6 moves in a game of chess?
It took me 2 minutes to understand the question.
That is the question, and you want Tower's answer.
We've
guys.
got, one of the guesses is 1,100,000. One guess is 1.15 billion.
I would say less than that.
Somebody's gone 897,000.
Someone's got
and then somebody's
112.
and then somebody's gone 25. It's amazing.
Going to jump in the action because we have actually got a big pot here. Mantis faced with this shove on the turn as Raymond after Raymond check raise flop and now shove and turn, and not the best card to see for us here. Like now even losing to like the ace-x of clubs type holdings. But does he want to leave himself with 8.2k? It's 8.2 to win 35, so he's getting a really attractive price.
See, there's 2 guesses there. One says 13 million, other one says 350.
In between them.
It's probably not even in between them, you watch.
And there does make the call. Does make the call and drawing really
with the 9s.
Going to need a 9 that isn't a club or a 10 that isn't a club. So drawing to 4 outs only. Can he find one?
And it's an ace.
Can't. It's an ace. So the Queen Jack is going to get the double up. Quite a long hand there. But are you ready, guys? So correct answer time. So Tower.
Oh, doing it correct. Oh, correct answer.
Yeah, correct answer. So basically, let's say for example, after 6 moves, I had 3 pawns on this light side of the gap in the middle. That would be 3. Then I can move them like that. That would be 4. So imagine all the different positions. Just from what I've explained there, there is actually 9.1 million distinct positions after 6 moves in a game of chess.
There's no wonder I quit.
Just over 9.1. Imagine imagine all the different scenarios you could have after 6 moves in a game of chess. We're not talking playing an actual standard opening. We're talking if I want to move my pawns to there and then there and then there, like which you wouldn't do in a game, but it would actually be a position which is possible. So 9.1 million is the correct answer, but that doesn't mean anything because you want his answer.
Anyway, I'm not getting it away. You've got about 30 seconds.
We'll give this hand and one more. This hand and one more.
Days.
Well, if you've got a chessboard at home, guys, and you think that's a lot, sit there, do three moves for white, 3 moves for black, and see how many times you can do it, creating a different position. And you get to 9.1, because think of all the different moves you could do, Tower. Like I could just move my knight 3 times as white, and then my knight 3 times as black, then use the other knight, that's 2 different positions.
Who's ever sat there and counted them?
There's software for it, a supercomputer,
well,
isn't
obviously.
it? Like a chess solver.
And have all the 9 million ever been done?
No, because it's like there's scenarios that would never happen in chess. Like you wouldn't use the same knight and use the same knight all 3 first moves, would you? But that would be a new position.
What a question that is.
I had to throw a spanner in the works once. You had an easy one last time. I had to up the difficulty. This hand and one more, guys, and we will
Quintillion mode.
reveal the winner.
See, I went off total positions and not distinct. You see, that's what I did.
Well, total positions.
All right, shut up. No,
is actually 120 million.
I'm just trying to sound clever.
Total positions is actually 120 million.
9 million.
Anyway, John's turned it straight, and Jamie's got top pair, top kicker. So, going to be potentially out the door here, Jamie, with the ace queen. Rough turn to see, but John is loving it.
I wish I told you.
Wow, look at that from Ash. The total number of positions after 7 moves, it goes up to 3.2 billion from 9 million. That's how exponential it is. That's why I gave you the 400 to start.
Well, obviously I just went 400, 800, 1200, 1600, 2000. You know, that was it.
So better 3.5k here from John, and Jamie in a tough spot here after bet and flop and check and turn. I like decision to check turn. Will connect with John, but is going to check shove, and John's going to snap it off, and Johnny Kelly comes to the table, and Jamie is out of here, drawing dead.
Oh, JK is only going to be sat here for 2 minutes.
And meaningless river. And we said 1/4 2, so we will chuck the camera on.
To be fair, to be fair, I just wish I told you I packed up badminton.
What is the longest rally in badminton? That's what I would have gone for. So what's the thought process, Tower?
The thought process, I didn't understand the question, and I wasn't very good at it, and I picked my favourite numbers.
Do you understand the question now, though? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. I do now.
So the correct answer was 9.1 million.
Yeah.
Tower put
my favourite numbers.
His favourite numbers.
My favourite numbers. And there is somebody out there that's going to love me for it. There really is. There's going to be somebody out there that's going to... Do you know the winner?
Yeah, I know the winner.
There's going to be somebody out there that's going to love me for it, and whoever it is, when we get to Coventry, they'll give me a cuddle.
Yeah.
Because my favourite numbers are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I went for 12,345. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's
So
exactly what I went for.
12,000.
And I thought that were too many.
345, and someone closest guessed 345 off guessed 12,000, and that was Susie Williamson. Well done, Susie, on Facebook. You are the winner of a live £150 satellite seat. Oh no, we got a stewards again. Got a stewards again.
Now why?
Got a stewards.
Why?
Someone on Twitch says I guessed 12, 3, 4, 6. Hold on.
No, I was gonna guess. He says
we had so many. Hold on. Oh, I was gonna guess 12, 3, 4, 6. Okay, thank God for that. Didn't want to take the seat away from. Oh, Ricky Kebabs has got a stewards now.
Oh, here we go. What you done now?
What are you doing to me, Ricky?
Oh
no. Got to me, not got to be me. Don't worry, I'm having a mare today. You're all right, Susie. You won. It's okay. Susie Williamson. Oh no, he says I did 12, 1, 2, 3. I'm having.
Oh, you're having a
nightmare.
I need to go and break. You're having a nightmare. Where's Ricky Kebabs?
Ricky Kebabs. I'm looking. It says got to be me. Ricky Kebabs.
Can't do it to him twice.
He said, "Did I miss the question, lads?" And then never put anything after that.
Yeah, he's put it somewhere, but I don't know where. I can't scroll up anymore.
I'm scrolling. We're looking, guys. Right, come back. We'll put the table on. We'll be back. Stay tuned for 2 minutes. It's because there was so many answers after that comment. Let's have a look. Did I miss the question, lads? And then there's no. Oh, there we are. 12, 1, 2, 3. Right, Ricky's obviously got to take it, but we've got six more to give away, Tower.
Yeah. Have you cocked up too many times that you have to give 2 tickets away? Is that what you're saying?
I'm going to have to.
Are you saying you make, because you've cocked up again?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Again, twice. There's a yellow card coming out somewhere.
Yeah, I know.
There'll be a yellow card somewhere.
It's hard. I've got to look through all these messages in the chat box, every single one, and when it's such a variety.
To be fair,
when it's a variety of answers, like I might miss a 0, I might miss here and there.
To be fair, I were distracting you because I didn't understand the question.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I was laughing too much.
So what he's going to do and what I'm going to do is we're going to say congratulations both.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair
and
enough.
You can both have a 150 seat to Coventry, and that's the only time it's going to happen.
Only time, because I'm not going to cock up again.
He's going to get some sleep tonight.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm going to get that Paul Fisher tonight. Keeping him up. Playing that Kaluki malarkey.
7 of diamonds on the turn.
You're in. Well done.
Yeah, so Susie Williamson and Ricky Kebabs, alias please. Not alias, I need full name and date of birth. Full name and date of birth from both of you, please.
Well done. Well done. Congratulations. That chess is a bit complex, isn't it?
Well, thanks for everyone for taking part, but doesn't matter. We've got another one coming up after the break. And Tower's got a bit, got another one.
I think we need to sit you down for half an hour.
Yeah, I need a break. I'm having so much fun.
Well done to Mark and well done to Susie. Well done, you two.
Cheers, Mark. I've got yours.
You're in. Another question on its way. Probably around about 10ish. Now we've given 2 away. Could be about 11. Oh, well done one and all, I must admit. Well done one and all. You've done well. You have done well. Nice one, Mark. Nice one, Susie. We will see you in Coventry. See, the best thing about it is that I'm getting 2 cuddles.
Yeah.
Instead of 1.
Yeah. That is. Susie, if you don't want to send them in the chat box, completely fine. You can.
Well, we know you're 40 soon. She's going on the way to Barbados for her 40th birthday. It was in the chat earlier. I'm not telling everybody.
That's fine. Just drop me a DM on Twitter, or you can message me privately, or GUKPT privately on Facebook. Just drop me a message on Twitter. Direct message is fine, and I'll plug you on the spreadsheet. Well done, guys. 150 token. This is the last hand before we head out on break. What a session that was. That was a bit of fun.
A bit of sweat on it.
It's great on the day one, so when the action's not as thrilling, let's say, as day 2s, day 3s, when we've got these giveaways going on for all our viewers in the chat box, chance of winning yourself some money. And that is it, guys. We are on a 20-minute break, I'm assuming. So we're going to be back at 8:10 with the penultimate session of the day, and might even have another seat to give away.
We might even have a correct answer and a correct winner.
Twice
you never
today.
know. You never know. We might just get everything right in the next session.
Oh, God. Cheers, guys. See you in 20.
Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moorman 1, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding 2 of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter because for an hour with the Tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Phil.
Oh man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid. and I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker, and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot, like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then we at university I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year, and I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships, and we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my like 4 flatmates went on Yahoo, because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and yeah, just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing, and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat. But still, $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had a dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run, or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the #1, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah. A lot.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is 5th for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly? This is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It's quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player, played a few tournaments on the side. And I was like, okay, I'm going to have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But so I was like, okay, I can't play on, like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up. And I didn't really know much how to, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, can't take a week off poker. I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. I played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites, because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments than the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came 5th, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale, because, you know, with cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, levels of. I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like, also I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like, I just would put different tournaments on, I had like 2 screens, and I put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that. And I would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments, so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger. Yeah.
So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was the career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like? Or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No. Well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career, because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like a 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence, really. So I went into the I went into the dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and was my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone, and I knew my parents wouldn't probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded, stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which, but I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible. So they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job. So I had to tell them, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans. So obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he wrote down every all the money I had in every poker site, had all my bank account details, everything. And he gave me 6 months to see how much, essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, at the time, I guess I was like 20, 21 years old. And I was just like, all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just like, I've got to stay in and play poker. Like I have to play every day to just, you know, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And yeah, luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for the my first ever World Series at that point, got smoked there. So that was a bad start because obviously, you know, Vegas always gets you, do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And yeah, those 6 months went well and just kind of went from there, really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I like kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until like 2 or 3 years ago. So yeah, I had to break the news just before the book came out. But luckily, yeah, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Ending Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it going to Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that, like, you know, that's my first tournament cash, but I played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. Yeah, as I said, I'd gone to I think it was the 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was the 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online. And if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just like dealing, you know, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it. Even like the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, like compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error, really, and like just perseverance. And then, you know, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but you know, I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And yeah, I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online. And then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So yeah, it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave them all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. And it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linton. And yeah, then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you're actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now. But then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set. And Sam shoved all into me, and in my head, I was like, you know, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff. And I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like it was back in the day when people didn't really call free bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or four betting. Maybe live poker, you know, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop. So I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked, and you know there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, 7s, not 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack. And I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, oh, Chris Moore has called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, needle as well. As I'm walking up. But yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy, he did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, oh, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long, you know, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't the job. I was just doing what I loved doing. So, but yeah, once I discovered pocket fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100 so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and he gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, you know, like making #1, we always thought, oh, wow, maybe, you know, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, you know, suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this.
Oi, oi. Jay's not back for this session. We've just slapped him around the room for getting everything wrong.
I've just got here on time. I've been on Amazon. I've ordered the book Chess for Dummies, Tower. We're gonna get that to you tomorrow.
Flipping heck. Questions for dummies. Even better. Flipping heck.
So guys, next session, gonna run you through who we got in. 1's gonna be Balsy, 2 Sam, 3 Martin Helmuth, 4 Danny Grogan, 5 is Andres Sadorski, 8 is Seb Young, and 9 is Kevin Warrilow.
9 million.
And Don Jones is at the table as well in seat 6.
Is he?
See, I can see the famous Don hat tower. Don't know anyone else. There we go.
There he is. Sat in 7. Here's Mr. Don. And Big Sam sat in 2.
So another 2 hours of action. We might throw another giveaway in at some point over the next 2 hours. We will see.
Aye. Hey dear. Aye, aye.
So Danny, after opening 10-9 off in the cut-off, continuing for 800, and Kev choosing to raise here. Tal, much prefer a flat, especially with the ace-jack, like just flatting in this situation. Like, just keep the bluffs in of Danny. It's a board that he's probably going to represent. It's supposed to be his board. We're a bit under rep, just flatting the ace-jack in the big blind. Potential to get some more chips of Danny down the streets, but just went for the raise there. Well done, Susie. Not sure my nerves can cope with another giveaway.
Not sure my head can. Oh man. Well done, Susie. And well done to Mark as well.
Yeah, all I'm saying, I'm not looking forward to the next giveaway.
Oh my days.
It might be payback time.
All I now know is...
You understand the question now, yeah?
All I know... Yes, I've had to think about it. I got a chessboard out on the table. So all I know now is when you ask me a question about permutations, whether it's a Rubik's Cube, a chessboard, some kind of skating board, anything like that, I know it's going to be in millions.
Okay.
I know that. That's all I know.
At least we've taken something away from it. King Queen of Diamonds here for Kevin, the small versus +1. Light decision, just a flat hit. But it's going to free bet. Well, maybe something to do with Martin. If Martin's opened 7-4 from under the gun +1 tower, I'm guessing Kevin just aware. They've been playing together all day probably. So maybe knows that Martin's a bit loosey-goosey and free betting the King Queen for value perhaps.
Ace high flop, ace 2-4.
I'm not choosing to c-bet this one.
Eight of spades turn.
After flop goes check. He's going to delayed c-bet. And we do have a 4 here as Martin. Does let it go, nicely done. Bon Kev takes it down, gets Martin off the best hand.
Hey, I just had the best catch up ever at the break. For all you older players that have played a long time. Just had 15 minutes with Ryan Fronda. Absolutely loved speaking to Ryan. He told me a couple of stories as well. I know Don, there he is. There is nobody else wears a deer stalker like Don Jones.
Ace Queen of Diamonds for Martin, raises to 1 from under the gun. Balsey with the kings makes it 3.5k, and this just looks super strong here. Always gun versus small blind. Going to have very strong ranges when the small blind does free bet the under the gun open, as we see here. Balsey at the top with kings.
9-9 flop, good enough for Balsey.
Yeah, so going to happily see bet this one as Balsey. Like probably around 3k-ish, that sort of remet. goes for 2.8, and Martin is going to make the call. Backdoor diamonds. 2 overcards. 7 of hearts on the turn. Shouldn't really change too much here. Might have some A7 suited and 7-8 suited, but other than that, shouldn't really connect with him here in this 3-bet pot gun versus small blind. So Balsi probably happy to go for another street here tower. 10s, jacks, queens still all going to be in there for Martin. Essentially some club draws which were unblocking as well. All the suited Broadway clubs, ace-x of clubs, this type of stuff. So just going to see another street here from John. And looks like he's sized up to 2/3, setting up a nice river jam the times that we are called for around 80%. Well, going to be less actually because Martin actually the effective stack. He did make the call, but Martin going to have a tough time continuing now Tal on this particular turn card. Wow, Martin going to call again with just ace queen.
Absolute non-believer. Does he get lucky? No.
Just going to be a jam from Balsi, I assume, tower for 2/3. Go after the 10s, the jacks, 8s that don't believe us. Like, we're not check folding anyway, so better to shove and try and get value from hands that check back, that may convince themselves that we're sat here with like ace king, ace queen type holding. And that's the thing I don't get about Martin's call on the turn here, Tal. Like, Balsi might choose to double barrel on ace king and still losing to one of his bluffs.
All of it?
Yeah, nicely played, John. Played this hand very, very nice, sizing everything. But not going to be getting called by Martin, that's for sure. No, I said that on the turn, but surely we can't call river now. Like, what do we beat here? I guess we're unblocking clubs if Balsi elected to 3-bet like a king, queen of clubs, but just a bit optimistic to call. And they're playing show 1. And king of diamonds, good one to see for Martin, as he blocked king, queen of diamonds, ace, king of diamonds. Well, ace, king of diamonds we lost to anyway.
Good stuff. I'll look at some eliminations before the break as we headed towards that break. 235 today so far.
Yeah, good turnout, really good turnout.
235. We're up to 372. So we have lost Danny Laidlaw, Michael Harrison, Ariane Hassan Kashani, Nick, Tony Filoni. Tony Filoni's gone. Navas Robles, Majid Nadeem and Sinead Priestley. 235. They're playing Day 1B, that's massive.
Danny opens the A7 suited, and Balsi on the button here, king, queen of hearts, happy to pill this one versus gun. Balsi running hot, top pair, good kicker here. 1 diamond on board here for Danny, not much else going on. Maybe happy to c-bet this one, king height with the A7 of diamonds. Does continue. So just going to be a flat here for Balsi with position. No need to raise here. Still got the aces and ace king in his range of Danny, and board that he may over represent, so keep some bluffs in of our opponent as always. How are we doing, Graham? Buy-in for this one is 1100. Well,
4 diamonds turn.
Yeah, and could see double barrel here from Danny Tower. This is one of the cards where expect him to be a double barrel in high frequency here, but the thing that we'll need to go through his mind, Balsi's obviously called flop here. We're not folding out the king X versus a second barrel here, so may need to be unloading that clip on rivers if we are going to elect a double barrel turn and it does brick out. Go after all the 1 pair holdings of Balsi, king queen, king jack, king 10, put them all in a gross spot on the river potentially. So if we are double barreling this turn tower on brick rivers, we're going to need to unload as Danny. Like, we're not going to unload on like King X, we're not going to unload on spades. Even 9X may be a check, because 9X of diamonds is a thing. But Bousey just got another clear call here. Looks fairly small from Danny as well, Tab. I'd probably be sizing up here on this 4 of diamonds turn. Somewhere near pot. Not sure what size he elected for.
$6.4.
Oh, okay, 6.4. Must have been a big chip in there. Yeah, I like the sizing from Danny. Pot size on the turn, very nice. And now this 7 of spades is probably one of the cards that we are going to give up on and check. And sometimes, nah, not really. We can't really beat much here now. So he might actually still go for it, but I guess Bousey more likely to have spades. Yeah, he's going to check over to Bousey with the king queen. But I would love that to have been like an offsuit 6 or a 3 or a 4, something like that, and see if Danny was planning on going for the shove on the river. And Bousey here with the king queen and not going to value bet, and it's Danny to show as the last aggressor. I'm going to show the A7 of diamonds, and Bousey going to take another pot with the king queen. Great start to the session for him.
Bousey starting well this session. So done with 7s, there's with 2s, raises to 1.3 with the round of 2.5.
Kevin just choosing to flat the ace 8 suited. And over to Sam on the button with the ace 10 of clubs here. Not going to be going anywhere. And chooses the free bet to 3.7k. Shy of 3x after an open call. Perhaps could go a little bit larger. Both Don and Kevin would usually have a tough time continuing. Sam like made this 5k around there. I think we'd see them both fold, but getting this price, Don may be more inclined to go set mining, and then that will probably bring Kevin in.
Excuse me.
Done with the ducks and gone, so Kevin probably going to follow suit now. Does look very strong from Sam once he chooses this smaller sizing as well. And I think the table's playing pick a card, so every time someone wins a pot they got to show one card.
Yeah,
make it a little bit of fun.
Yeah, cash game. Danny says 2,975. That was closer to my answer than the real answer. Yeah, unfortunately, Joe Johnson watching on Facebook. Unfortunately, that's nothing to do with us. That's a Facebook algorithm, which when anything is live, it comes in the top left-hand corner. That's nothing to do with us. The only way, sometimes if you turn your phone landscape, always get that wrong. Then that might help. Other than that, YouTube or Twitch are the other two platforms. So
/GUKPT Joe on YouTube or Twitch.
Yeah, apologies for that, but that is a Facebook algorithm and not us.
Kevin, King 10 of diamonds, makes it 1.2.
And Mick Lamont says, if you click that link straight under the Joe, you'll click straight onto Twitch.
Aaron Bousey free betting here with the 8-6 of diamonds, getting a bit fruity. And Sam just ripping here for 60. 62. And Martin has an easy fold here now. 60, yeah, well, yeah, 62 bigs.
Oh,
62 bigs, yeah. Yeah, Martin has an easy fold there with ace queen, like 62 big blind shove here. It's never going to be ace jack in here for Sam.
No.
I think this is our best case scenario, that we are in a flip scenario, and should be a snap fold here from Bousey.
We'll make it look like he's got a decision.
Doesn't want to let Kevin know he's free betting him light.
There you go, Mark. If you pause it 10 seconds on Facebook and then play it, are you still live?
I don't know. I've never watched it on Facebook. So
the live button disappeared if you pause it for 10 seconds. Shall we try it?
Then they got a disadvantage in the fastest finger first giveaways.
They have. Well, they have. You've not even got the right answer.
Yeah. It's hard to get it right when I even got the right answer in front of me.
We're going off just about now anyway. Usually an 8-hour slot. Ah, did you? Oh, brilliant. It's just gone. It literally just disappeared. What is that?
Queen 9 off of Martin in the cut-off. Raises to 1.1, and Danny here, Queen 10 of hearts, not going to be going anywhere on the button. Both options available to us here, off of 31. We could potentially free bet, flat and going to be fine as well. It does just choose the flat. There's Andres from the pot. And Don with the king deuce off. Might choose to come along yet in this price. And he's going to defend.
Defended by Don. The king deuce. Ace 9-2. 2 hearts. Danny flopping the flush draw.
And easy call for Danny. And Don with the king of hearts in his hand and bottom pair. Looks like he's going to take one off here, Don. Getting 6-1, just under on his money. Heart would be an interesting turn.
Ace of clubs.
I want to go for value here with his 2 pair. 3.5 into 7.3. So just south of half for him. And that should be job done. with the best of it. Ace 10 for Martin raises to 1.2k, and Danny here just going to choose to shove this one off a 26. This is fine with ace queen. Like just flushing out equity is good. Like say if Martin's got a king jack suited here, for example, and we free bet as Danny to let's say 3.5k, Martin calls, like that hand's still going to be just under 40% equity against ours. Like just taking the shove spot here just flushes out that equity rather than going post. And potential to just pick up the open plus blinds, and Seb here versus 26 big blind shove, ace jack off. What is it? Cut off hijack. Probably gonna fold. It's just I doubt Danny's gonna do this with ace 10. Highly doubt he's gonna be doing this with ace 10. May have some suited wheel aces in there just to balance it out with his stronger hands. It does get it through.
$235 the last time we saw Sat playing day 1B.
King 9 of hearts for Sam. Can definitely open this one and does. So that makes it 1.3. Gary McGaffney, good evening to you.
Evening, Gary. Got to be back in England now, hasn't he?
Yeah, and Nick Filoni just flattened the ace king here. In the cut-off, I'm going to be free bet calling here.
There's a re-entry for Tony as well.
Just flatten the ace king here off a 40. And that's going to bring Kevin in the big blind.
Ten, queen, 9, 2 spades.
Yeah, so now with the ace king and Nick, we're going to have a tough time continuing. 4-way here against this size of Sam. I don't think we're ever going to be folding. 1.5 to win 7.4. 5 to 1 on the call here, and we've got the king of spades as well, so potential to bluff some run-outs. And Don, we are up and down, but a lot of the time just looking for a 6. Jack may not be good for us. We're up against a king queen, a kings, an ace king, this type of stuff. Only going to be able to hit the 6 to make our straight, but is going to call. because of the price he's getting. Really, really nice price. It is the ace of spades, so Tony Filoni turning top pair and nut flush draw here. But this board is really, really wet. So Tony choosing to check, and Don with just 8 high here.
Donny boy. Makes it 5k.
Yeah, Sam has to get out of the way. And Tony here, ace king, king of spades. We call 40% pot behind. He might just choose to go with it here, Tower. He's never folding.
No.
But
yeah, all of it, as you can see. No, not all of it.
All of it, except this 3 chips there. And Don has to fold and leave himself with 8k back.
Have a look. Shows him the ace. Cards are out. You'll know all these songs by the time you go home.
Will I?
Yeah, well, they do go round on repeat quite a bit, if you're here that long, and we are. 8 days of streaming. Needle in a haystack, doo doo doo.
And this is going to be an all-in and a call. Should be a 4-bet shot from Sam once it gets back to him. And Danny will have to call it off.
He will indeed. That's it. Still in the hand, but with Queen 8, not going to be doing anything with a 2 or 3 bet. Is bouncing noise on him? Or is it definitely not Queen 8?
You don't know it's on him.
I don't think it's on you. I don't think bouncing knows it's on him. Oh no. He does. It ain't Queen 8 if he does.
No, he doesn't, does he? He's leaning back in his chair, he's looking around the room.
Yeah.
I don't think he knows it's on him, Tower.
Tap him, deal it. Oh, is it on me?
Classic flip.
So they go in. Bounce it. No idea who's on it, just checking his messages.
To the flop. And there's an ace.
There's the ace.
And no runners here for the jacks, so Danny fading a 2-outer, turn and river. Clean on the turn, doesn't mean anything though, making top 2, still the same scenario. And just makes the nut boat.
Just a boat. Nice fold, John.
Play, Balsy.
Just the nut boat.
There is one tonight's table flight of the main event, starts at 9 PM. We play 10 20-minute levels and it's the last chance to make your way into day 2 of the main event.
So now we double up. Danny raises in seat 4. 1.1.
Yeah, Nick here, Ace Jack. Looks like happy to just call.
Tony Filoni in seat 6. Ace Jack.
So, doubt he's going to be defending this. 9-5 off. Well, he is going to defend.
He is defending.
Getting a nice price, but not real playability with this hand. Hoping to just flop 2 pair or trips.
8, 10, king, 2 clubs.
Ace Jack, Jack of clubs could definitely be a viable bet here for Tony Filoni. Once checked to. Somewhere 1500 remit, 2k, somewhere around there. A bit less than half. Goes for 1.8. Good enough to get the job done.
$72,000 for Kevin. Chip leader on the table. Any more eliminations in the room? Let's have a boot chairs. King 8 for Seb, raises to 1,000. Mousy 3 betting with Ace King gets it through. So we lost Danny Laidlaw and Neo Neophyte 2 and Rob Mail. JS has gone. Gabriel Roberts, Vadim Kojakaru, Keith Wang, Ray Ford, Mitch Johnson, Drayton Axiage again, Lawrence Stone and Dan Tran, and we're up to date. We are up to date. Donny Boy, Queen 8.
Yeah, it looks like Don going to go with this
1.2.
Well, happy to open at least.
Yeah, makes it 1.2. He's got 6.8 behind the line. Kevin in 9's got the 10s. So this should be a race.
Yeah, Don's just going to have to fold now, unfortunately. Not really too much we can do once met with this free bet, especially once we open off this. Oh, he's going to go with it, Don. He's just going to go with it with the Queen 8 of clubs.
He has gone with it. Needs a bit of help, does our Don in seat 7. He is all in for his final 8,000.
And that is basically dead to runners. Well, no, we've got running Jack Ace, offsuit hearts. That is dead though.
That is dead. Set of 10s. Unlucky Don. Don Jones eliminated. 238 a playing, and Don has just bust out. Unlucky Don. Unlucky sir. Evening, Brad. Haven't seen Riggy for a while. Is he okay? Yeah, he just doesn't like London. All the prices in London to stay for a week. A lot to do with it. That's why he didn't play the Grand Final for the cost of it all. So out is. I'm guessing we'll see him in Manchester and Coventry and everywhere else. But London and the prices is just like nope. Not for me, thank you. For 10, Seb flops, delicious.
Yeah, lovely sight to see for Seb. Get any action from anyone? Yeah, it's been alright today, bro. It's been a good laugh. We've given away about £1,000 already today. About £1,000 in giveaways. We've still got a few more coming. Wow, Andreas here. What are we up to, sir?
Queen of clubs turn.
Just calls with the 8-5 off. And like from the big blind here, Andreas can still have a lot of 10x here, but we'll have flush draws and 4x in there as well, so checking back perhaps to try and induce something on the river. We love to see the 7 of diamonds at Seb here, and Andres is going to fire, so he was floating with 8 high with a plan, but plan's going to backfire.
Certainly is. There'll be an incoming jump.
Yeah, I think it's a big misstep from Andres floating this flop of 8-5 off.
Yeah.
10-10-4, especially once Seb bets into the whole field as well. We go 4-way. You expect Seb to probably check most of his ace king, ace queen. He might like see bet an ace king with an ace of diamonds or an ace queen with an ace of diamonds, but I think a lot of his range does check this board when we go 4-way. Snap fold from Andres.
As it should be. Good luck when you come and play the seniors, Ian Needleman here for the comms, and then seniors here live on Sunday.
We got 10-9 for Seb. Out of the way. Kevin with A7 does the same. Good to see Kev on the beers.
Oh, Kev.
Friday night.
Friday night in London. We'll have a beverage.
Danny with King Queen here. Pretty standard open for us, makes it 1.1. And Andreas here with the Queen Jack. He's going to make the call in the small blind, and the quick fold from Tony Filoni.
King high flop, King 9-3.
Yeah, I'm going to get action as well, Danny. Andreas should be calling once versus our C-bet. Going to be around 1,000 tower. Third pot here on the King 9-3 rainbow as the opener. We're going to go for the 2/3.
Yeah, 2.1.
2.1. So goes for the big bet here, Danny. Still, story remains the same. Andres not going to be folding with his gut shot to the nuts. And does turn a pair. Jack of diamonds. An interesting one for Danny. Like, bottom versus small might be a spot we can go bet for 3 streets. Potential to get called from worse. Might heal a lot of suited kings versus a button open. King 10 possibility, and then obviously the Queen Jack and Jack 10 as well. That would have turned a pair here. So Danny is going for a second street of value. And fires for 5.6 into 7.4. So 3/4 this time.
.6 to call. Just thinking about it. And oh, is that a raise? No, 5.6. The king on the river.
Great river for Danny, not just in terms of with river trips, but now very likely to get paid. But in these type of spots, like when you think about it, like Andreas here's called twice on the King 9-3, then Jack turn. Like from our perspective, it does look like Andreas can have a king himself here. So like on these rivers when the top pair pairs, like people tend to just shut down, and I think they're like under bluff spots, especially in live poker. simply because from Danny's perspective it looks like Andres can definitely have a king here, so then he's less inclined to continue with his bluffs. So when Danny does go for the third street here, he's basically going to be repping a king or better, still have 9s full, still have pocket 3s, and then like king 10, king queen, ace king, and then all the suited kings as well, which he would open on the button. Just with over a pot size bet behind, about 110%. And obviously got to think about what Andres' range looks like here. He's called on the king 9-3 rainbow board. Like I say, queen jack and jack 10 definitely can go after them. Queen 10, if you got queen 10, have the money. And then maybe king 10 and some like king 8 suited, king 7 suited, this type of stuff that might choose the pill in the small rather than free bet here. But Danny going to be going for value, whether it's the lot or not, we will see.
Doesn't look like it's the lot. Probably just under half by the looks of that.
We got to ask ourselves, like, if we ever did come up with a bluff here on the end, like if we had like an ace queen of spades or something and we did go for 3 barrels, like is this the size we choose? 7.6 as a bluff. But it does look like he's really going after the queen jack, the jack 10. Maybe need some non-believers, as he has opened on the button here, and obviously going to have a wide range of opening hands, and maybe a board that he might over-represent, being king high rainbow as the pre-flop aggressor. And then back on Andres here, and like I say, it's a tough spot simply because it looks like we can have a king from Danny's perspective. If we're playing against a competent opponent, they'll be thinking about what our range of hands is, and we're definitely going to have king X ourselves here. So once he chooses to follow through here on the river and go for the third street, it really does look strong here from Danny, especially this size in here, a little bit north of third. Looks like he really does want to get paid, and Andres is going to pay it off with the queen jack and sees the bad news. Down to 20k, bad few hands for him, and Danny up to 47.
Very nice indeed. Good evening, one and all. Welcome to day 1B. The turbo is just starting. 240 in the main event. And we'll keep you updated with how many are going to be in the turbo as well.
Kevin under the gun, ace 10, fine to open, raises to 1.3, and Sam going to flat the king jack of clubs here from +2.
Oi, Sam calls a 1.3, king jack suited. Club, queen 5, 6. Decent flop for Sam.
Yeah, awkward one for Kev here with the ace 10, whether to c-bet this board or not. Queen 5, 6, 2 clubs, 1 spade. We have the 10 of spades in our hand. I could see him possibly check this one. Obviously need to be wary about Sam's +2 call-in range here. And now Sam's just going to take the initiative once checked to and fire with his flush draw. and overcard, and that does get Kev off of a better hand. Any more giveaways tonight?
Who said that?
Yeah, we'll do one soon. We'll do one soon.
Shall we?
Within the hour. We'll do one before 10 o'clock. We'll give away another 150 live satellite before 10 o'clock.
Okay.
We've got 3 more to give away over the course of the weekend. Obviously tomorrow there's only going to be 1 giveaway throughout the day. We've got the £1,500 UK Poker Open seat to give away tomorrow. But yeah, we'll probably do another giveaway before 10 o'clock. So far we have given away 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have got 3 more of those to give away. We've got 2 more closer seats to give away, and we've got 1 £1,500 UK.
Oh, there's plenty going on tomorrow. Simone De Marcy, Longmount fan, Alan Stern, Keith Wang, and the last out, Mr. Robert Duras.
Oh, again, is that Rob maxed out for the day?
I think so. Gone. 240.
He'll be jumping in the turbo tower,
no doubt.
Ace Jack for Martin. Raises to 1.2, and Andreas here, Jack 9 of clubs, happy to pill this one in the cutoff, and Tony Filoni here with the Ace Jack. Either or, I think we're going to flat this one versus EP in a call more often than not, but we'll be having some free bets in there as well with the Ace Jack offsuit. He's just going to call on this occasion on the button with position, and that's going to bring Kevin in from the looks of things. He wants to defend the Queen at 5 offsuit.
Ten, King, 8, 2 spades.
There's not actually too much going on here. Ace high actually the best hand here. We've got Andreas up and down, Martin and Nick with the same hand, but Martin with the backdoor nut flush draw. And Kevin, nothing at all happening for him. So checks to Andreas in the cut-off, and looks like he's going to start. Another call. Sorry. Checks to Martin, and he's going to start with a bet. Andreas calling, and Nicholas Filoni calling, and we'll lose Kevin from the pot. Imagine a Queen Tower. Oh my word!
You said!
Oh my word! Andres is going to be out of here unless it's an ace on the river. But Tony Filoni and Martin both turning the stones. And they will chop this up when we get to showdown. Andreas here raising to 10k, leaving himself 7.7 back. Nick, now what do we do here with Nick? Oh no, it's not a raise, it's not a raise. I thought there was only 3k in there. There's a yellow chip there for Martin, so just a flat from Andreas, and now Nicholas Filoni raising it up. Everyone's going all in. It's a freeway all in. Yep. Nick Filoni says, I've got the nuts. Martin says, I've got the nuts. And Andres is like, I've got the second nuts.
That's it.
Needs an ace, and only an ace to stay alive. What a turn card.
Wow. Andres has gone. He eliminated with the bottom end of it.
$70k to out the door in an orbit there for Andres. That all started with the 8-5 off float on 10-10-4, and then ended up running it versus Seb, and then called it off with the Queen Jack versus Danny, and then that's just a cold deck out the door.
Nick's happy he's just got a few chips back. He's smiling now on his second bullet. Shipping. Well, in that short 10 minutes after reading a few out, there's been a few gone. Josh Bolton went. Jack Allen went. Tobias Ogety went. J.S. went. Jack Veal went. Paul Trotter and Andre Sidorski. Wow. That was a bust out spurt. 241. Here's 7 for Bousey. Queen 9-7 flop. Check call from Kevin. Both check the turn on the jack, and now the jack pairs on the river. And a bet on the river from Kevin of 7.4. Bounce here's a 7.
Can we have a raise here as Bousey?
Yeah, 3 bet, 3 to 6,000.
Yeah, I'm thinking like, is raising a river a thing as a bluff? Go after some Queen X and some Jack X. Try and represent a flush or even a straight. Really nice blockers to boats and really nice blocker to, well, nut flush blocker. Obviously he's thinking about hero calling here, but this is probably quite a tough call tower. I can't see how we can call here with a 7. I much prefer raise if we are going to continue, and Bousey does let it go. It's a Queen 9-7 flop. Like, clubs complete on the river. The straight draws either make trips or a straight with running jacks. Like 8-6 is probably the only thing that might be in there, or like a small pocket pair that he has turned into a bluff. That's exactly what he done. So fair play to Kevin. Nice play. I like the fold from Bousey. I think just never beaten enough there. Not enough bluffs and too much value to be calling. I think if we do want to continue, maybe a raise could have worked.
Incoming.
So we saw it must be his favourite hand. We saw him open this from +1 earlier. 7-4 of hearts. Exactly this combo as well. And Kevin going to call on the button. Bouncy will be out of the way in the small. And Sam looks like going to defend in the big, as he should, with suited jack. Getting this price. 3-way action.
Jack 8-6 for Sam.
Yeah, and surely we have to continue this, as Martin wouldn't open the 7-4 myself, but once we get to this flop, bottom of our range and a gut shot, going to be firing. And Kev now with King Queen. Be surprised if he continued here facing this C-bet. 2 overcards and position, but maybe a bit optimistic to be calling here. Still with Sam behind as well. And Sam, if we call, would then have a nice stack to perhaps shove if he did have a hand to go with.
Not much of a redraw with even with the overs for Kevin. So he does get out of the way. Back round to Sam, who defended with Jack 5.
Yeah, I'm just going to check call, I think, now that Kevin's folded tower.
Yeah.
Imagine a 5, that would be ill on the tower, because you're never going to put
Well, he
Martin on
called the last
7-4.
You called the last one. Does it come a 5?
King of spades, so one that Martin might choose to double barrel here, tower. A lot better for our range than our opponents, but chooses to check behind. And now Sam going to take the initiative here on the river. Must be really small bet here from Sam, and here's 2.5k, so quarter pot, a little bit more. And Martin is going to raise it up. Definitely could have ace queen here, tower. Could have potentially rivered some 2 pair, Jack 10 suited, even a King 10 that elected to check back flop. I can't, like Sam, it would be some call if he could find it. Like, does Martin ever just do this with an ace-x suited, ace-x of diamonds, spades or clubs that C-bets flop, and then tries to take it away from Sam here on the river once he does lead small? Here's our board. Martin, a little stare down.
Fold is a big one. Pick any. It won't make a difference. He turned over the 7.
Going to be opening ace jack. Those blinds just go up to 300, 600. So 3 more hours left of the day, plus a break as well. It's probably going to be finishing up around 1:45 this evening, guys. We've still got plenty to give away for our viewers.
We have. Sam calls. Martin looks down at the big, makes a call. And we've drawn a flop. A king, and another one.
It's a really small size in here from Dan, just over 20%. Martin calling with the pocket fives. You notice a snap call there from Martin as well, Tao. You think if Martin has ever flopped quads here, he'd at least, I reckon, take a little bit, not a little bit of time, but at least 5 seconds. I don't think he'd call instantly. So going on that, with Dan's particular hand, ace jack here, I might just be going through streets and trying to get him off a hand like he has, a small pocket pair from the big blind. But that's simply just reading into the quick check on the flop. But once Dan goes this size on the turn, he's going that size, yeah, to check back the river and sees the fives of Martin. Going to be good. Do you want to do a giveaway at half past? You want 10 minutes for a question to think?
But I need more than that.
I'm only giving you 10, so you can't come up with a good one. I'm not giving you an whole hour. I don't want to know how many pairs of boots the Rotherham kit man's cleaned over the years.
I need to go and fetch yourself a cup of tea, so I'll go and fetch the teas.
I'll have a tea, please, Tower.
And we'll do the
tea will be nice.
We'll do the question after that.
Right, 10 minutes time, guys. We got another £150 live satellite seat to give away for Coventry. Coming up in 10 minutes time. Ace 10 diamonds. The set. Makes it 1.2.
G-boy.
Different players and dealers in the turbo, you have a line level 100-100 with a big line of 100.
And 10 for deuce. 2 clubs. And top pair, top kick up for Seb. Gonna just be c-betting this one. 3-way. Be surprised if we didn't see a c-bet here from Seb. Does continue for just south of half, 2k into 4.2. And Danny going to be calling once here, 6-4, 6 of clubs. Definitely a hand we should be continuing, faced with 1 bet. And it's going to proceed with a check call. Let's see, 8 of clubs on the turn, so it does bring the flush in, and where we might see Seb slow down and choose to check here, as Danny is out the big blind and will defend any 2 suited cards, so we'll have a lot more flushes than us in this spot, and we can be put in a really gross spot here of Seb when we do fire the turn and get raised, so may choose to check back and go for value on river. That's what I'd like to see, and does check it behind, and a 9 of hearts on the river here. And this has to be a check raise from Danny. Surely this is a great hand to do it with, right? We check, try and show down our 4 versus some ace highs, and then if there is a bet from Seb, I'd love to see Danny raise, but Danny's actually gonna, well, he's gonna go for the bluff here anyway, so he's actually turning this 4 into a bluff. But personally, I would have checked, hoping to beat some ace highs, king highs at a showdown, and then if met by a bet from Seb, and then I would have gone for the check raise as Danny with this particular combo. Club in there, 4 in there, blocking straight in there, but Danny just goes for 11.5 here into 9.2. So pot and a quarter. And now Seb here with ace 10 after checking back turn. Like the 9's kind of a brick here because like there shouldn't really be any Queen Jack for Danny, any Jack 7, any 6-7 unless it's specifically clubs. So the 9's kind of a brick unless it's a River 2 pair with something like 10-9, which we block from our perspective. So basically, it's either going to be a flush here or like a flopped 2 pair or River 2 pair from Danny. That's what he's repping. And then what are the bluffs here? Going to have some 5-3 with a club, some ace-5, ace-3 with the ace of clubs, this type of stuff. But really, really tough spot here for Seb. Only beat a bluff here, which Danny does actually have on this occasion. Well, I'm assuming Danny thinks he's bluffing once he goes this size. Turning his 4 into a bluff. And Seb is going to pay it off. And Danny going to show the 6-4. A nice call from Seb. And puts him up to 45k. But I think I would have preferred there. Much preferred from Danny the check raise with that combo. I like the combo choice to elect to bluff, but we still beat a lot of Seb's range that c-bets and checks back turn, like the ace king, the king queen, the queen jack's a straight, so not that, but the king jack, all this stuff suited ace x that we still have decent showdown against where we can win the pot. And then when he does go for a bet and looks like he could have checked back an overpair or a 10x holding, then we can put him in the blender. It's an interesting spot there. Personally, as Danny, I think I would have preferred to see check raise rather than lead for 125%. Not nobody, Gully. In live fields, it's not much of the population in live fields. Check raising rivers as bluffs. But the good, competent players will have them in there. As Kevin choosing to 3-bet the King 10 of spades here versus Seb's +2 open, and going to be another difficult spot for Seb here. Pre-flop, open DP, been 3-bet on our direct left, and can definitely get behind the fold there with the ace jack. And Wadey comes to the table. Ace queen for Wadey raises to 1.4. Raise and take. This is where we're off to next, guys. Off to Manchester, Berry New Road from Wednesday the 1st when the festival kicks off. Tara and I will be there from the 8th. Streaming the cash game as always on the Wednesday. And then Thursday, the high roller. And then the usual schedule, day 1A on the Friday, followed by Saturday and Sunday. Have plenty going on there. Similar schedule to this. Mystery Bounty. Going to be a big one, only 440 buy-in for that. And then usually the mini high roller main event, GUKPT Cup on that one as well. So very similar schedule. I think we are doing cash on the Wednesday, I believe.
They're going to be here for about 10 minutes. Like corrupt the younger, the daughter, one of the daughters.
So Queen 8 of diamonds for Sam, raises to 1.3. And Sam flopping flush draw here, and Wadey chooses to donk for 1.5. So just over 40% sizing choice, and Sam here just has to call this board. Oh, well, he's got 10k back, so yeah, he's actually going to just go with it here. Try and rep an overpair perhaps if Wadey's elected to donk a 1-pair holding. And Wadey going to ask for a count, but don't mind this at all here from Sam. Sitting here with 16 bigs in our stack. We've opened the Queen 8 suited and we've flopped the flush draw and 2 overcards, and we're met with a donk lead, so just taking it here and shipping it into the middle. Potential to fold out some hands that are ahead of us, and the times we are called, we're going to have a fair amount of equity to get there, so perfectly fine. And Wadey here seems like he's in a bit of a quandary, doesn't know what to do. Shows the 5. Shows the 5. Sam's got to show one. Well, it's half past, guys. Tower's got lost on the T run, but when he's back, we will be having another 150 giveaway. Might be the last one of the day, might not, we will see. We've got 3 more in total to give away this weekend, but tomorrow's the biggie. We've got the £1,500 UK Poker Open seat for tomorrow. So make sure you're tuned in tomorrow for that one. We still have no idea what we're going to do for that, but hopefully I'll wake up and I'll have an idea. But try and make it a whole day thing, keep everyone engaged. Kevin makes it 1.5 from under the gun, and Martin using a suited ace to mix into the 3-bet range. Yep, Seb has to fold the 7s there after a gun open and a +3 3-bet. Martin shows the 6, gets it through. How do you enter, asked John? You just stay tuned and you listen to the rules, and if you're lucky enough to get close enough to the answer, you're going to win yourself £150 live satellite seat for Coventry. You can play any one of them main event cash out satellites, which are the 150 plus 15s. You got 7 to choose from, just in time.
Tees.
40 got lost.
I actually did. I couldn't remember way back. Couldn't remember the way back. First time here.
So this hand, guys, and I know where you've been. I know where you've been.
Where?
You've been out there on your phone on Google, googling world's hardest questions.
It's all up here, son.
So after this hand, guys, we are going to do another giveaway for £150 live satellite token for Coventry in a few weeks' time. Fabio with the Ace King, and Nick here just should be 3-bet getting this in versus Fabio's stack size here. Hijack versus Cut-Off for 25. And there is the 3-bet from Nick Filoni. And come back round to Fabio. He'll move all in. Nick will call, and it's going to be race time before giveaway time.
Woohoo!
to the flop we go. Nick out in front at the moment. We've seen the 10 go in the muck. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
All in. Cool. We got that in the end. And it looks like a jack on the river. So Fabio is out of here.
Oh, look at Fabio.
Nick Filoni takes some more chips his way. So just getting some paper if I can find any.
None over here.
I'll use that. That's perfect. We will use that. So guys, giveaway time.
Just to let you know.
Yep.
It was like, that's not big enough.
Yeah.
It is really. I'm not like you. I don't go into the millions.
I thought you said you played for your chess team when you was younger and all that, so I thought you might know
I didn't have 9 million permutations in my head when I was 16.
So guys, rules are simple as this. Tower's going to ask me a question. I'm going to write my answer down on this piece of paper. Closest to my answer is going to win themselves £150. See, you never know, second closest might win themselves one as well if I balls up again. So make sure you get your guess in.
Jim's watching. He's already texted me. He says if he cocks up one more time.
One guess per person, multiple guesses, you can't win a thing. Tower,
yeah.
What you got for me?
Well, just as I was wandering around, I was thinking, do you know what? We've not done one on music. In fact, I was thinking about music.
Well,
right?
my specialist subject.
So, as I was walking to the record shop in 1990, I had a pair of trainers on.
Yep.
And they were my favourite trainers.
Yep.
And I know exactly how many steps I did them. No, I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. But it is on music.
Okay.
All right. It is on music. Have you ever heard of the band Queen?
Yes, I have.
Have you?
Yeah, I've heard of Queen.
Well, I'm actually shocked.
They got that Freddie Pluto, ain't it? Freddie Neptune. Freddie Mercury.
Freddie Mercury. That's the one. That's the one. What I'd like to know. Well, don't start guessing just yet because he's got to think about it. How many weeks in the album charts did Queen spend?
What, total?
Total.
Longest streak. Okay, total.
How many weeks in total did Queen spend in the album charts?
Throughout their whole career, yeah?
Right, yeah, they were on it. Obviously, Freddie died in 1991.
Yeah.
And they split up in 85. And then they got back together again after Live Aid. How many weeks in total did Queen spend in the charts?
I'm in.
He is in.
Get your guesses in.
Go.
We will reveal the correct answer.
No googling. No googling the answer. No googling the answer. I'll put you in the eye.
We will reveal the correct answer at 1:45, and we'll reveal the right answer, which I've wrote down at 10:02. Good luck, everyone. Yeah. This is for £150 live at Satellite Seat in Coventry.
In Coventry. You have to be able to play.
So Wadey here with the Jack 8 suited, continuing on the 9-6-4 rainbow. Don't mind this at all here from Wadey with overcard and some nice potential backdoors. But Danny here playing his aces. Fairly trappy and is inducing this bluff from Wadey.
So a nice, gentle music question. See, I don't go into the 9 millions moves that you can have when you're permutation, you're moving your king to Z3 and B4.
It's a 7 of spades on the river. And Wadey here. Is he going to unload the clip tower? With the Jack 8 of spades. And looks like the third barrel is coming in, and Dan choosing to check the aces on the flop could be working a treat for him here. Little Wadey asks him how much he's got. Wadey gives up with the check, and he's happy to see the aces. Well-timed give up from Wadey. So guys, keep the guesses coming in. There are lots and lots of guesses for this one.
How many weeks does Jay thinks Queen the group spent in the album charts?
You're getting my head.
Absolutely.
The correct
And don't
answer
forget,
means nothing.
Don't forget, he's a mathematician specialist.
Great. The fact that you said that means I must be well out of the right answer.
I'm not saying anything.
I've got to read there, Tower.
Not saying anything. Not giving anything away to anybody. Hey up, Stevie Bean. I've still got your card. What was the question? Said Richard Whitmore. The question is, how many weeks does Jay thinks that Queen spent in the album charts?
Yeah, just going to jump back into the action here. Button limp from Kevin, and Balsey going to raise it up. Much prefer an open from Kevin here on the button this thing with the Queen 10. Choosing to limp in. So assuming it's going to be a limp call. Tom Barnes says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So nice flop here for Balsey. King high and the nut flush draw to go with it. And Kevin gonna find a float here with the Queen 10. Draw into just a 10. Not that he'll know that. Maybe floating to make a play on a later street here. Do have the 10 of clubs in there. And there we go. Turning double gut shot here for Kevin. 7 and jacks working now. Balsey, king high still good for us. We'll have the ace king, aces, king queen, all this type of stuff. Even pocket 8s and pocket 6s are going to be in there as well, as it was a limp on the button from Kevin. So fires for 6.2, half pot on the turn. And are we floating to then pick up a double gut shot and then fold? I highly doubt it. So I'm assuming we're going to go to a river here. 3 to 1 on the call with position, potential to bluff clubs as well. I know Balsey has the nut flush draw, but I think if we get to this turn here, we're going to be calling once more and sending it on club rivers as a bluff.
There's dealers in day 1B after that in progress from the 20-minute break. That's 20-minute break. There's dealers in day 1B.
And in 30 minutes time, we are going to go on the final break of the day. So Kevin does make the call. And it is the Jack of Clubs!
The Jack of Clubs,
the
baby.
most action card in the deck! And Balsey with the nuts. What a sight to see. And Kevin has got the nut straight with the 10 of clubs blocker in here. So, like, from our perspective, Tower, like, with the 10 of clubs as well, it's so hard for Balsey to have a flush. Ace king of clubs, and ace queen of clubs, and king queen of clubs. That's probably about it. Well, suited ace-x as well, maybe. Some suited wheel ace-x of clubs, but can't see how Kevin ever going to be able to fold this one. And Balsey firing 15.5, and the float on the flop is going to cost Kevin a fair amount of chips. He's never folded here, Tower. There is no way in a million years he ever folds.
We have a potential for the second seat 9 to go flat on his arse. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think in Kevin's head he already knows he's calling. It's just one of these situations where when we call and Balsey does actually have the flush, makes us look like we might have folded it, but in our head we're never ever folding this in a million years. It's just not. We just can't.
Well, you decide. You might be a really good card, and you might get a card that you don't like.
Yeah, I think this is just a bit of posturing from Kevin. He already knows in the back of his head that he's calling this off, and it's just one of those situations at the time that Bousey does spin over. Well, Kevin's stack's actually way out as well. He's actually got about 70k behind there, so not sitting with 32. There's the call, and Bousey going to show him the ace X of clubs. Queen says nice hand.
Nice hand, he says. Nice hand, he says. So, have you got your guesses in? I'll tell you the correct answer.
Yep.
So, the question was, one of the most successful bands in the entire world, Queen, how many weeks did they spend in the album charts?
I'll put my tea down. I don't want to spit it out just in case it's like well off of my guess.
When Freddie Mercury died in 1991,
yes,
Queen spent a total of 7 years consecutively in the album charts. Okay.
So that was just after he
After he passed away.
And then obviously before that as well.
And they've been going 27 years before that. So, the actual answer is they are the most successful band in the world on a weekly basis for charts. 1,877 weeks they have spent in the album charts.
That doesn't matter though.
2 minutes.
I'm going to give my answer away. We'll do a couple of hands and then we will reveal the winner. If you haven't guessed yet, you still have an opportunity to put a guess into the chat box. The real answer doesn't mean nothing. You're looking for the answer that I have wrote down on this piece
Correct.
of paper.
Just like Susie and just like Ricky Kebabs, it didn't matter. There were 9 million combinations of chess because the tower didn't think there was.
There's not 9 million combinations of chessboard.
Well,
there's actually on an actual.
Oh yeah, when you made 7 moves.
On an actual chessboard, like infinite permutations, it's actually 10 to the power of 111. So it's a number with 111 zeros at the end. So it's more than a goggle tower of the actual amount of permutations completely on a chessboard. I couldn't. That was going to be my original answer. that was actually when I googled it. That was going to be. I thought no, we better do a few less moves rather than. But yeah, for the chess, it's actually 10 to the power of 111. So a number with 111 zeros at the end.
Okay.
So more than a goggle.
So we've got a minute. Get your guesses in for the last 1 minute. How many weeks does Jay thinks Queen, the most successful band in the charts, spent during their time? The actual answer was 1,877 weeks in the charts. We're counting down.
Counting down.
We're counting down. See if you can get a read off this face.
After this hand, we will reveal the winner for this session.
And also, if they had more than one album in the charts at the same time, that was classed as 2 weeks.
Oh, okay. You didn't tell me that. You didn't tell me that.
I'm sorry.
I gave you a clue with the chess one. I told you how many after one move. I don't get no clues.
Michael Ray, old Mick the Mod says don't guess more than once. Have you got a read of Jay's face? Did you know Ed Sheeran's had more than 1,000 weeks in the charts already?
Yeah, because of like just constantly been in their song every single month.
He could probably be the world record holder in about 10 years.
So Kevin, good choice to continue there as the opener on the Ace King 9 Rainbow.
So there we go.
There we go.
There we go. 1,877 weeks Queen spent in the album charts.
So we'll give you 10 seconds, guys, to get a guess in if you haven't put one in yet. And then we're going to reveal the winner.
The winner.
So it looks like last guess is going to be Warren Bennett on YouTube, guessing 625. Competition is now closed. No more guesses.
Nil more. No more Queen fans out there. 1,877. Let that sink in. That's a lot of weeks on the chart.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of weeks on the chart.
So your thinking was?
So basically, what I went for, Tao, I thought they'd 52 weeks in a year. I thought having like 10 weeks a year would be decent. So I just times 20 by 10 and added a little bit more.
Okay.
And that's all I done. But I was well off.
Not well off.
Well off.
Not well off.
Hold on a sec. 12,000. Well, tell me this. After this, is 12,000 closer to 9 million, or is 1,800 closer to
30 years out?
212, 30 years out.
212 weeks in the album charts for the best band in the world.
212.
Because it's not about that.
I just thought 10 weeks a year. That's what I went for. I thought 10 weeks is good to be in a fifth of the year. Being in the album charts, that's bloody good. Across the whole world, yeah, that's bloody good. So I was like, yeah, of course it is. I think that's got to be good, right?
I think that'd be pretty low.
So we had two people,
unbelievably,
that guessed 210.
Whoa!
And they were Roy Cyphers and Kevin Leeds. So
we're only giving one away.
We're only giving one away.
So what I'm going to do is rip it in half.
Okay.
We have got Roy on that one, and we've got Kevin on that one, and we're going to scrunch him up, and we're going to get PK to shout left or right.
I'm getting stick in the chat now. My answer was so bad.
Now, right hand. It is this one. You're the winner. Congratulations, Roy Cyphers.
Roy Cyphers, congratulations. Very well done. You are the winner.
And a £30 token going to Kevin in Leeds.
Kevin Leeds and Roy Cyphers. Roy, I just need your full name and your date of birth. Kevin, I just need your alias for Grosvenor Poker. Well done, guys. We might have one more giveaway last session of the day, we'll see. But back to the action for the final 20 minutes before.
If I was the Arctic Monkeys,
yep,
and I brought a new album out,
yep,
and I only spent 10 weeks in the charts,
what's the charts?
I wouldn't make music anymore.
Is the charts not the top 10 best albums for the month? Is that not like
top 75?
Top 75. Okay, I didn't know that either.
Oh right, okay.
I didn't know that. I thought it was like top 10 or something.
No. Top 75.
Top 75. That does make a pretty big difference. But
well done, Roy. Give us your alias and your date of birth, blah blah blah, and well done to the two winners again.
You could have gave me that as a clue. Top 75. That would have helped.
The album charts. I just thought it was just common knowledge that people knew these things.
I know the single charts. That's top 40, isn't it? That's only top 40.
No, that's top 75.
That's top 75 as well. Wow.
Yeah.
Learn something new every day.
They only do the top 40 for TV purposes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, little JJ, you were only 4 out. You was on that list.
And Kevin Leeds doesn't play online, so we don't have to give the £30 token out.
Well, that's it then.
So that's it. Roy Cyphers.
Thanks for joining in, Kev Leeds.
Roy, this was for one of the Coventry satellites, so just need full name and date of birth. Main event live and break behind us, so things getting a bit rowdy at the bar. So
you're going to be playing a live satellite in Coventry.
Yeah, just going to jump back into things here because Nick got the nut flush draw and Martin with top pair and up and down straight draw.
That's busy.
That's what I said. It's chocker.
Chocker blocker. And that's only 103 players.
Cheers, Roy. Thanks very much. Well done.
Well done.
And this is always a fold from Tony Filoni here. Brooklyn up flush draw. I can hear Spand in the background.
Roy Cyphers, 1969. Can't believe he's younger than me. Must have been a bad paper round up the manor. Oh, sorry, Roy, I'm only kidding, Roy. I'm only kidding. Where are we up to? Andy Cristoforo. Neo 5-2. AO. MK. Gary Stephen Smith. Alex Gertavoy. Mantas Pelikas. FL. Dave Doherty. Sandeep Koza, Oyston Christopherson, Andy Seddon, Dinesh Chenai, Lai Wang, and that is it. But that was a buffed out sensation.
What was the guess, Chris Welsh? My guess was 212, and Roy Cyphers and Kevin Leeds both guessed 210.
Yep.
So they were 2 outs.
Evening, Peter. Evening, Peter Mock.
So Sam really loose open here with a 10-9 off, and Martin with the instant punishment with a king-queen. So break in 20 minutes time, guys. Take us to the final 20 minutes of the day, and then back for the final session. New featured table as well. Sam with a legitimate hold in this time. Aces from +1. Raises once more. The question was, Sharon, how many weeks had Queen been in the album charts for?
Have a guess, Shazza. Have a guess. How many weeks in total have Queen been in the album charts? Have a guess, Shazza. Buying for the comb is 12.50 total.
Phil, give me a hand. I can't get a hand.
Here's King Silver coming first hand. Can't.
Holding.
Shaz, have a guess. Tell you the question. How many weeks in total did Queen spend in the album charts? Seen the answer.
Is that the spot on correct answer? 1880.
3 weeks out.
3 weeks out. Well, if you was participating in the giveaway, Sharon, that wouldn't have been good enough to win.
You were about 9 years out.
King Jack for Seb raises to 1.2 from cut-off. And Sam defending option in the big blind. 8-6. And Seb here, King of Hearts in here, might be one to choose to continue when there's 2 hearts on the board. And Seb does continue, and a quick call from Sam with his double gut shot. And pings it on the turn, and the King Jack turning a double gut shot of his own, and this is just going to be a setting, I think, here from Seb. We've got the second nut flush draw, we're double gutted, we've got 2 overcards here, and we're working with less than 1 SPR, so if I'm Seb here, I'm just going to be moving all in. Versus Sam, start targeting some pairs, some 7x and 4x, even 10x may have a tough time calling on this 9 of hearts turn, and there's the setting. Like it, and Sam's got an easy call here with the 8-6. Like would be so much value. There's the call, and Seb still with a fair amount of outs here. Sam fading queens, 8s and hearts.
Well, the 8 of hearts is in Sam's hand. Slightly helps. And with 2 of diamonds on the river. Nice hand for Sam.
Any list of players left and their stack sizes? We haven't got any at the moment, Frank. It's obviously end of the day we will have full chip counts. Room very busy today, so hard to go around every single player on each break and get exact stack sizes, but as always there will be full chip counts at the end of the day when the day is finished. I'll make it about 10 minutes until we head out on the final break.
Yep, 20-minute break.
And then going to be back around 25 to. We've been reading them as we go along, Frank. We've read them out as we go along throughout the day. When someone busts, we do let you know. Unless Tao wants to read through all 150 bust outs that we've had today again.
There are lots of bust outs. We have had 244 entries and there's 103 left.
I was off. Way the opening A7 suited, a 1.4, and Seb going to mix in a free bet here with the suited ace in the hijack. Fine hands to have in there. And Wadey not going anywhere. Queen 10, 5, 2 hots. So not much going on for either player here. And one club on board for Wadey. And nothing going on for Seb. Does actually have the best hand with ace 8 high, and he's going to choose to c-bet here for 3k. And Wadey just going to have to fold. Does get to see a card though. They're playing pick one. Nope. Dealer's just swiped them into them up before they could pick one.
Does he not realise what they're doing?
He's just sat down, I think. I think they just had a dealer change, so. That's good to hear, Roy. That's what it's for. That's why we do the giveaways, to give people a chance that wouldn't be able to play something like that a chance of playing. It's really nice. Roy says, still in shock. I'm so made up, Tara and Jay. Thank you so much. For some of us, the Sat is a main event in itself.
Nice one, mate.
We'll see you in Coventry, Roy. This is the dates. If anyone else wants to come down, you've got plenty of days to choose from. Any of the 150 plus 15 main event cash out satellites starting at 7 p.m. every night. The early nights, there isn't actually one on, is on the Tuesday.
So the Mystery Bounty main satellite.
Oh yeah, that's
Tuesday
different satellite. Yeah.
Tuesday and the Thursday.
Yeah, so Monday the 27th, Tuesday the 28th, Wednesday the 1st, Thursday the 2nd, and then you can go early if you want and play either on the 19th or Monday the 20th. Plenty of flights to choose from for your cash out satellite. And make sure, Roy, if you do win a ticket from it, and this goes to all our winners actually, make sure you let us know, because we'll follow you in the main event and maybe get a few videos for the stream.
Absolutely. King 4-5, all hearts.
Did Nick Filoni think he was big blind and limp under the gun accidentally? 7-6 off from under the gun here for Nick Filoni. And small blind completed, checks option from Danny. And Nick just firing. And good enough with 7 height.
So heading towards the final break of the day. Tony Filoni involved. King 7 makes a call. 9, 10, 4. Bouncy actually takes the lead, but up and down straight door for Danny. Checked all the way around.
2 clubs on the turn. Danny might start leading now tower. Peeling from the small, this is kind of our board. We will pull like the 7-8 suited, 8-9 suited, 10-9 suited, Queen Jack, these type of hands here. So he's going to take the initiative and lead like this from him once flop checks through. Fold out some better hands of Balsy, who'll have some ace highs in here or have some king highs in here. And do get Balsy off the best hand. Nicely done there from Danny. Yes, Wendy Watson still in. She's not come through on the bust out list, Mick. The percentage going strong.
Where are we up to with the bust outs? Let's have a butchers. Keep coming thick and fast, to be fair. John Kite flying away. PX out. Keith Johnson. Danny Laidlaw again. Dan Tran. Lai Wang
is
again.
Is that Danny Tran from years ago? Do you know?
No, Danny Tran's in Malaysia.
Okay.
He just won a bit. He just won something on first event of the year in either Macau or Philippines or somewhere around there. He moved back over there, didn't he?
This four for Sam, just limps in with the ruggy ace from the hijack. And Martin going to ISO here with the 6-3 of clubs in the cuff. Makes it 2.4. 4x. Looks like Sam wants the limp call here with the ace-4 off.
Queen 2 ace.
Yeah, board Martin going to be c-betting fairly high frequency as the razor here. Oh my word, this is the best turn in the deck for Action Tower, because Martin's just going to be double barreling this one relentlessly now with 6 high, gut shot and flush draw, and Sam has turned aces up here. Martin fires 5 into 11.3,
and it's the last hand as well. And we have action.
Yeah, how does Sam want to proceed here? And looks like he is just going to move all in.
Now would be decision on Martin Hellmuth.
Yeah, we got 17 to win 38 tower, so like 2.2 to 1 here. So in terms of the equity we need, it's going to be around 30% to make this call profitable for us, assuming our 5 and all our clubs are live. That would give us 12 outs, so 12 outs going to work around 27-28%, that sort of remit. So we're not even actually getting the best, the correct price to call here as Martin, even if all our outs are live in this given situation. It would actually be slightly losing for us, and that's making the assumption that we can't be up against ace-x of clubs, which we can, or we can't be up against jack-10 of clubs, which we can. So that's just making that assumption. So the fact that if all our outs are live, getting this price is still a fold, it means it just has to go into the mark. It's annoying, we've got a combo draw, but this just comes down to a pretty simple math problem. 17 to win 38. So like 2.2 to 1, but he is going to call it. He is going to call it off, and Sam shows the ace-4, and Martin, he's not going to like what he sees, Sam. No. He's hoping to see like an ace-king or something, but sees the 6-3 of clubs.
We can see there's 5 dead cards as well. Yeah, so he has only got 5 cards which he's able to hit.
So in need of a 5 or a club, that is what Sam is fading. It's the King of Spades. Nice and clean. We're on 20-minute
Well done,
break, guys. Back at just before 25-2. We will see you in 20 minutes.
See you then. Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million. 2.3 million live in 2011, and you were still number one online.
Yeah,
How do we even juggle these two to stay ahead of the game while you were number one online? Because that was just a fantastic year for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't do a lot other than play poker. Like, actually, it was the start of 2012 that I realized that, you know, I needed a bit more life balance, and I sort of New Year's resolutions. I hit up Jason Kuhn in Facebook chat, and I'd sort of just been eating really bad, put on a ton of weight, like just through poker, and I was feeling bad about myself. Like, even though I was doing amazing at poker online and live, feeling really good about that, I just wasn't feeling great about life outside of poker. So that's, I think, like why I kind of almost dived into poker even more, because that was the only thing that was giving me happiness. So I kind of, start of the year, you know, everyone gets New Year's resolutions. I was like, okay, I need to make some changes here. So I kind of, on a whim, hit him up and said, "Oh, I was living in Cyprus with some of my horses after Black Friday at that point, and I was like, well, do you fancy coming to Cyprus, and I'll back you for some EPTs and stuff, and if you'll sort of be my personal trainer and chef." It's like kind of like a trade-off, because I knew he was like the healthiest guy in poker, and so I kind of just, at the time in my head, I did it to like make myself, you know, at least I'm trying. I didn't think he'd jump at the idea or anything. I just thought, yeah, at least I can tell myself that I'm trying to make a change. And then he like was like straight away, he was like, okay, I booked the flight. I'm then in 3 days time. I was like, oh shit. And then,
I've got to do this.
at the deep end, I went from like not going to the gym for sort of 10 years to going like pretty much every day, and not, you know, he was cooking clean food. And yeah, I mean, I had like 2012, I think in the first 6 months, I ended up losing like 50 pounds or something. So it was a big change, and something that I really needed, because it was getting, just seemed, it was one of those things that I had let it slip so much that it seemed like it was unattainable, and I was never going to do it myself. So I needed to kick up the backside kind of thing. So yeah. That's
awesome. We've got 30 online Triple Crowns. Now,
yeah,
for people out there that don't know what an online Triple Crown is, just tell them how good you actually are. What is the Triple Crown?
It's pretty easy, really. You just have to win three tournaments with a 10K prize pool, and you have to have over 100 people in them.
Yeah.
But in a week, but they have to be all on different sites as well. So that's the harder part. Is, you know, if you're playing every day, you play a lot of tournaments, so you can win 3 tournaments in a week. Not too, you know, it's not too out of the ordinary, but winning 3 on different sites, you know, a lot of time you get the first 2, like Poker Stars, you know, pretty easy one to get because you're playing a lot of volume on there, and then you get the first 2, and then it would be really hard to win the third one because you'd only have a couple of options to win the third one. But yeah, once I was kind of, that always inspired me to, because, you know, like week to week the grind can become a bit monotonous. But, you know, say I won 2 tournaments on 2 different sites on the Monday and the Tuesday, I'm like, okay, now I've got 5 days to win. So I was like, okay, I've got to be in every day, otherwise I can't win it. So I like got hooked on winning them, and you know, you don't get any, there's no real other incentive for it, but it was definitely like a something I strive to do, and like I wanted to be the leader. And once I got in the lead, I didn't want anyone catching me, so I kept grinding them hard. But yeah, I always wanted the live one, but it's eluded me so far. I'm two-thirds of the legs through, but yeah, 30 online, not too bad.
We'll get there. 2007 your first online Triple Crown, and 2019 your last. That's incredible consistency over the years. Do you think 30 will ever be matched?
It's like weird, because it's like, it's much harder these days, because you know, like people don't put their screen names out there on some of the sites. And back then, there was more sites you could play on. You could play on PokerStars France, Winamax. I mean, now I think you have to have like a European bank account and stuff to play on Winamax. So there was a lot more options. Now now I live in the US. I only really get to play PokerStars and that when I'm in UK or like travel for a series to Canada. So yeah, now it's pretty much impossible for me to do it. And other people like it's not as easy with less sites. So who knows? I mean, that's good. I know. Yeah, I'm sure someone will beat it one day, but it's fine.
Well, I was gonna say, do you think you'll ever get it back, or all the grinding days, the long nights, the long days, have they just gone now? Is it the last time you were number one was 2014?
Yeah.
So and you've just more or less said that grinding nowadays like that is just a thing in the past. Is that number one slot gone forever?
Yeah, I'm sad to say it, but yeah, I don't think I'll ever put in the volume to get it back. Like, I'd have to, like what I'd have to do is like, win one of the huge tournaments where it's like 2 or 3 million for first kind of thing that they have once a year, and then and then still have the sort of heart to want to get it after that, because you get a lot of points for that. So you could if you put the volume in for a couple of months after that, you could theoretically do it. But then if you just won 2 million, are you really gonna want to play poker every day? But like in my head, if I did that, maybe I would try and get it back then. But yeah, I don't realistically been there, done that. But yeah.
Being the best in the world is never something bad to be said about anybody, and you've done it on more than one occasion. So it's always in the bank. It's always there. But one of the reasons why you lost the number one spot is because you went on and won a WPT. The LA Poker Classic, 534 runners and just over 1 million. Is it a big relief having a WPT?
Huh?
Was it a big relief at the time, getting yourself that WPT?
I mean, it was just a big relief finally winning heads up, to be honest. I was like, Dempsey was always giving me shit for losing heads up. So I was like, if I lose this one, he's going to have a field day. So yeah, it was just nice. And also at the time, I'd actually been on pretty much my biggest ever downswing. I had to get the backing of horses has gone really bad. I'd had to get rid of everyone. I'd actually sort of, even though I'd won all those tournaments before, I'd not been smart with the money, and I had to pretty much start all over again. I was down playing low stakes, $10 rebuys, like the lot online. I still enjoyed doing that anyway, but now I actually needed to like build my bankroll back. So I hadn't really been playing any live poker for sort of a year. I'd just been taking a break and playing online, trying to build back to bread and butter, build sort of my roll back. And I've been in quite a negative place as well. I've been that guy who'd sort of been seeing other people winning and moaning about it and saying, "Oh, I'm better than them." Why that? Just like the guy you don't want to be, really. And I started working with well, not through choice. Like my wife basically had enough of me being like negative, so she'd sort of put me in contact with this mind coach guy, Stephen Simpson. And he'd worked with a couple of people that I knew, like Liv Barry and a few other people. So I gave him a shot. He actually flew to Vancouver. I was playing online in Vancouver at that time. And he flew to Vancouver on a whim, didn't offer him anything at the time. He just said he wanted to have a meeting. He'd obviously read up about me and knew that, I had good potential as a client and stuff. And I met up with him. I came in pretty like, I just meet the guy, but like, I'm not going to work with him. But I actually got a lot out of it and met with him a few times and went on a good online heater, enough that I was comfortable sort of buying into this 10K event and just selling a bit of action to a friend. And yeah, played the live tournament and just ended up winning it. It was surreal. It was crazy. Like, it still feels not real to me now because I've been in such a sort of bad place, not doing well, and in the space of a couple of months of talking to this guy, it sort of flipped my mindset completely. And I still work with him to this day, like five plus years later, just check in with him once a month or whatever, and really recommend it. Like, but at the time I was completely against it. I was like, I can sort out my own problems, but really, you know, two heads is better than one, especially someone who knows what they're doing, you know. So yeah, like I came into the final table. The final table was one of those ones. The final table didn't even go to plan. I was chip leader with 4 left, and then I basically threw away a lot of my chips with some dodgy hands. Misread my hand on the final table, one hand where I thought I had a straight. I think the board was like 4, 5, 6, 7 queen. So pretty scary board. And I thought my opponent just had like a queen, so he wouldn't call that big of a bet. And I had jack 3 of hearts in my eye, so I missed the flush draw on the flop, but I backdoored into like the low end of the straight. Yeah. So I was in my head, I was like, okay, I don't think the guy's going to call more than like 50% pot here. So I bet 50% of pot on the river, and he's tanked for a couple of minutes and called. I'm like, okay, good, got max value. And I go flip over my hand to show the winning hand, and I actually had jack 2 of hearts. So I didn't have the straight at all. And so like obviously, and in my head, you know, if I had known I didn't have the straight, I would have, against this guy, I would have bet a bit bigger because I didn't think he would call a bigger bet. So yeah, I gone from that. So you know, that's the swing of being chip leader to being last place. Like you know, the stacks were that close, and somehow I ended up coming back and won a freeway all in with 3 left, which was just probably my most memorable hand of poker ever. To like get heads up, and then after doing that, I was like, I have to win heads up after, you know, being 1 card away from being eliminated, and now this time I have to win, and I did. So it was amazing sort of feeling.
And then 2017, we get the bracelet. We get the bracelet, the 3K6 max.
Finally, yeah.
Just short of 1,000 entries, and it's really weird because the video's been online in the last few days. Can you remember that rail? What's it like having a British rail, man?
Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, especially because like the last few years, like, you know, the World Series hadn't been that many final tables for the British people, and so yeah, it was nice to sort of. I was telling everyone, I just want to get a final table so we can have some positive sort of morale and have a British rail and, you know, layer up a few spots. And yeah, and the final table was like one of those dreams that, you know, normally you wake up from and it's like, you know, you realize it was a dream, but like I just ran so hot on the final table. Against the other big stat, the other best player at the table, I had top set in a 3-bet pot against him, and he had top 2 pair, you know, for all the chips. So that basically allowed me to sort of bully the rest of the table. I get heads up with this Brazilian player, good online player, and then he makes a comeback, stalemate. We're playing heads up for like 3.5 hours or something crazy, you know. And I was just like, oh my god, am I ever gonna, you know, win one of these things? And yeah, to finally get over the line was, yeah, it was really, really cool, and just have all your friends there cheering for you. It didn't finish till like 4 in the morning. It was late finish, but we still went out afterwards. Yeah.
When you stood on the back rail and everybody's behind you and you're all looking up at the screen and you're waiting for the final card to come, and then they just mobbed you. Just fabulous.
Yeah, I think I got in trouble for breaking the TV or something. Someone pushed me into it.
So we got 2 and 3 on the Triple Crown. The EPT has eluded you. Are we going to chase it? Will we wait for it when we come back to the live poker and the EPT comes back? And is it something you want to get the live Triple Crown, or is it just happens if I happen to be there?
Probably just happens if it happens, because like the thing is, I only really play. There's not even many like. That's definitely the hardest one of the 3 to win. You know, if you just need a WPT or a World Series bracelet, there's so many events you can play. And even the WPTs, a lot of them are re-entry, you know, so you can buy yourself a stack and stuff like that. But, you know, the EPTs are freeze out or 1 re-entry, some of them now. But there's only, you know, 4 or 5 of them a year, I think. And most of them I don't go to. Like the only ones I really ever go to, I always go to Barcelona. And that's about it, really. Like I used to go to the Caribbean one, and so yeah, no, realistically it's going to be tough, but you know, obviously the funny thing was I actually had 29 Triple Crowns, and I wanted the 30th one to be the live one, and
that would have been nice.
That year I was doing good. I was like chip leader on day 1, and EPT Barcelona, obviously so far to go, but I was in the money, and I was actually feeling, oh my god, this could be it. Like, even though there's still 100 and something players left at this point, I was like, you never know, this would be really cool just to finish it off in that. But unfortunately, it didn't work out. But yeah, I had a few deep chances in EPTs. I think I final tabled EPT London. My mum came up to watch, and she gave me the needle because she came, well, you know, it's not even that far a journey. She lives in Essex, so it's like an hour on the train to come up to Rail. And, you know, I came in only with 20 big blinds, so I reshoved sevens or something and got called by ace queen and lost the flip. And I'd like get away from the table, and she's like, "You done?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Are you going to win? This one. You started You come from table 14. Yeah. What was your seat? Seat 9?
Yeah, it's mine.
Therefore, this is yours. Mine, huh? Yes.
Same seat, I take it.
You can swap around if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we hope we'll get together. I love the beachy table. I'm always happy playing the beachy table. It controls me a bit, although I haven't had much to do. This one, really warm. It's really quite annoying. Yeah, do you see what I mean? Because I flick my hair and then it's sort of like... Yes, it's not the best thing. I think I need a filter desperate. Yeah, a really heavy filter.
Oops, wrong one. Here we go. So, we're just going to have to check the action tracker because he's not sure why the last hand has been left on from the last hand before all break. Fingers crossed it ain't froze like it did last night. But we're back for the final sesh. Any results? No. Oh, that's the picture of this morning.
If you missed that this morning,
That's
that
all
was
went.
the first 10 minutes of the day.
Look at that.
Queen Jack 7 flop, 7 on the turn.
Amazing. Amazing. So fingers crossed we just press next hand and we're ready to go. What we don't want it to do is freeze. Last session. Oh, Slasher's back.
Yeah, he's got chips as well, Tower. Janice has got a seat in between two very good aggressive players.
Well, something's happened here.
Both with chips as well. There we go.
Wow.
We're good, Tower. We are good to go.
Just catching up. Just forgot to press next hand at the end of the last session. But we're back with it now. Maurizio Ace Queen raises to 2,000. That'll do for first hand. Where's Dooley sat?
Dooley sat in 6.
6. Mine's a 4-8 and finished with 500, 1,000. But that was a good start to the year, wasn't it? And an ending. So doubles. Where are we with the eliminations just before the break? We lost. Let's have a butchers. Just before the break, we lost. David Barnes. Yeah, Barnesy. Yeah, yeah. Colin McAndrew. Bia Wang. And John Kite. No, we're all up to date. Just about bang up to date. $249 entries today, making it 421 in total. That's including the turbo.
We got an all in and a call here. Well, all in and an ISO. Jan shoving the 5s from hijack, and Dimitris ace king suited. ISO in for 31. So 31 big blind ISO sees he's up against the 5s. Jan is slightly in front. This is a flip for his tournament life. Is it going to be a short spell on the feature table, or will he get the hold and double up? That's not a good window card to see, but 9 of hearts and 2 of hearts is nice.
Dry underneath.
And a lovely turn card for us, so reduces the outs of the ace king by a third. Only a black ace or king, and it's the 8 of diamonds, so Jan will be doubling. Back to 15.6. And takes Dimitris back below starting stack. So Dimitris, a little upgrade on the ace king kings in the hijack. Nice hand to see after you've just doubled someone up. Potential to get some chips back straight away. Jason with the ace queen in on the button here. It's worked out well on this occasion, but I think if I'm Jason here, I'm just going to be free bet calling this off versus Dimitris for 19. But Jamie's woke up with the ace king himself here.
Yes, queen. What do we do? I think we have to get out of the way, don't we? All in.
Well, personally, I would have free bet anyway as Jason to call off a shove from Dimitris. And now there's, like, we're definitely ahead of Jamie's range. I know Jamie with ace king here, but Jamie off of 14 here doesn't necessarily need to be this strong. Shows the ace king, sees the bad news that he's up against the kings. Jamie gonna need some help. Jason give himself a pat on the back, good fold, losing just the 2 big blinds there with the ace queen. Jamie at risk, gonna need to find one of the 2 remaining aces to stay alive. And there's not a single piece for him there. Running queen jack, that's about it, or just an ace on turn or river.
Is it there? Is it there? Is it there? No!
Jamie exits from the field.
So the final session is upon us. Thanks for tuning in all day.
So King for Demetrius out the way. Michael does the same. Jason will join him. And blind on blind here between Maurizio and Janice. And Maurizio will be continuing with the Jack 10. Oh, and Janice here with the Kings. No need to shove here, just want to raise here with such a strong hand. Well, she is going to shove. Maurizio out of the way. Think off of 19, maybe tower. We could just make that 2.5 big blinds. Such a strong hand. Try and get some action from Maurizio. Like he would have probably called the Jack 10 there versus 2.5 bigs, but maybe Janice just didn't want to see an ace on the flop.
Good to see Janice. Janice, local player, been playing for years here in London.
Jack 7 here, blind on blind. Janice completing. And Dooley going to check his option with the 5-3 of diamonds. Heads up to the flop.
Queen. 9. Queen.
There's not much here for either player. One diamond on board here. Dooley could potentially stab at this for one big blind. Bottom of our range here, 5 high. And potential backdoor diamond possibilities, and does take a stab for one big. And that gets Janice offered the best of it.
So Jackson Michael in seat number 1.
So how are you?
Michael Howard, not the politician. Oh, bit of spam. I don't think much of that spamming this year. Thought they'd all retired.
Where? And what is it? What is it?
Last session of the day. Next leg. Guess where we're going? Viva Las Manchester. We are there.
Yeah, very similar schedule to this one. Mystery Bounty there. We've got the GUKPT Cup back weekend as well as the PLI 456 Bounty. High roller.
And do you remember the food van outside at Goliath? Uncle Monty's.
Mac and
it's
cheese.
Only there in Manchester. Big boy.
Lovely, thank you.
Yes. Uncle Monty's.
Mac and cheese for a week.
I've seen the menu.
Have you? Is it a new menu?
I've seen the menu. Oh yes. Look forward to that. You enjoy your supper. See you in 10. Look forward to Manchester being another great leg. Dual chip leader on our table, Maurizio, 85,000, and then we drop down to Jason up 46 in third place. Final session of the day. We are on 101 players. Any eliminations from the room, we will give them to you. We've lost 3 since the start of this session. Dave Doherty, Jamie Holland and Iron Lightbone. Gone. Johnny Squeeds and Seward. Right, the food's coming out. A bit of beef bourguignon, a bit of fish, a bit of chicken and rice. For the players. Anybody. $249 entries today, 97 players left. Try and find us the turbo. I know it don't work. Ah, is it because it's not a separate event? Yeah. Ah, right.
Are your days at the top?
I see. Now we're pressing tournaments. So there you go. The turbo, 50 entries, 35 players left. Ariane Hassan Kashani bust out. Jack Veal bust out. Kenny Hallert, Ryan Fronder, Richard Ansell, Sir Louis Tumosa, Danny Laidlaw's out again. Majid Nadeem gone. Mohammed Sahel, Tan Lee, Rob Boone, and Yeah Bargal. All busting out of the turbo. We're concentrating on one beat. Janice says, "What you eating?" Dueling 95 minutes, your 87 big stacks on our table. Dave Doherty just comes to the table. That looks like a 20k stack. It is indeed. Bust out, straight back in. All folding round in turn to the button. Jason Chamberlain. Chamberlain makes it 2,000 with ace jack off. Give a shout out to Kev Jackson if he's watching. Oi, oi, Kev Jackson, are you watching? Are you watching? The Governor. The Governor. Yeah, the Governor. David Barnes is back in, he's playing the turbo now. Well, Barnesy. The old baked waffles. Danny boy. Janice's 17k stack is over the line. After initial race from Dooley, and that will do it. Haha. So Janice picks up a couple of blinds and moves the stack just over starting stack. Now defends the small blind with ace 9. King 4 5.
Yeah, it's going to be one that Dave's c-betting fairly often here, Tower. Especially with the 10 of hearts in our hand, blocking some stronger King X combos as well. King Jack, King 10, less likely with our particular holding. It does continue for 1.2 into 5.2, so just north of 20% from Dave Doherty. And Janice here, not much going on for us here with the ace 9. I think we could just see her get out of the way and be hand done. No. Janice gonna choose to check raise here. Makes it 3.2. Just ace high. And it's gonna work. Oh no, Dave Doherty, non-believer. Gonna float with Jack high. Try and take this away from Janice on the later street. 8 of spades on the turn. So give up now from Janice, but she does actually have the best hand. Quick check over to Dave Doherty, and if we're floating this one, Tower.
What about the turn?
Yeah. Just instincts on point here from Dave. Very nicely done. Floated, was right. Maybe Dave expected Janice with her stack maybe to check shove if she was going to go with it. I'm not sure, but found the float and correctly. Like I say, was blocking some of the kings as well. King Jack, King 10, less likely. A nice pick up there from Dave Doherty with the worst hand. Pocket sixes out the way. Rolls round to Dave. He's out of it. Mauricio does the same. Blind on blind here between Dooley and Seb. Queen 8 for Dooley. Good enough to set Seb in. Must be short. Sorry, it's not Seb, it's Jan. Jan Just van Dan.
Janis. We've got a Janice and a Janis. Or is it just Jan?
Jan Just is his name.
Jan Just.
Jan Just van Den. Guessing from Holland.
Does sound it. Does sound it. $50 in the turbo.
50?
Yeah.
Jeez. Wasn't expecting that many in a turbo. It's a good turnout. Might even get to 500, Tower. I haven't actually looked at the numbers in the last hour or so.
I don't think it reaches 500, but we maybe get to 450, which is the number I said. 400.
Oh, did you? I didn't hear you say it.
450.
The look he just gave me.
450 was the number that I was. Rewind the stream.
God, if looks could kill, as I say. God.
Rewind the stream.
7-8 for Dooley on the button, raises to 1.8, and Demetrius should be defending this one. 4-3 of hearts, suited connector versus a button open. Dooley flopping top pair. Demetrius here does have gut shot. So 1.5k from Dooley, and Demetrius here gonna check raise the 8-6 deuce rainbow. Like, regarding hands we might have in here for some value, might take some pairs and decide to raise just for protection. We'll have some 5-7, 7-9, 4-3 like he does on this occasion.
King of Hearts turn.
After Dooley calls pretty quickly, does choose to shut down. Dooley checks behind, 9 of diamonds on the river. And sitting here with the nut low, Demetrius. Obviously need to think about what hands Dooley's going to call our raise with on the flop, then check back turn that we could potentially fold out on the river. And does check. Yeah, goes check, check. This first serve
in the 8.
high. 8 is good for Dooley.
Edel says, Genetown, what's the best casino burger and fries you've ever eaten? I think this one takes some beating.
The beef burger is alright. To be honest with you, the ones at the Goliath were nice outside at the van. They were nice.
Oh yeah, they were good. Yeah, yeah. I think the burgers are more of a muchness.
I don't really. I have a burger probably once a leg.
Once a leg. You just had his supper. Anybody like to put out an offering of what we had?
We got a giveaway. Anyone can guess what we had for dinner. It's always the same here, Vic. I used to always have. Do you remember what I always used to have before they took it off the menu? And I chose the roast chicken. Used to have it every single time. Also come on a bed of mash. And
the beef.
Lamb shank.
Oh, the lamb shank.
The lamb shank. The lamb shank. I used to have it all the time. I come in one year, they took it off the menu.
Devastated.
Yeah.
Nearly quitted it. Oh, I love a good Greek salad, I must admit. Love a good Greek salad with feta cheese. Oh yes. But technician, you are right. Stevie Key says he's still waiting for a burger and chips from GUKPT Coventry last year. The waiter never came back. He's probably still on the bar. I do like the buttermilk chicken here in the Vic, I must admit. I don't know, as I have that on 2 or 3 times while I'm down here, to be fair. It is nice.
And then John Beans, evening lads, in from work, ready for fireworks.
There we go.
That's a late day job.
Late
finish on a Friday night.
This is the last level of play today. Anybody wishing to enter or re-enter Tier 1B, you have the next hour to do so.
No, I've never done Cyprus. I owe Mehmet 2 beers. I might have to go to Cyprus just to deliver the beers. I think of worse places.
Just chatting here off of 19, just opening the King Queen suited, raises to 1.6. And Michael with the Jack 10 of clubs. Won't be folding.
Need a beer?
No.
Fine, thank you.
No, we're alright, thank you very much. Cheers, Rob.
Michael just chooses to rip this one for 27 bigs. And that does get it through.
Beanie Boxes, how many entries and total entries so far? Today, in our leg, our flight, 252, bringing the total to 429 and £453,000 in the prize pool. Amazing effort.
How does Jan fold here, says Eddie? Well, Michael shoved for, what, 27 big blinds, like King Queen there, for 27 that Michael shoved. I know we've got 19 effective on our side, but King Queen suited. I think it might be close, cut-off versus small.
What time are we on till night?
About one in.
No, before that.
Before that?
Yeah.
1:45.
At the latest. I'm going to say 12:35.
I'll have overs.
Okay.
I'll have overs on 12:35.
Okay.
Dooley flopping a set here, continuing for quarter on the 10-8-6 two-spade board, and Dave with middle pair going to be check calling. Three hearts on the turn, and with a set here it's just going to be bet for Dooley. Going to choose a size here. Around 5k, I reckon, size up a little so that we've got a nice comfortable jam on the river for less than pot. It goes smaller, goes for 3k. Like from Dave's perspective here, Dooley can have a lot of 10x, 10-9 suited, he's probably going to open, and then obviously Jack 10 through Ace 10 all going to be in there, overpair's going to be in there, all the sets. Regarding bluffs, going to be some maybe Queen Jack, some front door spades, stuff like that. So nice lay down there from Dave with middle pair.
Edel says what time is it in England? It is 23:05, 11:05 PM. How many hours is Sweden in front? 2.
I reckon that's about right, so I'd say 2.
Oh, an hour behind. Oh. Okay.
Hour behind?
An hour behind.
That can't be right.
I thought they went upwards.
Yeah, it can't be right. It's east of us. It can't be an hour behind if it's east of us.
He's living there. What?
I need to check this out because that's just made my brain
go. Is it 10:05? Oh, it's 12:05.
Hour in front.
Oh, so he meant we're an hour behind.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, just past midnight in Sweden. Is it this time of year when it doesn't go light during the day? There's some parts of Scandinavia it doesn't go dark in the summer and it doesn't go light at all in the winter. In some parts, there's like 0 daylight hours, which will be weird. Imagine that.
Yeah, I know.
Imagine that.
Just light all the time. It would be good for the 5-a-side leagues. They save a fortune on floodlights, wouldn't they?
Even better for the golf.
Oh yeah, and the golf as well.
Just going for a round. Time is it 10:30?
So Mauricio with the stare down. 2 diamonds on the turn. So Dave slowing down here, Maurizio going to check behind. And it's the ace of hearts on the river. Dave, I think, is just laughing at Mauricio's stare down. He doesn't even, can't even keep a straight face. Can't even keep a straight face, and Maurizio going to take that one with a jack through. I do that as well, to be fair. I'm the same as Dave. When if I'm playing against someone and they're proper giving me a stare down, I just can't help but laugh sometimes. It just cracks me up. How you doing, Dan? I've been on the end of Maurizio's stare many times. Great reaction from DD. Yeah, it's like I'm the same. I get like that. Sorry, someone's probably giving me a stare down in a part. I just burst out laughing. It just happens sometimes. Like especially when it's someone that like you've been chatting with at the table and you're like being friendly with all day, and then you get in a big pot and suddenly they're like staring you down like they're your worst enemy. It's like just does bring the old giggles out sometimes. So Dave opening button here versus Yanis, and the board we're going to have plenty of bets on the ace queen deuce. Sydney Button tuning in from Mexico. 3:10 in the afternoon there. It's lovely weather. Jason King 7 suited in the hijack. Fine to open here with the suited king. Raises to 2k. And Dooley with kings in the big blind here. So free bet from Dooley to 6k. Goes for fairly small sizing choice here, out of position. Either way, he's going to get the job done versus the King 7 suited. Eddie's got to work tomorrow, he says, from 9 till 2:30. Can't cope with a 5.5 hour shift. Try a 12, Eddie. But we'll see you when you get back from work. Tuned into the stream. You shouldn't miss much, only in the first couple of hours. You should be back on time for bubble action. Odin and Sean Lewis, evening gents, finally back home. Bit of a shock coming from 25-degree Tenerife to -2. Is that what it is tonight? -2. Queen 9 for Maurizio here in the cutoff. He's out of there. Janice with the king 4 on the button. Going to do the same. And now between Dooley, who will be shoving the ace 10 before he's even looked at it. There we go. This will be going in versus the sack size behind him. Well, no, he's going to complete here and try and induce something from Jan. But I don't actually mind this at all here from Jan, raising to 3x here with the 10-4. Always want to be polar in these spots, want to have our best hands and our worst hands. And 10-4 definitely falls into the bracket of worst hands, and now Dooley just sets him in and a snap fold from Jan. And like we combat that there as well, like we're not going to just shove our aces, our kings, queens, our nutted hands blind on blind there, so we'd combat raising the trash with having those in there as well. I'm not saying we just want to raise every 10-4 off, 8-3 off, ace deuce off. Going to raise it at a certain frequency. And it's all down to you how you come up with your frequencies. Some players look at the clock. Some have other ways of doing it. Orientation of the chips. Some do it by suit of the hand. Start from gas, 8 players, 3 names start with J and D each. Other one starts with M and M. Most common poker player initial is J, same as football. And Rhythms is on a boat in the middle of the Adriatic Sea, but at least there's Wi-Fi so you can watch the old live stream. And Dooley's got aces. I just had kings and now he's found the boots. And Jason choosing to limp in with the 8s and limp folds. What on earth is that? What a fold from Jason. How do we limp fold 8s? Oh wow, and Janice here flopping flush draw and Broadway draw. Dooley with the top set. I'm going to check it behind. Is that a 10? 9 of hearts.
Table, please retake your seats. That's all players at the table. Please retake your seats. 3 minutes remaining on your break.
So Janice turning the flush here. Dooley fires for 2k. So just moves all in. And Dooley makes the call. And Janice got to fade some outs. Aces for Dooley. Flush for Janice. So Janice set for a double. It's a 5 of diamonds. Little fist pump from Dooley as well. Janice will double up to 30.6. Pocket 10s for Maurizio here from +2. 1.8. Dooley here in the cut-off, Jack 9 suited. I think he will be continuing this deep, 100 plus bigs deep with Maurizio and position. Like one we could definitely mix into the 3-bet range from time to time, but I think flatten will be fine as well. And it's going to mix it into the 3-bet range, makes it 5.5, just north of 3x. Everything seems fine so far. Back over to Maurizio here with the 10s, who won't be folding. Probably happy to just proceed with a call here. It's just disastrous for us the times that we do 4-bet and we are met with a 5-bet this deep. So Maurizio just calling, and we've got top pair for Dooley and middle set for Maurizio. Checks it over to Dooley with the Jack 9 suited here in a 3-bet pot. We have flop top pair. We'll need some checks with our top pair, and this isn't the worst candidate to do it with. And there is the check from Dooley. Queen of diamonds on the turn, so Maurizio checking once more. Dooley will have ace king in there for sure as the 3-better. That goes check check again, and it's a king on the river. What a run out for Maurizio. We flop a set in a 3-bet pot, and it runs out king jack 10-3, king queen, and Dooley checks behind, and Maurizio shows a set, and Dooley with the king high straight. Table likes that one.
There's dealers in the table. We will go from the 200, 500 to 500. 255 dealers is winning the deal.
In 10 minutes time, guys, going to move into the final level of the day. Finishing up, I reckon, about 1:45. David with the king jack from under the gun. Raises to 1.8. And it's going to be raising tape for Dave Doherty. 8 deuce not defending. Dave coming out us out yesterday, done about 2-3 hours of comms in the booth with Tower Night. Looking for his second GUKPT title this year. Won at Luton back in 2021, defeating Dom Nishka heads up. He's the only GUKPT champion that we have got on this table. Dooley come close last year. I don't know, technician. We might be, we might not be. Tower's just grabbing some food. When he comes back, we might do one more giveaway to close out the day. I can't disclose whether we've got another token or whether we haven't. Yes, Wayneo, there's always satellites for GUKPT main events online on Grosvenor Poker. As we see Michael make it 2K here on the button.
To show your own rating. You have to drink?
What's been happening, Jay? What's been happening?
Not much. There was a funny hand between Maurizio and Dooley. 3-bet pot. Dooley had Jack 9 of spades. Maurizio flopped the set on Jack 10-3, and it come Queen King, giving Dooley the King Eye straight. Oh, but it was checked down. Funny enough. Do they bring you food and water to the commentary cupboard? We can just get up and go and get a drink if we need one. Sim Zeppelin, there's 2 of us here, so as long as one of us is covering the action, yeah, should be good. So Jan finally finds a spot to move in for 12. I'm going to be getting called. Maurizio with the Ace Queen. Jan with the King Queen. Well, would you look at that? What a flop. Needed 1 king, finds 2. You're going to have to fade a jack still.
And a jack.
And it's 5 of clubs, so Jan will double through Maurizio.
So the last hour and 10 minutes or so.
Maurizio here, blind and blind, 10-8 of clubs. And Janice has just doubled, so we're a lot deeper here. But Maurizio will be continuing. I could see him go either way with this one. And he's going to take the aggressive route here, making it near 4x, 3k. And Janice with ace 10 here. Not going to be going anywhere. Janice working with 38 big blinds now, so got a lot more room for manoeuvre, but could potentially 3-bet this one, make it like 8.5k, but she's just going to choose to shove. But just shy of 40 bigs, gets it through. Dooley gives her a round of applause. It seems like a fun table, this one. Everyone's smiling, joking.
Thank you.
Janice giving Dooley a walk. Does Dooley just bag up chips wherever he goes, like near chip lead? He was near chip lead in Mystery Bounty, he bagged up chip lead in Mini Main, and he's on his way to bagging up near chip lead in this one potentially. Over 100k with an hour and a half to go.
Absolutely. Yeah, an
hour and 15. Hour and 15.
Dropped it down a bit, have you?
Well, I said quarter to. I'm just used to, we usually have the last session, which is usually about 2 hours and 15 minutes to 2.5 hours. Because we have the 2 hours, they pause the clock, and then usually it's 6 hands, so goes on an extra 10-15. We'll see. You might be. I hope you're right, Tower. I hope you're right. Extra 10 minutes sleep. It's important.
It's important tonight.
Pocket fives for Maurizio in the cut-off. He will be opening. No, Dooley did not win the mini main chip, did he? He made the FT. Did not win. Go on, Yanis. Find the light free bet here. Cut off open. We got the ace blocker. Make it 5.4.
Do it! Do it! Oh.
So Jan with the 5-3 suited, going to be defending this one in the big blind.
King 5-4, 2 hearts.
Maurizio just flop sets for fun.
Yep.
You're going to get action. King high, 2 hearts. So just south of third, and Jan will be calling. The 5-3 here. Call second pair, can't fold just yet. Maurizio going to be c-betting this board fairly high frequency, still beating the ace highs, the queen highs.
Here's Spade's turn.
So it does bring in the 2s. Will draw now for Jan, so he has actually got a path out of this. And just going to be bet here from Maurizio. Try and get Jan stacking by the river. Don't have to go extremely large here because we can still have a nice river jam for less than pot, even if we go like 3-4k here. It goes for 4.2.
YouTube down the tube. Not on this site. Working on Jay's computer. No pictures. We'll just check it again.
We're going to have a tough time continuing.
Have a refresh.
What might be going through Jan's head? Well, like Maurizio's probably going to double barrel this card with most of his range. If he opened like a 10-9 suited, the ace on the turn, probably a candidate. Probably going to start barreling on. But does make a good fold there. Jan gets out the way.
John Gilchrist gone. Drayton Axiage again. Andre Sidorski again. George has gone pop. Georgius on his 4-0. Dare Ely. John Kelly. Paul Trotter. Yusuf Spulber. And John Gilchrist before that, about 40 minutes prior. Also lost Jack Hardcastle. Which takes us down to 86.
And blind's going to be going up after this hand into the last level of the day. As Michael makes it 1.8 from under the gun with the King Jack. So Dooley has folded Guy's actions on the big blind. That's folded too. Looks like Dimitris here has a decision. Well, he's got an easy decision. I think 8's here. Going to be a shove tower.
22 bigs.
Yeah. Versus Michael, who he seems to play well. Going to open the right range and does move in from the big blind. And Michael with the sat fold out the way. He gets.
Only 103 minutes, you're 70. The rest are down on 40 or less.
The wonderful that we serve it here before, no? You know, the wonderful that we serve it before. Just that will get some as well.
If you fancy playing anything here in London the last couple of days, here we are. It's the GUKPT Cup tomorrow, starting at 2:30. £550. It's a 2-day event, 40-minute clock, 50,000 starting stack. And then on Sunday, as we crown a champion here for the main event, the GUKPT Cup Day 2 starts at 12:30. At 1 o'clock, it's the seniors, and then the PLO 456 Bounty with the big blind ante. Picks okay on Yao Chow, says Gaza.
Dooley will be opening this one, Queen 9 suited.
Labamba is in Oz watching the live stream. Good morning.
I might have taken that one versus Dooley there. King 7 suited. Cut off open from Dooley with all the chips. He's going to be pretty wide here. We've got King block always suited. I might have taken that one as Jan. But then again, flip side, we're on an hour clock. Still going to find plenty of time to get them in.
Whereabouts are we, Labamba? Whereabouts are we? Brisbane. We're in Brisbane. Gold Coast.
Canberra. It's any part of Australia I know, really. Sydney actually is another one.
Yeah, you probably know Melbourne's at
yeah,
because of the tennis and the old Aussie Millions. He's in Sydney. Great.
So Dave under the gun makes it 2.3. King Jack of Spades here for Michael in the small blind off of 20. Just going to make the call. Jason, Queen 7 off here, out the way.
Sydney's great.
Nice flop for Dave here, especially versus small blind here. Like 5x shouldn't really be a thing here for Michael, except ace 5 suited specifically, so only 2 combos, we're worried about that as Dave. Still potential to have 6s, 7s, 8s, hands like this in here. Well, 8's probably going to shove. 7s might also do the same against a DD open. But Dave continuing here for one big line on the 955 rainbow with the 10s. With the 9 of spades here against one big. Yep, there we go. There's the call for Michael. 2 overs and some backdoors. And there is one of them backdoors. 3 of spades on the turn. And Dave will be aware once he chooses this size on the flop that Michael will be floating like his Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited with backdoor flush draw, stuff like that. And 2 10s unblocking spades in our hand here. Just going to be second street from Dave Doherty. And then it's going to be an interesting spot for Michael, dependent on size that Dave elects for here. After floating and now turning flush draw.
About 4.8.
That's a 4.8 into 8.6. So Dave going just under 60% here, setting up a comfortable river jam for around 2/3, just under. Michael does make the call.
Imagine the 10 of spades on the river.
Oh, it's the ace of spades.
Wowzers.
So Michael rivering the nut flush here. And it goes check, check, and Dave's to show first with the 10s, and Michael's going to show the king jack of spades, backdooring his way into the nut flush. Unfortunate river for Dave to see.
Yep. So the last hour is upon us, 500, 1,000. Another cracking day. Day 2 for us tomorrow will start at 12:30. We'll be in situ at 12:28.
It's 12:35 today with the coffees.
Oh yes, yeah. Have we got any trebles on tomorrow? Oh yes. Oh yes, Towers treble is back tomorrow.
I'll take that back. I'll be in at 3:05 tomorrow, guys. Be in at 3:05. You have Tower for the first 4.
I feel like putting Watford -2 in, but I won't.
Who Watford got?
Rotherham United.
Ah. It's a 10.
Watford at home.
10 deuce here for Dave. I'm just going to check his option. Off of 11.
Please dealers in the table, you have a game plan number 300, 600, 600, big plan number 366.
Not much going on for either here. Check, check. King of spades on the turn. Check, check.
There's the clubs. Checkity check.
Richard says avoid North End in that treble.
Who Preston got tomorrow? I'll be in the lab all night.
We need to be in the lab all night and figure out what we're going to do for this £1,500 seat.
Oh yeah. Shame we can't get videos sent to us. Best fancy dress watching the live stream. It can go Sunday. We do have 2 days. We could give the rest of the tickets away tomorrow and crescendo at the end.
Yeah, maybe.
With the 1,500.
Ace 3 suited for Michael. It's at 2.2. Seven, 8 from Maurizio here in the big blind. We'll be defending this one.
There she is, boys. Got him. Thank you. Sit beside it. Check it for the gentleman with the hat over there. Thank you. Rum and coke is for curly hair over here. Janet, raise the 5.
So Maurizio here, going to check raise with the gut shot. 2 overs gutter ball here, and Michael with the still well draw. Not going to be going anywhere. We'll be aware that Maurizio will have some 4x here, defending out the big blind. May even choose to check raise some of his stronger 5x for protection.
Watch the table, Dooley.
Never going anywhere. Queen of Spades on the turn. Instant service for Michael here. And Maurizio looks like he's going to fire the second barrel. Once the spade draw completes, spades will be part of his bluff range, so continuing to tell the story, he's either got a 4 or he's check raised the flush draw and got there on the turn. Drawing dead, doesn't want to see a 6. And it's the 8 of clubs, so it does pick up some showdown now, but once Michael calls twice, our raise and then our turn lead, I think he'll be aware that it's difficult for an 8 to be good here on the river the way this is played. It does slow down and check, and with Michael's stack size in question, 3/4 pot should just be a jam from him. Hopefully Maurizio does have a 4x holding. Here he goes for, is that 2k? Or is that 6k? 8.5k. He's put 2 yellows in. They look white from here. So he's put in 40% of his stack. Maurizio knows now very difficult to be good and does let the 8 go. Once his check raise got called and the turn barrel.
JC says, do you know on online satellites you get a lot of tanking close to the end? Do you get much of that live in satellites? You get it in every comp close to the money. There's hardly a hand played in the World Series when it gets close to the bubble for the main event and other events as well. The closer you get to the money, the slower the play is. Every comp I know, even in your local £30 comp, they do it. So the answer to that is yes.
The bubble on the main event though is technically 2 off the bubble, isn't it?
Yeah, sometimes you stop it with 10 off the money because there's that many tables.
But if you bubble the WSOP main event, you get your seat into it for free next year.
All right.
So 2 off the money is essentially the bubble in that, because you win yourself a 10k seat if you are the bubble boy in the WSOP main. Ian Needleman says, think you'll get your treble up tomorrow, Tower. Think it's your weekend. Blackpool, good price with a new magnet jump bounce back with Mick McCarthy. Is there such thing as hand for hand in live? Yes, there is, Tesco Mush. As soon as we get 1 off the money, play does go hand for hand so that it's fair and every table is getting dealt the same amount of hands. One more giveaway, says Cardsmith. I'll tell you what, Cardsmith.
Oh, here we go. Go on.
Live has got about 16 minutes on the clock, so we should hear an announcement very shortly how many hands are left to be dealt. If it's 4 or 5, we'll do another giveaway. If it's 6, we'll save it till tomorrow. So you've got a 66% chance of there being another giveaway.
Okay. Okay.
Get off Google. It's my question if there is.
I'm not Googling it.
They don't know which pass.
Around about 50 minutes to go tonight. GUKPT Day 1B numbers. Amazing yet again.
Really good.
253 today. 435 in total. And we have just lost Chris Costin, Cedric Swarderley, JC, Mindigaus, Januskis, Mitch Johnson, Danny Blair, and that is it and up to date. Jacob play all the side events but not the mains. The blind levels are 60 minutes and we're in the last level of the day.
Dave Doherty shoving for 13 with the ace-8 suited.
More patient than him.
Yeah, I think I have.
No, really.
I mean, and you know I'll play hands, but I mean, it's like very cute.
And then you took out all your patience on me. Thank you.
Queen 7 suited for Demetrius in the small, all in for 500, and Michael in the big blind. Checks his option.
Jack ace 5 rainbow.
And Michael deciding to fold versus that 1BB bets out. I'm surprised at that. King 9 high on ace jack brick. Definitely thought he'd call once there in the blind on blind situation.
There's dealers in play 1B. Please pause the deal after the hand in progress. That's dealers, please pause the deal after the hand in progress.
Pause the deal after the hand in progress live.
What does that mean?
We're going to find out if we're having a giveaway or not in a few seconds.
66% chance that we have a giveaway.
And I've got a good question lined up as well if we do have one. It's an easier one. This
I
is,
think it'll be 5.
You think it will be 5?
That's what I think.
We do turbos live Tesco on like a 15-minute clock, not really hypers.
Dealers in main 1B after the hand progress, please deal 5 more hands to the end of the fight. That's 5 hands.
How'd you know that?
5 more ends. Now you put your foot in it.
Yep.
You got to get another 100 quid away.
I know, 150 quid.
Or are you doing the online?
Well, we've got.
How many onlines have we given away?
We've given away 3 closers and a few 30s.
All right, I'll leave that then.
So we've only got 1 closer left, I reckon, because he gave me a £500 budget for online, and we've done 450 with the 30s. So yeah, so we're going to go over the online budget anyway. So we've got one more closer to give away. Let's say.
How many closers have we given away?
We've given away 3 closer seats, but
total.
Yeah, three
total.
What do you mean total?
In total, how many 150s?
Oh, 150s. We've given away 7. So, we've given away 8.
Well, we can't give any of them away, so we've got 2 for tomorrow.
Okay. Should we do a
closer?
closer?
Put your foot in this, haven't you?
Should we do a closer? I forgot there was 2. I forgot it was Susie and Roy. Susie and Ricky Kebabs. So
you know, if you went on The Apprentice and Alan Sugar says to you, you can spend £500 on a product, but I want you to make £1 million, you'd spend 40 grand. You'd just come back with something ridiculous, and it'd be like, yeah, look at this, Alan. I bought you this. How much was that? £40,000. I told you to spend 500. Yeah, but look at this. That's what you do.
Well, we'll give away another closer. Tom's asleep by now. Jim's still up watching, so we won't give away the live ones. We'll give away another closer. Why not? Why not?
I would have called that.
So for £110 closer seat, we will
have
do
you got
it.
A ticket?
Have I got a ticket?
I mean, have you got a question?
Yeah, I've got a question.
Oh yeah.
We'll do it at midnight, 4 minutes, and then we can concentrate on the last 40 minutes of the day or so after the giveaway's done. So, guys,
is it fastest finger first?
No, it's not. It's a Tower Finks.
Eh? No way! You're having a laugh, man. Oh, for no man's sake.
No, this one's a fairly simple one, to be fair with you, Tower.
Get me pen ready.
There we are. I've got some paper for you. It's not as complex as the chess question.
My days, man.
Queen Jack suited for Dave here, blind on blind, just going to shove for 14, and he's going to get that one through. Maurizio will not be calling off with the 10-3.
Sounds like me exactly. That's actually what I actually do. I don't think I'm going to have it, I just have it.
Exactly. You're going to drink. But I try not. I don't drink when I play poker.
Oh, I never drink when I play poker.
No, I know that.
Never. It's my first time.
That's one thing I've
I'm just
noticed
celebrating on
about you.
the table. I've never seen it. I've never drank it. You know, they should make your pictures on there.
With the guys.
No, maybe you literally don't no, please. You can add the wine glass. You're real one.
So guys, one more hand and we're going to do the final giveaway of the day. This one is for a £110 closer seat.
Do you not want to give away 230s? I'm just saying. It's not me that gets in trouble. I'm just saying.
I don't get in trouble. I just basically what I do, I send him a list and I mute the notifications from him until the next leg tower. I've got 82 unread messages from him over the past 12 months.
Brilliant. Go on then, we'll do 100. And then we'll do a few 30s tomorrow. Tower thinks has to be 100. Go on then.
I don't know why you're being like, I'm not sure we should do it. It's not you that get the front, it's me that sends the list over.
Oh. Close the ticket.
How do you win? Ask Gary. We'll stay tuned and we will let you know, Gary.
Right after this end.
Pocket fours for Jan. And Demetrius with the ace queen raises to 2.2. And over to Dooley in the big blind, going to defend with the king queen suited. Nine, 4, 5 rainbow. And Demetrius going to c-bet. And Dooley with the king queen suited here. Versus this particular stack size, I think Dooley's just going to get out of the way, but this is a hand could potentially... Well, he is going to float. He is going to float. Even versus the 21 bigs of Demetrius. Alright, don't mind this at all here from Dooley. Nice hand selection to float potentially out of position with 2 overcards and nice backdoors. So he does pick up gut shot on the turn. 10 of diamonds. It looks like Demetrius is going to fire the second barrel here. Reaching for chips. Does double barrel and gets it through. So guys, oh no, the comms cam's down. You might have to wait.
Do us a favour, Peaks. Peaks. Do us a favour, Peaks. Oh my days, Peaks. Cameras broke. Oh yeah. Where is he?
I can see him. I've messaged him. So, we're going to have to wait until the comms cam's back on and then we will be doing the giveaway.
Do it.
I'm teasing you. I know, I'm teasing you. It's Italian, but I always think it's Greece because he's a nice guy.
Here he comes.
The rush walk, like him walking home last night.
Just a comms cam for the giveaway.
Just a comms cam.
Nothing major.
Nothing major. You're giving away 110 quid.
That I shouldn't.
Major.
I don't know how the list gets longer and longer, and I look back in and I actually count how much we're giving away, and I'm like,
right then. See the whole cards of this one, and then we'll get that crack on. And you reckon I don't need a gazillion? Will I actually understand the question?
Yeah, you'll understand the question. You'll get it pretty close.
Really?
Nah.
No. Not ever.
You might do. So folds to Janice on the button. King 3 suited should be opening this. Suited king on the button. Lets it go. We are getting to the back end of the day, so that may be in the back of Janice's mind. And it was a well-timed fold from her because Dooley has woke up with the ace-jack. He's just going to set Jan all in. There we go. And Jan with the jack 5 can't call. Right, guys, so giveaway time.
Don't guess just yet, or you're out. I have to write the answer down first.
I know a lot of you have heard this 100 times, but just a quick rundown for people that are just tuned in for the first time. So easy as this, I'm going to ask Tower a question. He's going to write his answer down on this piece of paper. You don't want the correct answer, you want Tower's answer. Closest to Tower's answer going to win themselves £110 closer seat. No double guesses. If you guess more than once, you will be disqualified and cannot win a thing. Are you ready? Right, nice and easy.
I'm ready.
Nice and easy. You'll understand this one.
I'm ready.
All I want to know, Tower, is...
Yeah. How long have I got?
I'll give you 20 seconds.
That means it's hard. Right, go.
All I want to know is
yeah,
what has been recorded as the deepest point in the ocean in feet. So the deepest spot in the ocean on record in feet, how deep is it? That's all I want to know.
Oh, is that all?
You know the ocean, it's easier than chess.
Yeah, I can only count to 4 and then I have to come back up.
Don't put your answers in yet, guys. No answers yet.
Don't guess yet. I've not put anything down.
So I'm going to give Tower 10 more seconds to get his answer down.
In feet.
In feet.
In feet. In feet.
Yeah, in feet.
That's a third of them, innit? That's it.
That's a third of them. What's that?
Right, I've done it in feet. I think I've done it. That's a long way down.
Fire away, guys.
Fire away. Here we go. Go, go, go.
You caught me half in my breath for fire away then, because I was like...
In feet, what is the furthest point? Has somebody measured it? Don't tell me somebody's got a big stick from a boat and gone, here we go, here we go, here we go. I'm at the bottom. I'm at the bottom. Well, I better start looking at the guesses. Better start checking the guesses. Here we go. I have no idea at all. I need to start looking at some kind of quiz books and doing my guesses and get it, because you never know, I might get one eventually.
A7 suit for Jason. Just limped in under the gun. So the question is, how deep does Tower think the ocean is? The deepest point on record?
In feet.
And the answer is in feet. Ace, ace 3, 2-spade board. So Jason, nice flop for him. Flopping troops. I'm just going to come out firing. And that will be the end of that.
In feet. How far does Tower think the bottom of the ocean at its deepest point is? And who's been there?
Who's been there?
Who's done it? I want to know how to stick long enough. See, yet again, there's guesses that are like 1,000,000 feet, and
I saw 65
and 10 feet, 65 feet.
Yeah, that's a
nice.
That's got to be a lake. So pocket 10s from Maurizio under the gun. We will keep track of the action, guys. Here, back end of the day. We'll reveal the correct answer in a few minutes and Tower's answer at 1:15, and then we can just concentrate the final half hour or so we'll have left and do the...
Ace Queen for Jace, 10s for Maurizio. They're both pretty deep, so we should go to a flop.
And Maurizio, does he just flop sets for fun?
All the time.
Jason going to have to call once here with his Broadway draw and overcard. Gets it through.
Cameron Brown, you'd be impressed with my bet tonight. He had a £100 double on a player to get a card and a player to get an assist in the Sheffield United game and won it after 11 minutes. That's impressive, seeing as though there were only one goal in the game. That is pretty impressive. Well done, sir. Who got the card and who got the assist? Well done, Cam.
So keep yeses coming in, guys. I'll tell you what, we'll reveal the correct answer after this hand.
Yeah. We've got about half an hour to go tonight. We'll do the right answer after this hand. And then another 5 minutes to keep guessing and try and come up with some kind of knowledgeable, similar guess to mine.
We will both be commentating on the Goliath Woolly Bully.
Yeah, we're not playing the Goliath. We'll be doing.
We might play the tag team.
Yeah, if they tell us on time.
Yeah. Last year.
Yeah, last year. Yeah,
you're allowed to play it, guys. When's the tag team? It was yesterday. Cheers for that.
Exactly. So you get your guesses in, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think the tower thinks has been recorded as the deepest point in feet in an ocean?
Alright, so hand over. Dave check folding.
Yeah.
So tower.
Yeah.
You'll be surprised to know about this.
Oh no. Oh my god. I reckon I've had too many notes.
So the deepest point, on recorded, this is via Google, is 36,200 feet.
Who's got a stick that big? Who's got a stick that long sat aside it being going ding, 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 ding? Oh, we're at the bottom! Who does that?
So correct answer, 36,200. Doesn't matter though, Tower's answer is what matters.
What ocean is it in?
I'm guessing it has to be Atlantic, doesn't it? Right. I didn't actually read that part, but I'm guessing it has to be
36,200.
Yeah, which equates to just over 7 miles. So 7 miles down. That's a long way, isn't it? I bet it's dark down there.
Imagine your oxygen tank. You need 30 of them.
Oh, Pacific, yeah, Pacific or Atlantic. There we are, it is the Pacific. Might be near Australia. Orlean. Now Maurizio finds aces.
Jim McShane's watching. He says he's glad it's not another £150 token because you'd have been in trouble. He says, is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Because that's your favourite number.
So no action for Maurizio with the aces. Tries to raise it up, but Dave can't do anything with Jack 4 off. And Maurizio gets that one through.
We've got one more hand and then we're going to the answer. Absolutely brilliant.
If you haven't got an answering yet, you've still got time, guys.
Yeah.
But if you have already guessed, you just got to sit and wait.
Yeah.
And after this hand, we are going to reveal the winners.
What are you guys drinking?
I'm fine, thank you, Dooley. Not tonight.
Tower, what do you want to drink?
No, we're all right, Dulce. Thank you very much.
Are you sure?
Yes, you're a gentleman, but thank you very much.
Have a good night, boys.
You too.
What's happened there?
This one's tilted in the middle. That's it. It's been PK'd. I love it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 feet. So, the Mariana Trench apparently is the correct answer.
Okay.
Near Australia. It's a brilliant bet, that, Cameron. The right back got a card, and Dyer was the forward. Got the assist. Fantastic. Well done.
And a walk for Janice. So because that hand was a walk, we'll wait for one more. We said quarter past, just in case anyone else wants to get an answer in that hasn't answered yet.
What does Tower think is the deepest recorded depth in an ocean? Some amazing guesses coming in.
Tom Gregson says the pressure at the bottom of the ocean would turn you into a grain of sand.
Wow.
That's actually why I quit my job as a scuba diving instructor, Tower.
Why?
Under too much pressure.
We're here all week, ladies and gentlemen. We're here all week.
It's the first one this weekend.
We're here all week.
Tower, I wish you had the comms cam on for your face then.
Hey.
So after this hand, we're going to do the reveal as Maurizio with the ace-3 makes it to 2.5, and Janice here with the ace-jack. Would have preferred to see a free bet here, but we know Janice likes to veer more on the tighter side, likes to see a flop. Versus Maurizio button open, I'm more going to be free betting more than flatting the ace-jack. Might not even have any flats here versus this particular opponent. And Dooley flops the stones here with the 10-8. And not the best turn for him to see. Potential action killer. And fires for 3.5. And Dooley gets out of the way, and Janice is going to do the exact same. So guys, we are there. It's that time to reveal the winner of our last giveaway today.
20 seconds.
We got £110 at close
20
of C.
seconds to get your last guess in, and we'll be watching.
So, question was,
cheers will be bet.
In feet, what is the deepest point of the ocean? And we're looking for Tower's answer. Not the correct answer. The correct answer was 36,201 feet. But what does Tower put? Right. Last guess in is Luke Foots on Facebook. Watching, please, on Twitch. That is it. Competition closed.
Comp's closed. Mick the Mod has done it. 2D Jets, you're in.
And to be honest, Tower, I'm very impressed. That's what I will say. So if you've had a guess, that might give a little bit away. I'm very impressed with this answer he somehow pulled out of the sky here. How deep is the ocean in feet?
Somebody got a stick and measured it. We were like that. All the way down to the bottom they went. So what I did were, I tried to remember how many feet were in a metre.
Yeah.
And that's when I went, were three of them. There's three of them and one of them. And then I thought, well, it's about 10,000 metres, I think. So I lessed it a little bit and got a few off. So I added a few and I took some off and I divided by 4 and I got an answer that weren't too bad really. So that's how I did it. That's how we did it. We did it. We added it all together. But somehow, in my head, we came up with 32,200.
32,200.
That's not bad for me. That's not bad for me.
That's a great guess. I did not think you would get that close, Tower. I'll be honest. I thought you was going to be a bit more off than that. But yeah, spot on nearly. So the winner,
yes,
someone guessed 32,000, and that was Skiffay.
Woo! That's the winner
on Twitch. Who was 200 out. I hope, please. If someone says they've guessed closer, I'm going home.
Somebody's just going to write stewards in for the laugh now, aren't they? So I've double guessed it, I must admit. I've double checked it. Skiffy 32,000. Gary Miliotto guessed 32,500.
Yep.
Which was 300 out. But Skiffy guessed 32,000.
Yeah, and I feel ill.
And Cam Brown did not say 31,000.
And there was someone, Tower.
Yeah.
I will just go. Where was it? I think they had a typo and put an extra 0 on the end.
The 302. Yeah. The 302 22,000
Yeah,
or something
I'm
like that.
trying to find it, who it was.
Yeah, I think it was Kyle. I think it was Kyle that put 322,000. If he takes a note off, he gets it exactly right.
Kyle Dobson, 323,000 he put. If he took a note off, it would have been 32,300 and he would have won. Would have been 100 out.
Skiffy, you've got yourself. What's he won?
He's won him £110 closer seat. All you got to do, Skiffy, is drop your alias in the chat box, please, or you can whisper me if you don't want people knowing your alias.
Brilliant.
So
well done, everybody.
Let us know
an extra giveaway.
Your Grosvenor alias either in the chat box or whisper me on Twitch, and I'll put you on the spread. £110 closer seat. But there's more to come tomorrow, guys. We got a few more tokens to give away, and the big one, the £1,500 UK Poker Open seat. We're going to be giving away.
Unlucky, Kyle. Yeah, 300 off, and somebody was 200 off. Brilliant. So there we go. Don Johnson on YouTube gets 3,200. He's trying to get us. Skiffy, have we got it?
Yeah,
we've got it already.
Ducky.
Well done, Skiffy. Amazing. Well done, everybody. Another good effort.
Yeah, and probably about 20 minutes, I reckon, to go today.
Ish, yeah. Round about that.
Yeah, we don't have a giveaway for the Manchester main event, Peter, but we do have a giveaway tomorrow for a £1,500 UK Poker Open seat. And when we do get to Manchester, we are also going to have £3,000 worth of giveaways for the live stream coverage throughout. As Dooley.
Have you confirmed that, or did you just say it?
Well, you told me.
Did I?
Yeah.
Did I? Yeah. You sure?
Yeah. What did you tell me? Oh, it was PK. It weren't you. I thought it was you that told me, but it was PK that told me. So he can get the blame if we're not allowed to in Manchester, and we give them away anyway.
Johnny Kelly's guess was based on the film with James Mason. Do I remember it? Was that 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea or something? Or 2,000 Leagues?
And stream will be starting tomorrow, Woolly Bully, at 12:30.
Yes.
And Dooley in the hijack going to open. Make sure you stay tuned though, guys. We will have full roundup and chip counts at the end of the day, as always. Full list of all the players that have bagged and tagged. There's Michael here, going to be bumping it up with the Ace King from the small versus the Dooley Hijack Open.
Ah, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. I did actually think about that.
Michael makes it 9k. Love the size and choice, nice and big out of position. And Dooley with the quick fold with the Ace 10. Lets him have that one. So the clock looks like it's paused, I think.
How can you?
No, I thought that blue, you know where the cash desk is here at the top right. I thought I saw that blue screen there, and but we come back at 1/2 so I'm assuming we're into the last 5 hands. As clock was paused at 9 minutes.
I ain't heard anything. Players and dealers in the main event, please, Paul.
There we go. So we know it's 5 already because of the announcement we heard live. So
just imagine if it's 6. And there shouldn't have been a giveaway.
We'll have to strip him of his ticket.
So 5 hands after this till the end of the night. Whoa! 5 more hands. 5 more hands. We might even do it Sunday, John. I think we'll crescendo it all the way up to a Sunday finish. We'll see what's left in the pot tomorrow and work it out. We might end up giving away a £1,250 voucher because there's no left.